Shido Itsuka was a shy loner with trust issues because his mother abandoned him when he was a baby. However, his life takes a turn when he meets Toka, a girl from another dimension who is about to destroy the world. Toka is only one of 12 spirit girls who just want normal lives, but they are too overpowered to exist on Earth without destroying it. Now Shido has to make each girl fall in love with him so he can seal their powers with a kiss.
Do I have your consent?
Come on, say yes.
Yeah, boy.
Today we're diving into Date Alive. Get comfortable and enjoy this harem comedy. It all starts with Shido and his sister, Kotori, having breakfast, so he asks what she wants for lunch, and she says she's craving a meal at some budget restaurant close to school. Once they arrive at the restaurant, she tells him they need to link up there after school that day, no matter what goes down. Meanwhile, 3 nasty hosts spot them from a distance and start wondering if these 2 siblings are smashing, given how they're acting all lovey-dovey. Once Kotori bounces, some clown named Tonomachi latches onto him, and later during class while they're chatting, a white-haired girl cuts them off by calling Shido's name out loud, leaving him completely lost on who she even is. She takes a seat next to him, and Shido turns to his dopey friend asking who she is, and Tonomachi is shook that he doesn't recognize Tobiichi, the certified mega brain. Tobiichi keeps locking eyes with him throughout the rest of class, making him seriously uneasy as he starts questioning whether she's just trying to slide into his DMs. A few hours later, the bell rings, and Tonomachi rolls up to suggest they head home together, but Shido shoots it down, saying he's already got something lined up. Tonomachi assumes it's a girl, but Shido tells him it's actually his little sister, and Tonomachi says he figured since Shido's face is way too rough to ever pull a girl.
Emotional, damn it!
Out of nowhere, an alarm blares across the whole city, warning about a spacequake incoming, so everybody starts sprinting for shelter while the city's built-in system gets people out. Shido starts stressing about where his sister is, and prays she isn't stupid enough to still be posted at the restaurant waiting on him. He tries hitting her up, but the call won't connect. And when he pulls up the GPS to find her, he discovers she really is that stupid. He bolts out onto the street and starts sprinting toward the restaurant, but mid-run, a spacequake suddenly rips open and sends him flying. He then spots a fine girl, rocking the kind of fit you'd only ever see in an anime, chilling out in the middle of the disaster zone, and he's immediately wondering what on earth she's doing there. The girl suddenly snatches up her weapon and sets off a massive tremor right behind him, freaking him out, then swings it toward him and threatens to isekai him because she's convinced he showed up to unalive her. He wastes no time telling her that's not what he's here for, since he couldn't isekai even a bug. And right then, a squad of girl fighters comes in hot with missiles, but the mysterious girl shuts down every single hit with her force field. She then turns around and launches herself at them, letting loose a ridiculous amount of power that genuinely catches Shido off guard. After watching a few exchanges go down, Shido figures out it's Tobiichi on the other side of the fight and has zero clue what's happening right now. The battle keeps going, and eventually both girls slam their weapons into each other, letting out a massive burst of energy that completely knocks Shido unconscious. He comes to inside some kind of facility and spots a gloomy, worn-out woman named Rainy standing over him doing a checkup. She introduces herself as the analysis officer, and he asks where exactly he is, and she tells him he's in the sickbay aboard the Fraxinus since he got brought in, passed out, but that answer just leaves him even more baffled. He immediately brings up his sister, and Reine tells him to chill about her. She then walks him over to meet somebody who can actually give him answers, only for that somebody to turn out to be his own little sister, which floors him. She greets him at her command center called the Rada Tasker, and immediately starts throwing orders around, making him seriously question if this is actually the same little sister he knows. She breaks it down that the weird girl in the anime fit was a spirit from another dimension, and every time they show up on Earth, they level the surrounding area, which is exactly what everyone calls a spacequake, and he's thoroughly shook. She goes on to explain that the squad of fighters going at her was the AST, the anti-spirit team operating in Japan whose whole job is to handle these situations and basically wipe spirits out, which makes Shido instantly click on why she assumed he was there to unalive her too. Then she drops that there's actually a completely different approach to dealing with the situation, one that has nothing to do with the AST, and that's where he comes into the picture, leaving him stunned. She informs him training kicks off the very next day, and he's just sitting there, trying to wrap his head around what he's being dragged into. She then flips it, and asks him why he was out in the streets during the emergency, and he tells her it was to go find her dumb self, but she has the nerve to call him an idiot for actually taking her word. He hits back immediately, saying the GPS had her pinned at the restaurant, and she reveals that the Fraxinus airship is hovering exactly 15,000 meters right above that spot, which leaves him even more speechless. The next morning, Shido gets pulled into a separate room and gets introduced to some simulation-style gaming software that's meant to prep him for the mission ahead. Kotori snatches the joystick and walks him through exactly how the whole thing works. After that, he tracks down Tobiichi to bring up everything that went down, and she basically tells him to move on and act like it never happened. She then drops that her whole thing is to isekai every last spirit out there, which gets him asking whether they're all actually evil, and she hits him with the fact that she lost both her parents to a spirit 5 years back, and that hits different. Later on, Kotori and Irene kick off Shido's training, letting him know the whole point is getting spirits to catch feelings for him. And they tell him to test his game on regular humans first, to find out whether he's actually got Riz or is completely cooked. His target ends up being his homeroom teacher, a woman who's been untouched for 29 whole years, but all his pea-sized brain produces are straight-up garbage lines. Luckily, Raine swoops in with some actual heat, and the teacher absolutely loses it on the spot, so he bolts before things get any messier. But trouble finds him anyway, when he crashes into Tobiichi out of nowhere, sending her to the ground and accidentally exposing the fact that her plot armor is straight up white. Kotori orders him to sweep her off her feet, but his brain, as always, delivers pure trash, leaving Kotori completely let down. Raine bails him out once more, and he somehow ends up asking Tobiichi on a date, despite having zero genuine intentions behind it. Tobiichi goes ahead and catches feelings right back, and he's genuinely shocked she said yes. Just as he's about to come clean that it was all a joke, an alarm blares out of nowhere, warning everybody that a spacequake is incoming. Tobiichi dips immediately and goes to gear up in her combat suit, getting ready to go take out the spirit. The spirit from yesterday shows back up and locks herself inside a classroom, flat out refusing to leave, which means the AST can't do a single thing. So Kotori puts it all on Shido and says he's the only one who can fix this and get her out safely. She also tells him not to stress about what to say, since the Fraxinus crew will be feeding him lines the entire time. He walks into the building, and the second he steps into that classroom, Bro gets greeted with a laser blast that would have sent him straight to another world if he hadn't ducked just in time. He frantically tells her to chill, and she demands to know who he even is. The expert panel helps him pick the right answer, but she gets pissed off anyway, and nearly erases him off the face of the earth. She then closes in on him and gets ready to yeet him into the afterlife, using that terrifying energy orb in her hand. She demands to know why he's trying to kill her, but he immediately clears things up and says he's just a student with zero plans to hurt her. She eventually clocks that he's the same dummy she ran into at the field before, so she lowers her attack and asks what he's actually here for if it's not to kill her. He says he just came to have a conversation, and that even if she shuts him out, he still won't give up on her. Those words hit different. She gets all flustered and tells him he's the very first human who's ever bothered trying to reach out. He asks what her name is, and she says she doesn't have one, telling him to just pick something for her. So he goes with Toka, meaning 10th, since their first encounter was on the 10th day of the month, and she's totally into it. The AST, who've been holding back this whole time, finally open fire on her, but she throws up a barrier that eats every single bullet, then turns to Shido and tells him to get out before he takes a hit. But he's not going anywhere, and makes it clear he's sticking around to keep talking, so she settles beside him and holds the barrier up over both of them, while the barrage keeps going full blast. While they're chatting, Kotori pipes up in his ear telling him to make a move, and when he talks back to her, Toka gets suspicious about who he's speaking with and threatens to blast him, convinced he's setting her up. Out of nowhere, he invites her on a date per Kotori's orders, but Toka has absolutely no clue what a date even is. Not long after, Tobiichi spots Shido and immediately charges at them both, assuming Toka has him trapped. Toka then pulls out her legendary weapon Sandalphon and drops an attack so massive it brings the entire place crashing to rubble. Tobiichi ends up getting hauled away with injuries. And the following day, as Shido stands staring at the wreckage, Toka pops up right behind him, catching him totally off guard since there was no spacequake warning this time. She says she showed up because he asked her on a date, but Shido tells her the astral dress is not exactly date-appropriate attire, and when he pulls up a photo of Tobiichi in her school uniform, Toka just straight up morphs her entire outfit into the exact same thing. As their date kicks off and they roam around the city, Toka goes absolutely feral, eating every single thing labeled food along the way. Mid-bite into his meat, she spots some white, creamy stuff and immediately loses her mind, demanding she get some of that too. Meanwhile, Tobiichi is lurking in the shadows watching them, totally puzzled as to why there was zero spacequake when Toka showed up this time around. Shido asks her what she was up to after she vanished the day before, and she drops the bombshell that every time she disappears like that, she ends up in a pitch-black world, just sleeping. He asks whether she rolls up to this world every time she wakes up. But she corrects him and says she'd describe it more as being yanked out of her sleep because something keeps pulling her toward the human world at random times she can't control. Shido has a light bulb moment, realizing the spacequakes aren't actually the spirit's fault, but just unintentional collateral damage. He then asks why nothing happened this time when she appeared, but she dodges the question and says she wants more meat down her throat. Except dude's wallet is already on life support. They eventually roll up to a restaurant, and even though Shido tries to talk her out of going in because he's completely tapped out financially, she pushes through anyway, wanting to see what's inside. Thankfully, Tonomachi saves his broke behind by materializing out of thin air and sliding him some cash. Walking in, he is caught off guard seeing Raine already there and questions what she's doing here, and she explains they figured out Toka had slipped through undetected and entered the world. While he's sitting with Toka going through the menu, Kotori suddenly materializes too, nearly giving him a heart attack, and she casually recommends Toka go ahead and order the most absurdly massive meal on the menu. Toka immediately goes full beast mode eating again, and when Shido questions Kotori about what's going on, she tells him she's just stacking the odds in his favor for Toka to catch feelings since he's rocking a face that only a mother could ever love. As Kotori heads out, she instructs Shido to swing south of the station once they wrap things up here. Shido follows Kotori's directions to the letter, and along the way, the whole neighborhood miraculously transforms into a full-on park to crank up the date vibes and give him a shot at finally getting some action for the first time in his sorry life. As the date rolls on, with Toka shoving every piece of meat she sees into her mouth,
What do you mean by that?
Tobiichi is still out there stalking them, and she eventually suits up in her mech armor, locking in to take Toka out. Later that evening, Toka is absolutely buzzing from all the fun they had and shares that she's come to realize humans are actually pretty wholesome. A complete 180 from when she used to assume every human alive was out to end her. She then opens up and tells him she finally gets why the mecha squad keeps coming after her. It's because she wrecks something as gorgeous as this world every single time she arrives. She starts spiraling into self-doubt, wondering out loud if maybe she was never meant to exist here, but Shido claps back, reminding her that there was no spacequake at all when she showed up this time. She brushes it off though, saying that was probably just a fluke since nobody knows what goes down the next time she appears. So Shido tells her flat out to stay in this world permanently, promising to personally walk her through everything she needs to know about it. She argues that the mecha squad and everyone else would never allow someone as destructive as her to just exist among them. But he fires back, saying he'll accept her regardless of how hard everyone else rejects her, completely catching her off guard, then reaches out and asks her to take his hand. Just as she goes to grab it, Tobiichi, who's been locked onto Toka through a sniper scope this whole time, pulls the trigger, except she misses and plugs Shido instead, dropping him dead on the spot. Tobiichi completely freaks out, realizing she just took out Shido, and the second Toka sees it, she full-on summons her astral suit and Sandalph on and unleashes an absolutely unhinged attack straight at Tobiichi. The spacequake alarm starts blaring, and the Fraxness crew panics over all the civilians still stuck in the city who haven't evacuated yet. Kotori, however, couldn't care less and is laser-focused on Toka, and when her crew brings up Shido, she brushes them off and tells them to stay on task because Shido doesn't go down that easily. Out of nowhere, the bullet wound on Shido starts glowing, and he just straight up resurrects on the spot, leaving everyone shook, and Kotori immediately orders them to scoop him up. Back on the ground, Toka is absolutely seething as she fires off wave after wave of destructive energy at Tobiichi, looking to one-way ticket her out of existence, while Tobiichi is also crumbling inside, realizing she's no different from the spirit that wiped out her parents 5 years back. Toka winds up for the finishing blow, as Tobiichi makes peace with her crimes and mentally prepares to meet her maker. But out of absolutely nowhere, Shido comes plummeting from the sky. The moment Toka sees him, she drops everything and dives to catch him, pulling him into a tight hug. Her weapon then goes completely haywire from the overflow of energy she'd been charging up in her rage earlier. While everyone scrambles trying to figure out how to stop it from leveling the whole city, Kotori just tells Shido to kiss her, and he does it without hesitation, instantly stripping away every last bit of her plot armor as they both touch back down on solid ground. She then asks if he'll take her out on another date, and he says yes without blinking, even though his bank account is already completely and utterly dead. A few days later, when Shido gets back from school, trying to dodge the rain, he can't wrap his head around why the weather app has been completely lying to him lately, considering it swore up and down that it wouldn't rain. He spots a little girl named Yoshino who eats concrete while playing out in the downpour, and just as he goes to check on her, she scrambles backward and begs him to keep his distance and not touch her, which throws him completely off. The next day, coming back from school again and once again confused about why it's raining when the forecast said absolutely nothing about it, he pauses at the exact spot where he crossed paths with Yoshino the day before. He thinks about her and that weird little puppet she carries around for a beat, then sprints the rest of the way home. Once he's inside, he peels off his clothes and makes a beeline for the bathroom, only to be greeted by a completely uncensored view of Toka's entire assets. He marches over to Kotori to demand an explanation for why Toka is just casually chilling in their house, and Kotori calmly drops that she's decided Toka is moving in with them permanently. She goes on to explain that the kiss he planted on her ended up sealing away her spirit powers, which forged some kind of invisible soul link between the two of them. He pushes back, asking why he, of all people, can even do that. But Kotori tells him they don't have a clue either, and only figured it out after running tests over at Ratatoskr. Raine then chimes in to say that whenever Toka's emotional state starts going sideways, there's a real possibility the sealed powers inside him could flow back to her. And since she tends to be way more stable when she's near him, it just makes more sense for her to stay put until a proper spirit residence gets built. Kotori also throws in that it doubles as a golden opportunity for him to sharpen his skills in locking down more girls, which makes him question why he even needs more practice when he's already sealed Toka's powers. But Kotori casually informs him that there's a whole roster of other spirits out there who are in desperate need of his smooch, leaving him completely shook. After that, Kotori goes ahead and sets up a whole bunch of setups and traps designed to get him and Toka in compromising situations under the guise of training, but every single time, Toka just ends up mortified and decks him for being a complete clown. The very next day, while Toka and Tobiichi are going at it over Shido like they always do, a spacequake alarm suddenly rips through the air. As everybody rushes out of the building to get to safety, Tobiichi immediately pieces out to go suit up for combat. Meanwhile, Raine pulls Shido aside and tells him they have to leave Toka out of this one, since she's basically deadweight now that her powers are locked away, and throwing her into a fight between spirits and the AST would just be reckless. He hands Toka off to the homeroom teacher and hauls it over to Fraxinus to get a read on the situation. It doesn't take long before he realizes the spirit getting hunted down is the exact same girl he spotted on his walk home a few days ago. He immediately makes up his mind that he's going in to rescue her, and the crew wastes zero time getting him suited up and ready for the operation. He eventually slips into the building where Yoshino has been hiding out from the AST's relentless assault. She eventually creeps out, but says absolutely nothing, with her tiny puppet doing all the talking on her behalf, which has Shido completely baffled as to why she's letting this little sock puppet run point for her. Right then, Ratatoskr pings him with an urgent warning that her emotional levels are tanking fast and tells him to flip her mood around ASAP. So he asks her out on a date, but the clueless girl thinks he's literally talking about the date on a calendar. Back on the other side of things, Toka finds out things are getting hairy outside after some big-mouthed idiots with zero chill spill everything, and she immediately bolts out the door to track down Shido. Yoshino climbs up onto some tall structure and starts doing her best gymnast impression up there. And while Shido is down below trying to talk her into coming down, she slips and faceplants directly onto him, accidentally locking lips with him in the process. Toka, who is standing not too far away and saw every single second of it, absolutely loses it and demands to know if this shameless act is what he actually came out here to do, leaving him completely frozen and speechless because, yeah, he got caught. Kotori then casually drops through comms that Toka's powers have fully transferred back into her. She escalates her meltdown and goes off on a full-blown nagging rampage. The puppet then jumps into the drama and starts running its mouth too, clowning on Toka by saying she's nothing but a headache and that Shido must already be sick of her, which is why he snuck off to go see another girl. Toka snaps and grabs the puppet straight by its neck, fully intending to shut its loud mouth for good. Yoshino inches toward Toka and reaches out trying to snatch her puppet back, but Toka refuses to let go and turns to Shido demanding he pick a side between her and Yoshino. Kotori immediately buzzes in to warn Shido that Yoshino's mental state is hitting critical levels. Shido tells Toka to just give the puppet back, but in her mind, that's basically him admitting he's choosing Yoshino over her. Out of nowhere, Yoshino summons Zadkiel, a horrifying ice-controlling monster, and he goes straight on the attack, but Shido manages to pull Toka out of the way just in time. Yoshino hops aboard Zadkiel and dips out of the building as the AST unloads a barrage of attacks on her, but she manages to slip away clean. Back inside the building, Shido tries to reach out and touch Toka, but she straight up refuses to let him anywhere near her because as far as she's concerned, he made his choice, and it wasn't her. After all that, Toka keeps feeling awful and refuses to speak to Shido, so Rainy decides to swing by and hold a therapy session to figure out what's going on with her. Back on their end, Kotori and some sketchy dude are dissecting what went down between Shido and Yoshino at the building, scratching their heads over why Yoshino's powers didn't get sealed despite the kiss happening. At the same time, Shido is out here roaming the rainy streets, and he spots Yoshino searching for her puppet that she dropped while bolting from the AST, so he decides to play the good guy, since he's got his own agenda going on anyway. Still deep in the therapy sesh, Reine assures Toka that the kiss with Yoshino was just an accident and reminds her that Shido actually cares deeply about her, which is literally why he risked himself to go save her in the first place. While Shido and Yoshino are out hunting for the puppet, her stomach decides to be loud and embarrassing, so he takes it upon himself to bring her back home and feed her. Once she's finished eating, he goes ahead and asks her why she never retaliates when the AST comes after her. She says she hates getting hurt and being around terrifying stuff, including the AST. But the problem is, whenever things get too painful and the fear kicks in, she loses it and starts wrecking everyone around her. She goes on to say that's exactly why her puppet is her personal hero, because it's the one thing that always brings her back down whenever she's spiraling and about to snap. Shido pats her head and swears he'll help track down her puppet, then casually drops that she won't even need it anymore because he's going to be her hero from now on, catching her completely off guard. He gets flustered right away and brings up an apology for that kiss from before, but she has zero clue what kissing even is, so he decides to just demonstrate. However, right as he's leaning in, Toka busts through the door, planning to apologize for ignoring him, only to catch them in this very sus moment and immediately catches a wave of rage all over again. She storms back to the crib to take out all that anger on her poor, defenseless pillow. Shido gets word that Yoshino's puppet has been located, except it's sitting inside Tobichi's place, so he rolls over there right away to make an unannounced appearance. She lets him in, hands him some absolutely cursed-looking tea, and then dips to the bathroom. While she's gone, Shido wastes no time ransacking her place like a burglar until he snatches the puppet and gets back in his seat. Tobichi comes back from the bathroom looking all kinds of suspicious and plants herself next to Shido, whose little friend has clearly been woken up. But he pulls himself together enough to bring up her whole thing with hating spirits. He makes a case that spirits aren't all bad, throwing Toka and Yoshino out as proof. But Tobiichi is not even a little bit convinced by his argument and makes it clear she'll be sending every last spirit to another dimension since one of them snatched her parents away 5 years back. Shido points out that Toka's abilities are already locked away, so she can't cause any more chaos. But Tobiichi claps back that nobody knows what could go wrong at any moment. Still, he pushes his case and tells her that since she's actually a good person, he wants her to show these spirits some acceptance instead of blasting them out of existence. Out of nowhere, Tobiichi's phone blows up with an alert about an incoming spacequake, and she shoots to her feet to bounce, but right before she walks out, Shido slips in a question about whether she'd still go after a spirit who no longer has her abilities, and she answers that, as much as she'd want to, she's got to follow whatever orders come from above. On the other side, the AST jumps Yoshino while she's trying to make a run for it, and they actually succeed in dropping her. Just as they're about to wrap it up, she pulls out Zadkiel out of nowhere, which starts going off on them as the AST keeps unloading shots at her. While Yoshino is fleeing, Toka catches sight of her and makes a beeline for the scene. At the same time, Shido yells out to Yoshino from a distance and gets her to stop. But right as he's reaching for her puppet, Tobichi blasts her with a massive laser, sending Zadkiel into full charge-up mode, ready to unleash destruction, completely ignoring the fact that Shido is standing right there. Toka clocks the situation and figures out that Shido is about to get wrecked, so she desperately tries to call out Sandalphon, but it's not cooperating because her abilities are still locked down. Zadkiel lets loose a giant blast straight from its mouth, but Toka pulls through just in time and gets Sandalphon going, which manages to knock the attack away. Toka rushes over to Shido and says sorry for all the drama she caused, while the AST keeps pelting Yoshino with attack after attack. Shido hits up Toka and says he needs her on his side to rescue Yoshino, but Toka jumps to the conclusion that he's got a thing for Yoshino. Shido then breaks it down that Yoshino is a spirit just like her, and he already gave her his word that he'd come through, which finally makes Toka click that this is literally what he did for her as well. She doesn't waste a second and slams Sandalphon down, telling Shido to hop on it and get himself over to Yoshino. On the other end, the AST is stuck in place because of the insane ice barrier Zadkiel threw up, since getting any closer means getting absolutely pelted by a billion shards of ice. Tobichi wastes no time throwing up a massive force field and uses it to hurl an entire building at Yoshino, but Toka pops up out of nowhere and straight up slices it clean in half. The moment Toka shows her face, she charges straight at Tobiichi, and the rest of the squad flips their target over to her as well, with everyone now focused on Toka. Shido dives straight into Zadkiel's ice barrier even though his sister is screaming at him that he'll literally freeze to death in there. And somehow, he makes it out the other side, barely holding himself together. The second Yoshino spots him, she patches up his injuries, and he hands over her puppet, which absolutely makes her day. He then starts stumbling over his words, trying to explain that he has to kiss her to seal her powers, all flustered and awkward. But before that clown can ramble on any further, Yoshino just goes ahead and kisses him herself, instantly dissolving her outfit as the sky snaps back to normal. After everything settles down, Kotori drops the news on Shido that Toka won't be crashing with him anymore, right as she reveals the brand new place that was put together specifically for spirits. A few weeks later, Toka and Yoshino hit up Shido, saying they want to check out a hot spring after spotting a TV commercial for it, and he passes the message along to Kotori, who literally cannot say no, since the last thing anyone wants is for the spirits to lose their minds. Over at the AST base, the mech team captain and her crew decide they also want to hit up the spring for some girls-only bonding time, but Tobichi shuts it down immediately, telling their sorry asses they should be out there training instead. That said, she gets a call from Shido, asking if he can hang on to the book she lent him for another 2 days, since he's got something big going on. Tobichi catches Toka's voice coming through in the background and instantly loses it, absolutely annihilating the defenseless little can she's holding. Shido, Raine, and the two girls get moving toward the spring shortly after, but Toka promptly totals the car out of pure jealousy, clocking the way Shido is carrying on with Yoshino. On their end, the mech team boards an underground train and sets off toward the very same spring, but they dress it up as a terrain evaluation mission, so their higher-ups won't come down on them for it. Except their train decides to give up on life not long after, and they're forced to carry on with a trip on foot. Shido and his girls are stuck walking too at this point, since the Rage Goblin already took their car out of commission. Toka is eaten up with guilt over the whole mess, but Shido, doing his best impression of a cool guy he absolutely is not, assures her that he holds no grudges. Not long after, the clowns over at Fraxinus pick up on the AST heading in the spirit's direction, and since nobody over there has a clue that the AST aren't coming to throw hands, one of those idiots gives the order to block their path, so Fraxinus gets to work throwing up a bunch of obstacles around the area to slow the mech team down, leaving them completely baffled about what's happening. The Ratatosker squad starts firing off a bunch of non-lethal shots, tipping the mech team off that someone is actively trying to block them. So they fire back, and the whole thing blows up into a massive disaster for everything in the surrounding area. At the same time, while Shido and the girls are still making their way over, a random explosion goes off right over their heads, sending them all diving to the ground and costing Yoshino her puppet in the chaos. She breaks down sobbing on the spot, and the whole area starts icing over as rain suddenly dumps from the sky. But Shido gives her a little head pat and swears he'll get it back to her right away. And just like that, the rain quits. He sets off on his grand rescue mission, while the AST and Ratatoskr keep going at each other's throats. And after sprinting through a gauntlet of explosions, he actually spots the puppet. But right as he's brushing the dust off it, a gnarly explosion comes screaming down at him from above, and just inches before impact, Toka throws up a barrier that covers the both of them. The second the AST spot Toka decked out in her astral dress, they immediately start sizing up an attack. But before Tobiichi can so much as flinch, Toka vanishes with Shido and leaves everyone completely stunned. After all that mess, Kotori drags Shido and the girls off to some bargain bin hot spring that her useless assistant stumbled upon while doing punishment duty. And the AST squad also makes it to their hot spring, just like they originally planned. On top of that, Tobiichi starts scouring the place for Shido, since the whole reason she even showed up was because of him. But he is absolutely nowhere to be found. Right after that, Takamiya gets presented to the AST crew as the chick who once personally yoked a spirit out of existence, catching the whole team completely off guard. She takes a seat next to Tobiichi while the captain pulls up footage of their past brawl with Yoshino. Tobiichi grills her about the spirit she sent packing, and she fires back that this spirit is nothing like the regular ones they've dealt with, which is literally why she got moved to this squad. Mid-conversation, she suddenly clocks Shido on the screen and immediately recognizes him, throwing Tobiichi off after the session wraps. Tobiichi drops on Takamiya that Shido never once mentioned having another little sister, so Takamiya asks if she knows Dude, and Tobiichi hits her back with the fact that they're together, leaving her completely shook. Right on cue, a transfer student named Kurumi rolls into the school, and the moment she gets introduced, she straight up announces she's a spirit, leaving everybody stunned. She then asks for somebody to take her on a tour after class since she's fresh around here. Some random clown shoots his hand up, but she blanks him completely and walks straight over to Shido's desk to let him know he's her pick. On the flip side, the AST clock that the girl is actually a spirit and start questioning why she even enrolled. Takamiya breaks it down that Kurumi isn't your average spirit, since she's personally wiped out over 10,000 people on top of all the casualties from her spacequakes, and everybody's jaw drops. Once school lets out, Shido and Kurumi link up as arranged, while Toka and Tobiichi lurk in the shadows out of pure jealousy, desperate to figure out what this new chick is plotting with their man. Shido, taking direction from the clowns over a Fraxinus, accidentally asks about the shade of her inner outfit, and even though he's bracing for a slap, the girl is unbothered and actually starts lowering her walls for him. But he pumps the brakes fast and asks what she meant by calling herself a spirit. But she hits back, telling him to drop the act, catching him off guard, and he demands to know how she's got intel on him, but she keeps it locked. Instead, she slides in that she's been feeling him ever since she first heard of his existence. She then reaches out and grabs his hand, and Shido's alarm bells are going off hard, but the two dumb stalkers suddenly tumble right out of their hiding spot, blowing their own cover. A little while later, as they say their goodbyes, Kurumi leans in and whispers in Shido's ear that she's coming for his dragon the next time they get a moment alone, and as she bounces, Shido can only send prayers up that Toka and Tobiichi showed up when they did, because Lord only knows what she had planned for his little situation. While Kurumi's heading out, a pack of bullies steps to her looking to catch her slipping, so she plays along with their little scheme and lures them off to a corner where she straight up devours them whole. Takamiya pulls up right at that moment and gets ready to throw hands with her. Not long after, Takamiya runs into Shido on his way home, flanked by his two girls, and she throws her arms around him, screaming, "Big bro!" But the guy has absolutely no clue who this chick even is. She tags along to his place, buzzing with joy that her brother actually made it, but Kotori catches feelings and throws down with her over who's the real deal and who's the fraud. A bit later, Shido presses her on where she's been, and she just says she's got a job, but won't spill where, then jets out of there quick, leaving them all suspicious about what she's keeping under wraps. Come the next morning, when the homeroom teacher goes through roll call, everyone notices Kurumi is a no-show, and they're all baffled as to why a brand new student is already skipping on day 2. Tobiichi confidently declares she's not showing up anymore, but the girl walks straight through the door right then and there, leaving Tobiichi completely shook. In the middle of the lesson, Shido gets a text from Kotori telling him to swing by the physics lab on his lunch break. Shido then catches up with Kotori and Reine, who pull up the recordings of what went down with Kurumi the day before. Takamiya and the AST went at her and absolutely demolished her. Yet here she is, strolling into school like nothing happened, and nobody can figure out what this girl actually is. On the other side, Tobichi corners Kurumi in the locker room and gets in her face about how she's still breathing after they put her down just yesterday. Kurumi instantly locks her down with a bunch of creepy hands that shoot right up out of the ground. She then coolly informs Tobichi that all their attempts are completely pointless, which makes Tobichi demand to know what her actual agenda is. And that's when Kurumi drops the bomb that she transferred to the school for one reason only. She's coming for Shido, and every last one of his abilities. Later, after school, Shido walks up to Kurumi and shoots his shot with a date proposal, since Kotori had put him up to it so they could dig up more intel on her, and she happily says yes. The moment she dips, Tobichi rolls up asking what he was chatting about with the demon, but he dodges the question and bounces. Meanwhile, Tobichi replays everything Kurumi pulled and said to her, and starts genuinely stressing over his safety. Back at the crib, Toka does this whole suspicious little dance in front of Shido, until he snatches the ticket tucked between her assets and finds out she's already locked in a date with him tomorrow. And just as he's trying to process that, Tobichi rings him up, asking to see him the very next day too, sending him into full panic mode. Come the next day, he's got to juggle all 3 girls without a single one, catching on that he's entertaining the others, and the Ratatoskers swear on their lives they'll help him pull off this impossible 3-way balancing act. He kicks things off with Toka, and after doing some time together at the aquarium, he fake claims stomach issues to slip away to the bathroom, then immediately bolts to Kurumi, who drags him straight to a lingerie boutique to cop some questionable fits. While they're in the store, a bunch of classmates spot him, and as they start making their way over to call him out for being a fraud, he throws on the stomach pain act once more and sprints off to link up with Tobichi somewhere else entirely. They settle into a restaurant to grab a bite. He presses Tobichi on why she even called him out, and she admits she just can't stand the thought of him being alone, then drops the bomb that he's coming back to her place after and crashing there for a stretch, which he absolutely did not see coming. Right as they start digging into their food, he catches Toka blazing past outside, nearly choking on the spot, so he fires off a quick excuse and rushes off to her direction. He keeps bouncing between all 3 girls like a pinball, even though he's running completely on fumes, and on top of that, he's also dodging the classmates who clocked him earlier, but thankfully, Yoshino swoops in and throws them clean off his trail. After a moment, Shido is chilling solo near the tree line and spots some unhinged guys using a cat as live target practice, so she casually strolls over to make things more entertaining for them. Meanwhile, the Ratatosker suddenly lose her signal as the entire surveillance system goes pitch black without warning, leaving the whole crew shook. Tobichi and Toka accidentally cross paths, and both do a double take. It doesn't take them long to clock that Shido has been out here living his Casanova arc, and Tobichi, convinced he must have snuck off with a 3rd chick, since neither of them can locate him, immediately takes off to hunt him down. When Shido circles back to where he left Kurumi and comes up completely empty, he starts spiraling about where she went, and Kotori confirms they've totally lost her signal. They immediately get slapped with an emergency alert, flagging a massive spirit surge tearing out of the forest, and Shido wastes no time sprinting into the woods to track her down, but his stomach drops when he finds the whole area absolutely drenched in blood, with some random guy's severed foot just chilling on the ground. He spots Kurumi merrily blasting some dude with a deranged grin plastered across her face, and a built-in clock ticking right inside her left eye socket. He tries to make a break for it, but Kurumi snatches him up with those creepy shadow hands and closes in on him. She pulls him in close and slowly drags her tongue across her lips as she gets ready to dig into her afternoon meal. Out of nowhere, though, Takamiya bursts onto the scene to pull him out of the fire, then unloads a barrage of devastating blows with her signature weapon that leaves Kurumi wrecked before she can even react. Shido is floored and demands to know how she's just so unbothered about wiping someone out like that, and she claps back that it's a spirit, and sending them to the void is literally her profession. She goes on to break down that Kurumi is a one-of-a-kind spirit who just keeps resurrecting no matter how many times they put her down. She throws in that this is exactly why she has to keep going after her, since Kurumi has a nasty habit of sending people permanently to the afterlife. Dude still tries going to bat for her, but Takamiya shuts him out cold with a barrier and closes in on Kurumi, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Shido drags himself back to Fraxinus, feeling genuinely terrible that he once assumed all spirits were decent people. But Kurumi has completely flipped that belief on its head. He then tells Kotori he's ready to throw in the towel, but she slaps him across the face and tells him to quit being a little punk because walking away simply isn't an option for him. After that, on his trek back from school, Toka intercepts him and pulls him off to go hang out with her. And later that night, Shido opens up about needing to stop Kurumi from wiping more people out, though he's lost on how to even get through to her since she feels nothing like Toka or Yoshino. Toka, however, fires back that Kurumi is still a spirit at the end of the day and is no different from them at her core. She adds that without him, she very well could have ended up exactly like Kurumi, and the only thing separating the two of them is that somebody reached out to her with warmth. This refuels Shido's drive, and come the next day, he tracks down Kurumi to let her know flat out that he's going to save her and put a stop to her killing streak. You'd think that would land with her, but she marches right up to the rooftop and starts cooking up chaos instead, basically daring him to prove he meant every word. She coats the camera lens in blood, which ripples across the entire school building, and every single student immediately drops to the floor. Back on the other end, Takamiya gets in Kotori's face for putting Shido at risk by sending him out to deal with spirits solo and unarmed. She then announces she'll be the one looking after him going forward, but Kotori just laughs and tells her flat out she would never hand Shido over to a shady operation like Deus Ex Machina Industries, leaving Takamiya rattled and wondering how she even has that information. Kotori tells her she's fully aware she's on their payroll and got reassigned into the AST, rattling her even further. Takamiya pushes back though, saying she owes the company a debt she can never pay off, which catches Kotori off guard before she reveals that they ran tests on her saliva and discovered the company had pumped her system full of an excessive magical load that slashed her remaining lifespan down to just 10 years, completely blindsiding Takamiya, who had no idea. They both get hit with an alert about the situation spiraling at the school and immediately move out. On the scene, Shido notices Toka also writhing on the ground and can't figure out why he's the only one standing, and Reine fills him in that it's because both Toka and Yoshino's abilities are locked away inside him. Kurumi hollers at him from up on the roof, telling him to bring himself up there if he's got something to say to her, so he takes off immediately. Tobichi fires up her mech and makes for the rooftop as well, but gets cut off by one of Kurumi's copies along the way. Toka, clocking that Shido could be walking into serious danger on his own, manages to force her powers loose, only to get blindsided by yet another Kurumi. Up on the rooftop, Shido demands to know what she thinks she's pulling, and she calmly explains it's the time-consuming castle, a barrier that literally drains the time from anyone who steps into her shadow. Shido is floored, and she continues, explaining that the clock embedded in her left eye tracks her remaining lifespan, and every time she taps into her powers, it eats away at it massively. So she tops it back up every now and then through exactly this method. She then informs Shido that he is the whole reason she showed up here, as what she's after is consuming his essence in the most primal way possible. On hearing that, Shido tells her to leave everyone else out of it, since he's the one she actually came for. But she says he first has to take back everything he spouted earlier about rescuing her or whatever, before she'll even consider it. He begs her to drop the barrier, but makes clear he's not backing off his promise to save her, which gets under her skin hard. She then triggers a spacequake on the spot, which immediately sets off every alarm over at Fraxinus. Reine then feeds Shido the update that Kurumi's emotional state is shifting. Like, something about him is actually scaring her. So he immediately climbs up onto the railing and threatens to end his own life right there, since she's made it clear she wants him alive. She tells him to cut the act, but Shido drops backward off the building without warning, completely stunning her, so she launches herself after him and catches him before he becomes pavement. He tells her he'll bite through his own tongue if she doesn't scrub the blood off that camera lens, so she wipes it clean without even blinking. Shido then launches into his whole speech about giving her a better path, actually starting to get through to her, and just as she reaches out to take his hand and accept it, another version of Kurumi drives a blade into her back from behind and finishes her off instantly. That clone then snacks Shido with her ghastly arms and moves in to make contact, but Takamiya swoops in and lops the arm clean off, only for Kurumi to immediately pull out a personalized timepiece and a gun, which she uses to rewind the clock and grow the arm right back. She opens fire on Takamiya and sends her flying, then materializes directly behind her to unload another shot. Toka and Tobiichi storm the rooftop, but before either of them can do a thing, Kurumi floods the area with countless versions of herself pulled from across different timelines. She tells Takamiya this is precisely why she can never be permanently taken out, because she has alternate selves from every point in time backing her up. She locks them all down and kicks off yet another spacequake, but Kotori suddenly drops in out of nowhere and nullifies it with an equally overwhelming force. And everyone loses their mind, seeing her standing there decked out in a full astral dress. She then draws her weapon and squares off to fight. They kick off a full-blown slugfest, and after trading blows back and forth, Kurumi suddenly freezes time and calls in her entire army of clones to shower her in gunfire, before walking up calmly and planting the final bullet right in her head, dropping her to the ground. Kurumi starts talking her trash, thinking the W is hers, but Kotori's injuries stitch themselves back together in real time, and she rises right back up, leaving Kurumi completely stunned. Kurumi frantically calls her clones in to swarm her, but Kotori detonates them the second they close in around her. Then Kurumi pumps a bullet into herself to unlock more juice, instantly sapping Kotori's strength as she lines up her next move. Kurumi, still talking sideways, gets ready to pull the trigger on her, but Kotori pulls out an absolutely devastating weapon and blasts Kurumi's clones clean out of the sky as they rush to shield her, also taking out her clock in the process. Kurumi crumbles to her knees, completely gassed, and Kotori charges up another shot. Watching this unfold, Shido panics at the thought of her dying and tries to get Kotori to stand down. But when she tunes him out completely, he sprints straight into the line of fire to take the hit himself. Kotori lets her cannon rip, and the second she does, she realizes Shido is standing right there. Shido later jolts awake in a hospital bed after dreaming of himself and Kotori caught in the middle of total mayhem. The moment he spots Reine, he fires off a string of questions, trying to confirm everybody made it, and Reine gently pulls his head onto her chest before calmly letting him know everyone is okay, even though Kurumi slipped away. Reine walks him over to where Kotori is, and when he finally faces her, he straight up asks if she's a spirit. She tells him she's human, even though every reading identifies her as a spirit, which only confuses him more. She breaks it down further that she was born completely human, but about 5 years back. Something shifted, and she crossed over to being a spirit, or more accurately, she became a regular human carrying a spirit's power inside her. Shido immediately flashes back to the dream he had about something that went down in the past and brings it up to her, catching her off guard with just how accurate it seems to be. He then presses her on how she actually became a spirit, but she admits her memory on it is basically a blank. Shido loses it a little, asking how on earth they both just forgot something that massive, and she floats the theory that somebody must have gone in and wiped their memories clean. He then asks how she's been keeping her powers in check all this time, and she hits him with a reveal that he was the one who locked them away, which floors him entirely. She adds that while nobody can fully explain it, he carries the ability to seal a spirit's powers, which is exactly why Ratatoskr handpicked him as their guy to make contact with spirits. Shido circles back, asking where his healing ability even comes from, and she tells him it's her power bleeding into him, which catches him off guard all over again. She then waves him over and clocks him one, letting him know he would have been a goner if she hadn't snapped back to herself, because every time her powers resurface, she tends to lose all control and gets consumed by the urge to demolish everything and erase people. He asks if her powers will transfer back to him, and she tells him not, unless he seals them again the same way he did with Toka and Yoshino, since she reclaimed the full 100%, meaning he has to take her out and make her genuinely fall for him, which hits him like a truck. Kotori then suddenly buckles, and Reine rushes in to help her. A little later, Reine lays it out for him that Kotori can only keep her spirit energy contained for 2 more days before she completely loses herself, and the Kotori he knows ceases to exist, meaning he has exactly 2 days to pull off a date with her and get those powers sealed. After that, Shido swings by the hospital to check on Takamiya, but gets turned away at the door, so he goes to find Toka instead, And later, as he's getting ready to head out, she stops him and brings up the flame spirit that showed up during the brawl with Kurumi. He plays dumb, claiming he was also out cold during that time, shutting it down. He then asks why she even cares about that spirit. And she tells him it was that very spirit that burned her parents alive right in front of her 5 years ago. She's been chasing that spirit ever since, which is exactly what pushed her to join the AST and start hunting spirits down one by one to get her revenge. After all that, Shido gears up for his date with Kotori by burning through most of his time hanging with the other girls, and later that evening, he tracks down the vice commander of Ratatoskr to admit he has absolutely zero clue how to go about sealing Kotori's powers. The guy lets him know he's sitting on footage from the day of the Great Fire 5 years back, and asks if he wants to take a look, since it might shed some light on how he pulled off the sealing back then. When Shido eventually reviews the footage, he spots a mysterious third figure lurking there, alongside himself and Kotori, and concludes it must have had something to do with how Kotori got her powers. He strains his brain trying to piece together what actually went down that day, but it gets too much to handle, and he just passes out. The following day, which is date day, he links up with Kotori, and the whole thing kicks off, and he runs through every single Riz move he pulled off the internet, but none of it is landing, and he starts internally screaming about what his next move is, because at this pace, he's never going to pull her out of this. After a stretch, Kotori steps away for a moment, and while she's gone, Shido also slips off to run some new lines by the Fraxinus crew, and mid-walk he stumbles upon Raine tending to Kotori, who is visibly in pain. He tucks himself behind them and eavesdrops, and what he finds out is that Kotori has been popping pills to keep herself stable ever since her powers came back, but she's been hiding it from him so he doesn't go through with a date out of sympathy. He makes his way back to the beachside, and the moment Kotori returns, he yanks out the hidden earpiece connecting him to Fraxinus, since those guys are useless anyway. He decides to tap into his own natural god-tier charm and floats the idea of heading to the amusement park. On the other side of things, Tobichi catches up with her commanding officer, who walks her through some brand new gear they just received. She asks point blank whether this could be enough to take down Ifrit, the spirit of flames, which makes her superior pause and wonder whether Ifrit was actually the spirit captured in that footage from 5 years ago. Tobichi is caught completely off guard and immediately demands to see the recording, only to have her whole world flipped upside down when she realizes that the flame spirit she's been hunting down all this time is none other than Kotori. Meanwhile, Shido and Kotori are out here actually enjoying themselves, and after a bit, they settle down to chat. But she is so caught up in the vibe that she's basically waiting for him to lean in and kiss her. On the other side, word gets back to Tobichi's superior at AST that the brand new tech has gone missing, along with a stack of other ammunition, and she instantly clocks Tobichi asking earlier whether the new gear could handle Ifrit, which makes it pretty obvious she snuck in and helped herself. Shido tries to bring up what went down 5 years ago with Kotori, but out of nowhere someone opens fire at her, scaring him half to death, and when he spins around to see who it is, he finds Tobichi standing there. He demands to know what is wrong with her, and she coolly responds that she just sent Kotori packing, but Kotori materializes right back and calls her a straight-up clown for thinking she could be dropped that easily. Tobichi goes all out, unleashing her massive cannons on her, and Kotori instantly shifts into her astral dress and calls forth her weapon. The two of them then go blow for blow, absolutely wrecking everything around them. Toka and Yoshino, posted up on the opposite end of the amusement park, feel the shockwaves and figure Shido and Kotori must be up against something serious. Toka tries to rush over and help, but Yoshino's puppet does its best to talk her out of it, given that her spiritual abilities are currently locked away. Toka shuts that down though, saying that if Shido is going all out to pull Kotori through, then she's going to go all out to keep him safe. She takes off immediately in her astral suit, and watching her go, Yoshino makes up her mind to roll out alongside her and have his back too. As the showdown rages on, with Kotori throwing up barrier after barrier to eat Tobichi's heavy fire, she suddenly hits a wall and realizes she's burned through way too much energy. So Tobichi pounces on the opening by lassoing her with 2 glowing cables from her cannons before hammering her with another punishing attack, though Kotori just barely shields herself. She then rushes straight at Tobichi and goes to town on her equipment until the whole thing shuts down completely. By this point, Kotori has fully lost it and has zero issue with wiping her out, even with Shido screaming himself hoarse, begging her to stop. She calls her weapon back and moves to erase her entirely, but Tobiichi suddenly drops the bombshell that this is exactly how she wiped out her parents 5 years ago, and that hits Kotori like a freight train. Kotori drops to the ground, and Tobiichi immediately powers her weapon back up and unloads on her, which Kotori just barely holds off behind a barrier. Shido throws himself between them and orders Tobiichi to stand down, but she's not hearing any of it, as she tells him this singular mission has been the only thing keeping her going for the past 5 years. He tries to argue that she's hunting the spirit of flames and not his actual sister, but Tobiichi can't make heads or tails of what he's saying and shoots back that Kotori literally is the spirit of flames. She lines up another shot, but Toka and Yoshino crash the scene right at that moment and pull her focus, giving Shido the window he needs to grab Kotori and get her out of there. While the two girls keep Tobiichi occupied, Shido pours his heart out to Kotori, and she gets all flustered before doing the same, and then he finally plants the kiss that seals her powers on the spot, closing up all his wounds in the process. He then pivots to Tobiichi and tells her to come after him instead, since Ifrit now lives inside him and not his sister. He tells her that whatever went down with her parents 5 years ago, that was on Ifrit and not on Kotori. Tobiichi can't make sense of what he's laying down, so he spells it out that something else entirely was pulling the strings behind what happened to Kotori. Tobiichi eventually redlines her limits, and as she falls back on a regular firearm, her body gives out completely from the strain. Across town, Kurumi resurfaces like nothing ever happened. Back on Fraxinus, Raine drops on Shido that his whole date with Kotori didn't actually move the needle, which throws him, since he was under the impression he needed to send her emotional readings through the roof before her powers could be sealed. Raine then reveals that Kotori's feelings for him have been completely maxed out the entire time because she's been carrying a torch for him all along. Kotori turns beet red and immediately punts Shido across the room, insisting the machine must be glitching. After that, Kotori lets them know she's finally pieced together the memory of the spirit from 5 years back. But since they can't fully rule out the chance that someone keeps scrubbing their memories, they need to get that information stored somewhere outside of their own heads. Kotori moves to head out, and right before she goes, she turns back and asks Shido whether everything he said to her yesterday was genuine, and he confirms every word. Except, he clarifies he loves her strictly as a sister, which absolutely sets her off. After a wild month goes by, Shido jolts awake to a massive explosion and immediately wonders which mom just kicked down his front door. Worried sick, he sprints and stumbles onto Toka, sobbing her eyes out because she dumped juice all over his beloved notes. She's dead sure he's going to despise her now, and, with her feelings going haywire, she transforms into a living time bomb. Not trying to watch his whole country get blown sky high, Shido activates his peak Zen energy and gets to work calming her down. But then Yoshino's shrieking from the bathroom pulls him away, and when he busts in, he finds the entire thing turned into a glacier, with Yoshino standing there in just a towel, pointing at her poor little puppet that she accidentally waterboarded, so he tells her to quit freezing everything solid so he can fish it out. The second he pulls it free from the tub, the whole household goes back to being slightly less of a disaster zone. Meanwhile, Tobiichi stands in front of the inquiry officer, who holds her entire future in his hands. Right as he's gearing up to drop the hammer on her, some loser named Westcott crashes the meeting, acting like a smug piece of work, purely because he's got white hair. Back at the Itsuka household, Toka and Yoshino are pressed up against the wall, ear-hustling on Shido and his sister Kotori going back and forth. Kotori roasts Shido for doing nothing but sleeping, but Shido waves her off by reminding her he has an actual school to show up to. He then drags himself over to the kitchen to whip up some breakfast for his two little girlfriends. On the flip side, two busted-looking girls with their assets practically falling out of their tops are gossiping about Tobiichi's suspension. They tell her she should be counting her lucky stars. They didn't boot her out of the regiment entirely, and question why someone from DEM even bothered showing up for an unpopular loner like her, then tell her to go rest up while they hold things down. Right as Shido is about to dig into his morning meal with his little cuddle gang, he gets a text from Tobiichi saying she's posted outside his place, ready for an intense sword-sharpening session. This gets Shido up and out of his seat, leaving his food behind to go check on her. But before he can even get 1 foot out the door, Toka, being the affection-starved little gremlin she is, begs Shido to bring her along, but Shido tells her to just sit tight. Feeling left out, Yoshino and Toka plop down to catch their favorite TV show, where a husband walks out the front door and ends things with his wife, just like your own parents did. When Shido steps outside, he spots Tobiichi lurking behind a lamppost, like a whole weirdo. He walks up to her, and she immediately hits him with the bizarre question of why he even called her out here. He stares at her, genuinely trying to figure out what she's been smoking to be acting this unhinged. She tells him they need to talk somewhere private, and proceeds to drag him into the women's restroom. Now, inside the bathroom, Shido nearly loses his whole mind when Tobiichi lifts her skirt so he can poke around in her spirit seal. But when she clocks Shido's absolutely uncivilized reaction, Tobiichi clarifies that she just wants to show him exactly why they call her the Soul Snatcher. Sighing hard, Shido tells her the whole reason he came out was to address what went down a month back when she went completely unhinged and tried to flat out delete his sister. Once Tobiichi catches up to what they're actually talking about, Shido makes it crystal clear that Kotori is not the spirit that left her an orphan. After going to bat for Kotori's name, Shido begs her to trust him, just like your cheating ex who was definitely out here lying through their teeth. Feeling like Shido is eating up way too much of the main character energy, Tobiichi shuts him down and says she already believes him, so he can quit talking now. Hearing that, Shido thanks her, but Tobiichi turns it around saying she should be the one thanking him for not letting them send her straight to the electric chair after she tried to permanently log Kotori off. Right as they're heading out, Tobiichi blindsides Shido with a question out of nowhere, asking whether he's actually human. Back at the Itsuka household, Toka, dead set on impressing Shido, decides to go full domestic goddess mode and get started on cleaning up his room. Just as she's about to get into it, she spots a suitcase that looks exactly like one she saw in that melodramatic TV show she's been watching. Drawing a straight line between the drama and her real life, Toka starts to spiral, and her anxiety rockets through the roof, turning her into a one-woman wrecking crew. As she tears off to confirm Shido isn't about to leave her unhinged self, she rolls up on the women's restroom and catches Shido in there with Tobiichi. Finding them together like that, Toka is fully convinced she's getting the boot, which sends her dropping to her knees on the spot. Voice cracking with pain, Toka demands to know why Shido is choosing some bland girl over her when she delivers multiple emotional breakdowns per day. Before he even gets a word in, Toka takes off running, and Shido goes sprinting after her. Once he tracks her down, Toka accuses him of having a thing for Tobiichi, and Kotori jumps on comms to fill him in on just how fragile Toka's emotional state really is. On top of that, Raine notices that Toka's instability is directly messing with the gradual comeback of her spirit abilities. She floats the theory that Toka's powers keep flickering back because the bond between them is starting to crack. Jumping on that, Kotori warns that if that bond snaps completely, they're looking at another spacequake situation. To keep that from happening, she tells Shido to get Toka's vibe back up. When Shido asks how exactly, Kotori hits him with the obvious reminder of their go-to move: take the spirits on dates and get them catching feelings for him. With that in the back of his head, Shido wastes no time asking Toka out on a date. But when Toka can't even get her hands on her favorite bread, she becomes more unraveled than a lunatic. Back on the Fraxinus, Kanazuki rolls back in clutching a whole stack of bread loaves. Kotori spots this immediately and orders him to send some down to Shido. With the drama officially squashed, a beaming Toka heads home, happily chomping away on her bread. Later, Shido packs up a suitcase and heads out to meet Tobiichi, like he said he would, since he'd promised to help her grab some gear for the school trip coming up. But the moment Toka lays eyes on that suitcase, it drags up memories of how your dad packed up and left, and she completely freaks. Determined to get to the bottom of it, she tails Shido and finds him at the station, standing right next to Tobiichi. Convinced he's about to dip on her for real this time, Toka fires up her spirit powers, yoinks Shido's suitcase clean out of his hands, and books it. With a spacequake now locked in, the whole city erupts into panic while Shido hauls after Toka. After catching up to her at the park, Shido lays the full truth out for her. But since her powers are completely off the rails by now, Toka accidentally ends up putting hands on Shido. Back on the ship, Raine breaks it to everyone that Toka has crossed into the red zone and that the energy overflowing out of her will obliterate the city and take Toka down with it. Knowing exactly what's riding on this, Kotori tells her whole crew to stand down because she has full faith in her brother's ability to riz his way out of this. Back at the playground, Shido digs deep and plants a kiss right on Toka's lips, locking her spirit powers back down once and for all. Somewhere else entirely, Westcott gets a rundown from his assistant Ellen, who tells him she's picked up the signal of the spirit known as Princess, the very same one who went ghost from Tengu City 3 months back. Ellen's intel confirms that Princess is now sitting in class at Raizen High School in Tengu City under the name Toka Yatogami. Westcott finds this whole thing very interesting and makes the call to look into the matter further in his own particular way. As the Raizen High students line up to board the plane, they all collectively lose their minds, finding Toka rocking the boy's uniform. Meanwhile, Shido looks like he's 1 second away from flatlining from the sheer insanity of this whole situation. He absolutely cannot stop clocking how her massive assets are practically bursting out of that shirt. Toka, on her end, stays locked in on sticking right by her man's side despite her disguise fooling absolutely nobody. The teacher tries to break it down that throwing on guy clothes won't magically conjure her a meat wand, but Tobiichi swoops in and argues that Toka's commitment alone proves she's got enormous balls. She makes the case that if Toka is willing to swap genders to be near Shido, then Shido should be the one crossing over to join the girl's side. Completely overwhelmed by all the noise, Shido steps in and threatens his teacher to pipe down before he calls the Pride Brigade on her. In the end, the teacher caves and lets Toka and Tobiichi both plant themselves next to Shido on the flight. Back on the Fraxinus, Kotori gets tipped off by her crew that the travel company bankrolling this whole school trip is actually a Dem Industries front, sparking major concerns that they might be cooking up something sketchy with this trip. On the plane, Shido finds himself completely smothered between Toka and Tobiichi, who are going at each other's throats non-stop over him. Tobiichi pokes Shido and tells him to peep the view outside. Toka, refusing to be left in the dust, throws a whole fit when Shido won't look at the airplane carpet she's desperately shoving in his face. In the middle of all the madness, some mysterious woman rocking glasses bigger than her entire head snaps a photo of Toka. Shido's confused, but Tobiichi casually explains she's just the trip photographer, conveniently skipping the part where Ellen is a DEM operative sent to tail Toka. Ellen tries to slip back to her seat, but 2 chronically lonely, attention-hungry students cut her off with random, pointless questions about her camera. Having zero patience for other people's little gremlins, she turns around and walks off. At Arubi Island, Toka makes a mad dash straight for the ocean, and Shido trails right behind her. While they're out there talking, their teacher announces the group is heading off to some museum. Shido tries to wrangle Toka back into the pack, but she freezes up and says she can feel someone watching them before taking off sprinting. Ellen clocks them bolting away and gets ready to follow, but I, My, and Me materialize out of thin air and hijack her attention by suddenly acting fascinated by her, grabbing both her arms and hauling her in the opposite direction as she fights to break free. Meanwhile, Shido and Toka are booking it away from the group when out of nowhere they get swallowed up by a massive hurricane that has zero business appearing like that. 3 random trash cans come flying into Toka and knock her out flat. Shido tries to scoop her up and get somewhere safe, but stumbles right into 2 spirits going absolutely feral on each other, hurling thunderclaps and pure chaos everywhere. Yuzuru, a spirit wearing ribbons that are doing the bare minimum to cover her enormous assets, and Kaguya, dressed in basically the same situation, are beefing over which one of them is the real Yamai. Completely unbothered by the storm they're literally causing, they keep at their argument while a bewildered Shido attempts to get a word in. The 2 spirits stop to question why this random dude is inserting himself into their sacred showdown. Then out of the blue, Yuzuru has a full revelation and points out that after going at it for literal centuries, all they've racked up is a perfectly even scoreboard. She pitches a brand new way to finally settle it once and for all. Whoever manages to steal Shido's heart gets to be crowned the true Yamai. Challenge officially accepted. Back with the main school group, Tobiichi starts getting antsy when Shido still hasn't shown his face and gears up to go track him down. Right before she heads out, she spots him strolling back with 2 brand new girls and an unconscious Toka in tow. Tobiichi's jealousy immediately ignites the moment she registers that both Yuzuru and Kaguya are packing more assets than she is. Back in the classroom, their teacher, Tamai, reshuffles the seating to squeeze the new girls into Shido's class. Yuzuru and Kaguya immediately zero in on Shido, going head-to-head for his attention and practically begging him to just pick one already. As Tamai works on getting the twins settled in, they drop the bomb that they used to be a single spirit named Tamai, and their whole rivalry is just about deciding which personality gets to survive when they eventually merge back together. Shido, absolutely fried from babysitting these two Hello Kitty girls, tries to decompress and drifts over toward the pool area, but ends up soaking wet and stripped down with both of them flanking him, each one pressing his arms against their nearly bare damp bodies, trying to out-seduce the other. Kaguya tells Yuzuru to just go ahead and shoot her shot with Shido first, but Yuzuru sees right through it and figures Kaguya has got no actual game and is just running psychological warfare, so she refuses to bite. They immediately launch back into their pointless arguing, this time turning it into a debate over whose assets are superior. Shido scrambles to shut them up before someone inside hears them, but right then the door swings open and Toka walks in with her own assets on full display and cannonballs straight into the pool. She then spots Shido tangled up with the two girls, but Shido assures her they completely set him up to be here. Mid-conversation, the entire female half of the floor pours into the pool area, sending Shido scrambling with both hands shielding his prized possessions. He ducks behind a rock, and Toka sneaks over and promises to run interference so he can slip out of the pool area undetected. But while Toka's doing her best to keep Shido covered, fate decides to be an absolute menace and sends him tumbling straight into the freezing cold water. Somewhere on the other side of the island, Ellen radios into the cloaked airship and gives the green light to deploy a Bandersnatch unit, with orders to hold their position until she says otherwise. Both Kaguya and Yuzuru press on with their absolutely unhinged attempts to get at Shido by sneaking their way into his hotel room. Shido, completely mortified, now finally understands why women are perpetually fed up. Meanwhile, Toka and Tobiichi go at each other's throats over who gets to look after Shido. Their argument spirals completely out of control until I, Mai, and me step in with a better idea for settling the whole thing. As Toka and Tobiichi make their way to the trio's room, Ellen quietly stations 3 Bandersnatch units right outside. But the second Ellen cracks the door open to scope out what's happening, a pillow comes flying out of nowhere and nails her square in the face, blowing her cover in front of I, Mai, and me. Back in Shido's room, he finds his dignity being held hostage by the twins and desperately pleads with them to quit treating him like a buffet item. Out in the hallway, Tame, picking up on all the late-night noise, can't figure out why everyone is so riled up this late. Getting word that Shido is feeling unwell, she goes and knocks on his door to see how he's doing. By terrible luck, at that exact moment, a fully nude Shido attempts a desperate escape, but crash lands directly onto Tame, introducing his little buddy to her up close and personal. High above Arubi Island, James Paddington and his team are locked in on keeping tabs on the resort below. When Ellen goes completely radio silent, he gives the immediate order to pull all 3 Bandersnatch units back. The morning after, Shido posts up at the beach waiting on the twins, operating under Ryane's direction. As they go over how to play this whole thing, Shido floats the idea of just letting the twins pursue him, and Ryane co-signs it. The strategy would have the twins following her coaching on how to win his affection, putting her in the driver's seat of their behavior. Shido also points out that this might set up the perfect window to seal both of them at once, though Ryane flags that given how competitive they are, locking lips with one could send the other completely off the rails. Even so, Ryane thinks it might be the only play they've got and pushes Shido to go for it. Locked in, Shido swears he'll go to whatever lengths it takes to protect the twins. Once Ryane drops off the line, Kaguya and Yuzuru show up at the beach, and Shido hits them with compliments on their swimsuits. The twins then ask Shido to slather suntan lotion on them, which immediately ignites yet another argument over whose skin is more irresistible and which one he's more into. While both of them are deep in their beef, Shido's already fragile mind completely shatters from being surrounded by that much exposed skin. The whole standoff only wraps up when Shido cuts through the nonsense by rubbing lotion on both of them at the exact same time. Back on the beach, Ellen stays glued to tracking Toka and radios the Arbitel to keep tabs on her every move. Ellen's surveillance operation gets completely derailed though when she drops straight into a sandpit rigged up by I, Mai, and Me, who giggling bury her in the sand right next to Tonomachi, who immediately tells Ellen to back off since he's a loyal man to his e-girl. A little later at the beach, Toka and Tobichi roll up to join Shido, Kaguya, and Yuzuru. Shido picks up almost immediately on how comfortable the twins seem with the two girls. Kaguya explains that she's already bonded with Toka and appointed her as her personal sensei, while Yuzuru went to Tobiichi for advice and has officially taken her on as her mentor. Tobiichi casually asks what exactly they're all doing out here at the beach, and while Shido trips over his words trying to answer, Raine conveniently materializes and announces they're all about to play a round of beach volleyball. On the side, Shido pulls Raine aside and asks why she popped up out of nowhere, and she explains that Toka and Tobiichi showing up forced her to switch up the whole game plan. During the volleyball match, Raine pairs Shido up with the twins, engineering it so they all get some bonding time while competing. As a result, Raine squads up with Toka and Tobiichi to go head-to-head against Shido and the twins. Shido is already sweating over whether Kaguya and Yuzuru can even function as a team, and he's just as doubtful about Toka and Tobiichi pulling it together either. Raine waves off his concerns though, letting slip that she quietly tipped off Toka and Tobiichi that whoever's team wins gets to find out which hand Shido uses for his morning workout routine. During the match, the twins come out of the gate stumbling all over each other, giving Toka and Tobiichi a comfortable early lead. The opposing pair even start trash-talking Kaguya and Yuzuru for being completely incapable of functioning as a unit, which is exactly the button that gets the twins to actually start working together. Their sudden teamwork pays off, and they score against Toka and Tobiichi, sending them into a little celebration together before they're right back at each other's throats 2 seconds later. Later, tucked behind a little storage shed, Shido checks in with Raine and asks whether this plan is actually going to pull through. Raine admits honestly that she isn't totally sure herself. Right then, Kaguya materializes and timidly asks if she can steal Shido for a private word. Caught off guard, Shido turns to Raine, asking if this was something she set up, but Raine says that's all her. Clocking Kaguya's nerves, Shido tries to put her at ease, though Kaguya does her best to act like she's totally unbothered. That composure crumbles fast the moment Shido looks at her with genuine worry, sending her into a blushing, fumbling mess. Kaguya then gets to the point and tells him straight up to pick Yuzuru instead of her. Later, Yuzuru tracks Shido down with the exact same request, telling him to go with Kaguya instead. Without either of them knowing the other did the same thing, both twins are out here putting the other one first, because all they want is for the other to get to keep living. Shido drops the hard truth on them that whichever twin doesn't get chosen will simply cease to exist, and both Kaguya and Yuzuru confirm that's exactly right. When Shido pushes them to explain themselves, they make it clear that their only wish is for the other to go on living and seeing the world. Kaguya reveals that's the entire reason she kicked off the charm battle in the first place, and Yuzuru admits she took on the challenge for that exact same reason. Each twin insists the other is the prettier and more deserving one to carry on as the true Yamai. On that note, they drop the ultimatum that if Shido refuses to make a choice, they're blowing the entire island off the map. Crushed under the weight of all of it, Shido unloads everything on Toka later that night, but to his absolute horror, Kaguya and Yuzuru were right there the whole time and caught every word. Furious, all hell breaks loose between them. Elsewhere, Tobichi wanders out of the hotel hunting for Shido, but instead comes face to face with a lone Bandersnatch lurking around. Before she can even process what's in front of her, Raine materializes out of thin air and demands to know what Tobiichi is doing out here. That split second of distraction is all it takes, and the robot launches itself at both her and Raine without warning. Up on the Fraxinus, Kanazuki seizes the moment and unleashes Yggdrafolium. Making an absolutely audacious call, he switches off the airship's stealth system, flashing their position to the Arbitel for just a moment before the Fraxinus blinks back out of sight. Paddington immediately clocks the airship as Ratatoskers and barks at his crew to get ready to open fire. Back down on the island, Kaguya and Yuzuru's blow-up hits a fever pitch as they square off over each other's readiness to throw themselves away. Fed up and out of options, they decide the only way to settle this is to go back to the original plan. A straight-up duel where whoever's still standing takes it all. As the two asylum escapees tear into each other in a brutal fight, Shido rushes in begging them to stop for his sake. While the Arbitel launches a full-on assault against the Fraxinus, Kanazuki starts trembling with absolute delight. Witnessing this, Shiizaki desperately reaches out to Kotori, wondering if Kanazuki got touched when he was a brat. Sensing that something's off, Kotori immediately asks what the problem is. Shiizaki then breaks the news that the airship is getting wrecked and they might not survive much longer. Even with everything going sideways, Kotori stays totally composed and tells Shiizaki that everyone will make it out fine as long as they stick to Kanazuki's orders. Over on Arubi Island, the brutal clash between the Yamai twins keeps going strong. Standing down below, Shido can't help but question why they're going at each other when they clearly care so deeply. Out of nowhere, Toka alerts Shido that she's picking up on something in the area. When they look into the trees, they spot glowing lights coming from inside and catch the sound of a recognizable voice. That voice turns out to belong to Ellen, who emerges and reveals she'd been biding her time for a chance to face Toka one-on-one. But Ellen gets thrown off when she spots the twins, clocking them as spirits right away and calling them by their codename, Berserk. Baffled, Shido demands to know who Ellen even is and whether she rolls with the AST, but Ellen shuts that down fast. She then signals to the Bandersnatch units, commanding them to grab Toka. But the moment they rush her, Toka takes them all out instantly using her angel, Sandalphon. Watching Toka rock her limited astral dress and swing her angel around, Ellen coolly confirms she's definitely the spirit called Princess and casually invites her to tag along. Toka's response is to point Sandalphon straight at Ellen, but Shido immediately activates White Knight mode, begging Toka not to aim her angel at someone without a weapon. Toka doesn't budge though, insisting that she can feel something genuinely threatening radiating off Ellen. She says Ellen's energy reads like an AST soldier, but way more intense and way more menacing. Right as Toka wraps up talking, Ellen whips out her CR unit and gets ready to throw hands. She waves the Bandersnatch units back, saying she wants to find out for herself whether Toka lives up to the hype. Without a second thought, Toka launches herself at Ellen, Sandalphon gripped tight, completely ready to go. Despite squirming around like a caterpillar on a hot plate, Kanazuki still manages to hold it together as a decent commander, hitting the enemy hard while keeping the Fraxinus in one piece. Back at the fight, Toka and Ellen go at it in an all-out duel. Ellen bats away one of Toka's strikes and lets her know she's deeply underwhelming. Much to Toka's horror, Ellen blows right through her defense and smashes Sandalphon to pieces, leaving her completely frozen. Taking full advantage, Ellen follows up with another hit that sends Toka crashing to the ground. Shido, absolutely losing it with worry, screams Toka's name and sprints toward her, only to get cut off by the Bandersnatch units. Ellen then commands them to restrain Toka and drag her over to the Arbitel. Feeling like a Victorian-era kid forced to eat unspeakable slop, Shido decides he's absolutely done being useless. He screams Toka's name, his eyes shifting as his hand goes up. To everyone's shock, including his own, the Bandersnatch units get ripped to shreds out of nowhere. Ellen, just as shook, stares as Shido conjures up Toka's very own angel, Sandalphon. Meanwhile, the Fraxinus and Arbitel keep going at it like two people who shouldn't be together but won't quit. Down on the ground, a grin creeps across Ellen's face as she informs Shido that he's getting taken along too. She instructs the leftover Bandersnatch units to bring Shido in by any means necessary, even if that means hitting him somewhere very unfortunate. While Shido fights to hold his own, Toka can only stand there watching, completely powerless to step in. Right at that moment, the Arbitel takes another hit on its right side, sparking a fire that tears through the control room. Because of this, the Bandersnatch get cut off from their energy supply and drop to the floor before they even get to Shido. Ellen urgently calls the Arbitel for an update and finds out their ship is getting absolutely demolished. That brief window of chaos gives Shido just enough time to snatch Toka and bolt. Ellen tries to pursue them, but tumbles straight into a concealed pit, with the Bandersnatch units piling right on top of her. Right before blacking out, she asks herself who could have possibly set that up. Obviously, it was I, Mai, and me behind the whole thing, who are now knocked out and sleeping like babies. With their control room on fire and all contact with Ellen gone dead, the Arbitel has no choice but to fall back. Back on the ground, Shido and Toka head to the shore, only to discover the twins are still going at it. Shido frantically yells at them to knock it off, but nobody's listening. Trying to get noticed, Shido calls up Sandalphon and starts swinging it through the air. Not knowing his next move, he looks over to Toka for some direction. Toka explains that Sandalphon reacts to whatever its wielder wants, and that his urge to protect her earlier is what made it appear. Shido freezes up from nerves, but Toka slides her hand over Sandalphon right next to his, calming him down, telling him to zero in on what he truly wants. Toka instructs Shido to bring Sandalphon down with intention and trust that the blade will come through. Shido inhales slowly, pulls together all his determination, and with Toka right there beside him, he brings Sandalphon down. The sword releases a massive surge of power that slices right through the twin storm and opens up the middle, snapping their focus immediately. Hoping to actually fix things, Shido lets them know he has the ability to seal their powers so they can both stick around. At first, the twins aren't buying what Shido's selling because, well, he's a guy, but after picturing an actual future for themselves, they decide to roll with it. But out of nowhere, the Arbitel hovers into view, with Paddington dead set on snatching up the twins and Toka. The moment the twins spot the airship, Kaguya locks eyes with Yuzuru, and they both come to the same wordless conclusion: take it down. They call forth their individual angels and combine their strength, creating a bow and arrow, moving as one. The twins take aim at the airship and obliterate it without mercy. Once it's over, the twins choose to show their thanks by planting one on Shido. Sure enough, their astral dresses start dissolving as their spirit energy gets locked away inside Shido. Out of nowhere, Toka materializes right behind them and absolutely loses it, screaming at Shido to explain what's going on with the twins. Shido scrambles to say something, but the flustered twins chime in, claiming Shido just pulled a classic friendly Uncle Steve move on them, sending Toka into a full screaming meltdown. At Risen High, A, Mai, and Me drop the news that Shido is heading up this year's Tennu Festival, leaving him completely blindsided. When Toka quizzes Tonomachi about the festival, he breaks it down as a citywide event spanning 10 schools, where each school picks one student to run the whole thing. Later that day, Shido, drowning in his new duties, starts whining about how much he's got on his plate. He thanks Yoshino for pitching in, and she tells him it's no big deal. Out of nowhere, the spacequake alarm goes off, and Shido wastes no time calling Kotori. Moving fast, Kotori lets him know Fraxinus is already en route to drop him at the new spirit's location. When Shido touches down, he's caught off guard to find the spirit putting on a solo performance. Kotori confirms the spirit in question is Diva, who only showed up once before, back 6 months ago. She tells Shido to tread carefully since they're working with zero intel on her abilities. As Shido creeps closer to Diva, he fumbles and kicks over a can, blowing his cover. The spirit calls out asking who's there, then just casually tells whoever it is to step up and chat. Kotori tells Shido not to sweat it, promising that she and the crew will feed him lines, and nudges him to show himself. With Diva scanning the area, Shido finally drags himself out into the open. The spirit seems happy someone showed up at first, but goes completely quiet the moment she clocks it's not Henry Cavill. Shido says sorry for barging in and attempts to shoot his shot. Back on Fraxinus, Diva's affection meter is nosediving at an alarming rate. Kotori tells Shido to switch it up, but nothing works. Grossed out by Shido's compliment, Diva lets loose a massive vocal shockwave that flings him back and nearly over the edge of the stage. Luckily, Shido holds on for dear life, but that ticks Diva off because she's out here trying to protect her reputation. She tells Shido to fling himself off like he's in Angry Birds. Right then, a blast from above crashes their little standoff. Surprise, surprise, it's the AST making their entrance. The second Diva spots the AST. Her whole vibe changes, and she asks them to stick around and watch her perform. Sadly, nobody's here for a budget Taylor Swift show, so the AST immediately starts unloading on her. As things spiral, Fraxinus yanks Shido and his magic mic out of there, while Diva throws up a barrier and disappears, leaving Ryuko visibly fuming over another botched operation. Next day, a worn-out Shido drags himself to the festival meeting with Tobiichi and Toka, only to find out the girl running the whole thing is Diva herself. Back on Fraxinus, Kotori fills Shido in that the spirit goes by Miku Izayoi, a big-name singer famous for throwing concerts exclusively for her female fanbase. She also drops that Miku has a deep-seated hatred for men, and is exclusively into women. Since Miku can't stand men, Kotori ships Shido back to school, loaded up with everything he needs to become the finest ladyboy Thailand has ever produced. After getting dolled up, Shido links up with I, Mai, and Me, and introduces herself as Shido's cousin, going by the name Shiori Itsuka. Toka pops up out of nowhere, and just as she's about to blow Shido's cover, he jumps in and begs her to keep quiet and play along like he's a girl. Toka goes with it and addresses him as Shiori, while Tobiichi is off to the side snapping photos, much to Shido's absolute horror. Later, Shiori rolls up to Tengu Square, where Kotori lets her know that Rindoji Academy is stationed at Hall 1, which is exactly where Miku will be. Shiori clocks Miku strolling with her classmates and moves in. Miku spots Shiori and asks who she is. Shiori nearly fumbles by using male pronouns but catches herself, and Miku laughs it off, saying Shiori is a funny girl. Up on Fraxinus, the team sees Miku's mood evening out and pushes Shido to bring more spice to his interactions with her. So, against every instinct he has, Shido, as Shiori asks Miku if she'd be willing to sell her underwear. Caught off guard at first, Miku says the price she wants is Shiori herself. Shiori completely short-circuits, but Miku laughs it off and says she was only messing around. Miku then clocks Shiori's uniform and asks if she goes to Risen High. Shiori says yes and gives her name, and Miku does the same. With Miku's mood looking good, Kotori tells Shiori to take the opportunity to fire off a few questions. Shiori asks why Miku is hanging around the stage when it's restricted. Miku opens up about her passion for the stage and how badly she wants people to listen to her. Miku then asks if Shiori knows who she is, which throws Shiori off. Miku says sorry for the weird question and asks Shiori to keep the whole stage thing between them. Right as they're heading out, Shiori takes a tumble, and Miku passes her a handkerchief for the scrape. Later that night, Shido finally gets why women started the Free the Nipple movement and thanks the universe for making him a dude. Next day, Shido heads back to Rindoji as Shidori and scores a tea invite from Miku. After a few cups in, Miku confesses she's into Shidori and asks her to switch schools to Rindoji. When Shidori shoots that down, Miku busts out her voice to try and take over her mind. But since Shidori isn't your average human, the mind control bounces right off, and a baffled Miku asks if she's even a real person. With lying on the table being too dangerous, Shidori comes clean and tells Miku she's a human with the ability to seal spirits. She then asks Miku to let her seal those powers so the spacequakes can finally stop. Miku's cold response is that she couldn't care less about the spacequakes, and that's enough for Shidori to straight up tell her she's disgusted by her. Smug as always, Miku lays out a deal. If Risen High wins the singing competition, she'll let Shidori seal her, but if they lose, she's taking all of her spirits. Shidori is fuming because she knows going up against a professional singer in a vocal contest is basically a death sentence. Takamiya snaps out of her coma, completely baffled to still be breathing after Kurumi plugged her full of bullets a month back. She pulls herself upright, yanks the IV out of her arm, and the door swings open as a bunch of suits file in. They ask her to confirm she's Mana Takamiya, and she fires back, asking who the hell they even are. A nurse rushes in seconds later after spotting something weird on the heart monitor, but by that point, Takamiya had already dipped like her dad. In the music room, Shido, Toka, and Tobiichi sign on to Ai, Mai, and Mi's band, after finding out they've been hemorrhaging members, thanks to Ai being insufferable. Ai asks what instrument Shido plays, and he says guitar. Ai immediately calls dibs on bass, hands Mai the drums, and slots Mi on keys. Since Toka wanted to either get played like a drum or actually play the drums, she makes her disappointment very known. Shido talks her into giving something else a shot, and she eventually settles on the tambourine. Tobiichi, blessed with a solid voice, gets handed the vocalist spot. Later, in the AST hangar, Tobiichi clocks that her teammates are acting completely off from their usual selves. She grabs Mildred by the throat and hauls her outside, demanding to know why everyone's behaving like they're from Ohio. Mildred tries to play dumb at first, but starts cracking and is just about to spill when Jessica, the AST's newest addition, cuts in and kills the moment. Fed up, Tobiichi heads to the changing room where she runs into Ryuko, who acts like she doesn't even see her and accidentally blurts out the classified mission, which is to capture both Toka and Shido. Next day at the festival, Shido slips into Shidori mode, but rocks a maid outfit since their class is running a maid cafe. Miku saunters over and demands they go on a date. Things run smoothly at first, until Miku cheats by using her power to snag a prize she didn't earn. Shidori confronts her about it, and Miku just shrugs and says humans are basically her toys. Shidori, now seeing red, tells Miku she's going to absolutely cook her in the competition, and Miku just smirks, says she'd love to see that, and walks off. Shido doesn't quite catch what Miku really meant until he finds out that A, Mai, and Mi have been brainwashed by her and can't make it to the performance. With Tobiichi, their vocalist, also nowhere to be found, the whole thing is dead in the water until Kotori steps in and decides Shido will lip-sync while she scrambles for replacements. Shido and Toka swing around to the other side of the stage to catch Miku's set. She opens with her first track backed by dancers, and both Shido and Toka are absolutely floored by how hard she goes. Just as Miku gears up for her second song, the stage cuts to black, all part of Kotori's scheme to kill the momentum and stall things. Out of nowhere, Miku manifests her astral dress right in front of the entire crowd and bulldozes straight into her second track. Once Miku wraps up, Toka is losing her mind in amazement, while Shido is quietly spiraling over how they're supposed to match that. A beat later, the Yamai sisters roll up backstage and volunteer to fill in as emergency replacements. Meanwhile, Tobiichi suits up in the white licorice and goes to work taking out DEM operatives trying to get to Shido and Toka. Mid-fight, Tobiichi dismantles Jessica and her crew so fast that Jessica tries to call for backup, but Ryoko kills the line and reminds her she was explicitly told not to engage. Back at the venue, Shido discovers the lip-sync rig is completely fried, and his last bit of hope goes with it. Right then, Toka steps up and belts out a solo that jolts the whole band back to life and gets the crowd locked in. They close out the track and slam a high five to seal it. While Shido and the gang are on cloud 9, the camera cuts to Tobiichi with blood streaking down her face, making it clear she's completely torched herself, pushing the experimental CR unit past its limits. As a result, for the 25th annual Tennu Festival stage performance drop, Tobiichi is still out there going toe-to-toe with DEM wizards outside Tengu Square in the white licorice. Inside, the scoreboard reveals that Raizen High School, repping Shido, Toka, and the Yamai sisters, lands in second place for the stage portion. First place belongs to Rendoji Girls Academy, Miku's school, carried entirely on the back of her absolutely unhinged performance. Then, the overall Day 1 rankings get revealed. Miku gets in Shiori's face and tells her she flopped because she leaned too hard on her friends, then smugly declares that Shiori and the 5 other sealed spirits now belong to her. But before Miku can keep running her mouth, the announcement cuts her off. Raizen High School has claimed first place overall for the day. This insane comeback is all thanks to their maid cafe sweeping the food booth votes by a landslide. Completely losing it and refusing to take the L, Miku calls out her angel, Gabriel, and blasts a shockwave that puts everyone who hears it under her spell. As Miku has her brainwashed goons pin Shiori down, something starts feeling wrong to her. Getting sus, she orders her minions to pull down Shiori's underwear, and that's when they discover Mini Shido and his terrified nuts. Absolutely livid at being played, Miku sicks the hypnotized crowd on Shido. Shido bolts, trying to get out of there, but immediately runs into Yoshino and the Yamai sisters who, fully under Miku's control, whip out their angels and come at him hard. Right as things are about to go completely sideways, Toka, immune to the hypnosis because she had in-ear monitors in, shows up just in the nick of time and pulls him out of the fire. While Shido scrambles to reach Kotori and beg for a Fraxin's pickup, Kotori herself gets caught in Miku's hypnotic web and starts powering up the Miss Latane cannon to blast Tengu Square. Takamiya swoops in at the last possible second and takes Kotori down before she can give the order to fire. Up above Tengu Square, Tobiichi is going all out against Jessica and her DEM crew. Just as her power runs dry and defeat starts closing in, Fraxinus fires off the Miss Latane, shredding through the Bandersnatch and DEM wizards, buying Takamiya the opening she needs to pull Origami out of danger. Takamiya then dismantles Jessica's gear, forcing the entire DEM squad to tuck tail and bail. Down on the ground, Toka keeps throwing herself between Shido and Miku's hypnotized spirit army. Ellen materializes out of nowhere, laser-focused on snatching both Toka and Shido. In a last-ditch move, Toka flings Shido clear, but with her powers sealed and nowhere near full strength, Ellen puts her down with ease and drags her off. Shido is gutted over losing Toka and watching Miku run the whole city like her personal puppet show, and he's got no play left but to run. While ducking the brainwashed mob, he completely falls apart, with no idea how to get Toka back. That's when Kurumi materializes, her her signature cackle cutting through the air as she knows that things took quite the unexpected turn. At his absolute breaking point, Shido drops his pride and straight up begs Kurumi to help him get Toka back. Being the certified menace she is, Kurumi's eyes light up and she's immediately on board. Somewhere else, Toka comes to inside an isolation cell in one of DEM's facilities. Ellen is right there waiting for her, using her territory to shut down every single escape attempt Toka makes. Ellen tells her in the coldest tone possible that the interrogation is about to begin, leaving Toka completely stuck and stripped of any power. Kurumi and Shido pull up to Miku's place, with Shido practically vibrating with anxiety as he pushes the Gothic princess to move faster so they can get Toka out. Kurumi, unbothered, tells him they have to handle Miku first before anything else. She then digs up a photo and an old album of Miku's from back when she went by a different stage name before she ever became a spirit. Kurumi fires off her 10th bullet Yude and dives into Miku's past to get a read on her, hunting for any lever she can use to get through to her. Back at Tengu Square, Miku is grilling I, Mai, and me about where Shido is hiding. They tell her people have spotted him around, but nobody has a precise location yet. Getting more wound up by the second, Miku doubles down on tracking him so she can personally make him walk across a field of Legos. When Kurumi and Shido make their entrance at Tengu Square, Kurumi casually tells Shido that the cleanest fix here is just getting Miku to call off the manhunt. Shido is skeptical about how that's supposed to work, but Kurumi couldn't look more unbothered about it. Meanwhile, Miku is watching the square through her camera network and catches Shido rolling in. She smirks and announces that she already knows exactly who he is, completely convinced she's got him right where she wants him. While Miku commands her brain-dead minions to snatch up Shido, Kurumi cackles like Michael Jackson before unleashing her City of Devouring Time to drop the civilians. Shido and Kurumi push toward the middle of the stage, and Shido shouts over to Miku saying he needs to have a word about Toka. But Miku, still salty and fuming, won't hear a single word and calls on her angel, March, to juice up the brainwashed mob even more. Kurumi fires back immediately, conjuring her clone's hands to restrain the crowd and block them from pushing forward. Seconds later, Yoshino and the Yamai twins, still locked under Miku's spell, call out their angels and start going on the offensive. Kurumi, totally unbothered, throws out more clones to deflect their assault, turning the stage into an absolute war zone. Right in the thick of the brawl, Kurumi spots her opening. She fires her first bullet, Aleph, straight at Shido, turbo boosting him directly toward Miku. Before Miku even has a second to react, Kurumi yanks both her and Shido into her shadow, cutting them off from the mayhem outside. Deep inside the shadow realm, all the battle noise evaporates, stranding Shido and Miku alone for a private one-on-one. With zero interruptions and nowhere to run, Shido clocks that this could be his one shot to reach Miku and talk her out of following in Queen Elizabeth's footsteps. He steers the topic to Toka, filling Miku in on how DEM wizards have got her locked up, but Miku cuts him off. She tells Shido to go find another chocolate starfish for his baloney pony, but Shido fires back that Toka is no mere object to him. Unconvinced, Miku asks Shido whether he'd still go after Toka, even if it meant losing his love. Shido boldly declares that Toka means more to him, and pleads with Miku not to wreck anything while he goes to bring Toka back. Refusing to fall for Shido's routine, Miku tells him he's not a certified lover boy. Right as Shido opens his mouth to say more, Kurumi yanks them both back into the real world. She coolly lets him know time's expired, and Shido apologizes to Kurumi for blowing the chance since he failed to get Miku on board for Toka. Caring absolutely zero about Miku, Kurumi makes Shido pet her before dropping Toka's location on him. Over at the DEM building, Toka comes face to face with Ellen and Westcott. Westcott, visibly irritated, gripes to Ellen that Toka looks at him the same way Sakura looked at Naruto in the early episodes. He then shifts his gaze to Toka, laying out his sick scheme to weaponize her spirit powers and flip the world upside down. Clocking that Toka's emotional state is currently steady, Westcott announces they'll need to drag her into absolute despair to hit their objectives. He rattles off a list of torture methods, each one colder than the one before, then drops one final bone-chilling comment about hurting the people she loves. That instantly snaps Toka's worries straight to Shido. Ellen, catching Toka's reaction, tells Westcott that Shido is probably all she's thinking about. Westcott, ice cold as ever, responds by saying, "It's time to get ready for Shido to show up." When Shido and Kurumi touch down at the location, Kurumi deploys her clones to handle the Bandersnatch units, and wizards dispatched to stop them. As they push toward the main entrance, Kurumi's head gets straight up blasted off. Takamiya steps out from the shadows and tells Shido she's teamed up with Kotori. When Kurumi regenerates, Takamiya gets ready to throw hands, but Kurumi tells them both she's bouncing to handle her own business. With Kurumi gone, Takamiya slips Shido an earpiece linking him to Kotori, who's finally snapped out of Miku's control. Kotori pushes back against Shido, charging headfirst into a death trap, but Shido stands his ground, saying there's no way he's leaving Toka behind. Out of moves, Kotori caves and agrees to have his back. Pushing further in, Shido and Takamiya run into Jessica, who's geared up with scarlet licorice. The moment Jessica spots Takamiya, she goes full rage mode, and Takamiya fills Shido in that they used to be on the same team. While the girls go at it, Shido pushes deeper into the building and ends up getting snagged by the wizards. With his back against the wall, Shido calls out Sanofan, busts himself loose, and gets set to go save Toka. Ryuko and her AST crew pull up to Dem's Japanese HQ, only to walk into a standoff between a squad of Bandersnatch units and a wave of Kurumi's clones. Inside the building, Shido keeps grinding through his mission to get Toka back, dropping Dem wizards left and right as he pushes deeper. His momentum dies out though, when another batch of wizards cuts him off and uses their territory to slam him into the floor. Right when things look cooked for Shido, Miku pops out of nowhere and sends her angel in to pull him out. Watching Miku do her thing, the brainwashed Yoshino and Yamai twins step up and ask her what she needs from them. Miku points them back outside, ordering them to keep the leftover Dem forces busy while she and Shido go hunting for Toka. Moving through the halls, Shido asks whether Miku showed up because of the deal they struck before. Miku shuts that down hard though, snapping that that's got nothing to do with why she's there. Outside, Takamiya gets put through the ringer, dealing with an increasingly unhinged Jessica, and takes a nasty beating for it. To make things worse, Ellen slides in and doubles up against her alongside Jessica. Right when the 2-on-1 becomes too much for Takamiya's small frame to handle, Tobichi swoops in and takes the hits meant for her. After quickly checking with Takamiya on where Shido is, Tobichi locks onto the DEM building but gets cut off by Ellen before she can make a move. Back inside DEM HQ, Miku gets into one of the wizards' heads and extracts Toka's location. She finds out Toka is being kept on the 18th floor, and the wizard passes her an ID card to get them through when they arrive. While Miku and Shido keep moving, they run smack into yet another squad of DEM troops. Miku throws her spirit power at them to clear a path, not realizing 2 more are creeping in from behind. Shido steps up and cuts those 2 down with Sandalphon's power. But by the time the fight wraps, Shido is feeling like Nicole Kidman locked into her marriage with Tom Cruise. Even while running on fumes, Shido keeps dragging himself forward, and Miku rips into him, telling him to just give in and rest already. She smugly tells him to drop the hero act, pointing out they could both get out alive if he'd just quit now. Fed up, Shido barks at her to shut it, declaring flat out that nobody in the world could ever stand in for Toka. That shuts Miku up for a beat. Pulling herself together, Miku fires back that all of Shido's drive to save Toka amounts to absolutely nothing. When Shido pushes her on why she hates people so much, Miku blows up, declaring that humans are just toys for her entertainment, men are her dogs, women are her dolls, and that's the whole of their worth. Shido doesn't flinch and keeps at her, pointing out that she was once human herself, just like him, before Phantom flipped her into a spirit. Caught off guard, Miku demands to know how he found out, and Shido says an associate, meaning Kurumi, tipped him off back at Miku's mansion. Miku fires back, furious, saying Shido knows absolutely nothing about her life. Shido admits it, but tells her he could if she'd just stop hiding and actually talk to him. Grudgingly, Miku starts cracking open her past. She says that back when she was still human, her life as an idol made her genuinely happy. Her debut album had just dropped, and her manager had lined up a sit-down with a producer dangling a TV slot in front of her. Naturally, that slot came with a price, one that required Miku to get under him. When Miku shot the offer down, the producer got petty and cooked up a fake scandal, and not a single person, fans included, stepped up for her. Desperate to fight back, Miku took to the stage for a concert but crumbled under the pressure and lost her voice entirely. Shido tries to comfort her, but Miku lashes out, throwing him in the same bucket as everyone else. Shido stays calm and tells her she handed the wheel over to her own fear and rage and let them drive. Before Miku can clap back, a unit of dem soldiers rolls up, but Miku's rage has fully cooked over, and when she screams at Shido to zip it, the raw force of her voice drops every soldier to the ground. She tells Shido she has zero plans to seal her powers, because nobody ever listened to a word she said without her hypnotic voice doing the heavy lifting. Shido screams back that he would listen to her. Naturally, Miku doesn't move an inch. Elsewhere, Tobiichi and Ellen keep trading blows. Ellen zeroes in on finishing Tobiichi off, but before she can close it out, Westcott calls her back, and she's forced to bail. The moment Shido and Miku finally reach Toka, Westcott strolls in clapping, and then out of nowhere, Ellen drives a blade straight into Shido's gut. Watching Shido crumple in front of her, the despair buried inside Toka explodes to the surface and triggers her inverse. Westcott completely loses it with glee as the darkness swallows everything. He then throws his arms out and announces the arrival of the Demon King. When Shido snaps back to consciousness, he spots a swirling dark energy wrapped around Toka, who is now serving full goth mommy realness. Clocking both her transformation and the change in her angel, Shido calls out to her but immediately notices something is completely off. The bright, bubbly spirit he knew is gone, and in her place stands a cold, hollow spirit, demanding to know where the heck she even is. Over on the sidelines, Westcott, absolutely eating up the show, commands Ellen to go ahead and put Toka down. Somewhere else in the building, a completely unhinged Jessica is just mindlessly wailing on Takamiya. Even while getting her face caved in, Jessica finds the energy to spit that Westcott never should have picked a monkey like Takamiya to be Adeptus 2. Feeling bad for her anyway, Takamiya drives her sword into Jessica's gut and ends the fight. As Jessica fades out from her wounds, Takamiya feeds her a gentle lie, telling her that Westcott is proud of everything she did, letting Jessica slip away with a smile on her face. Back inside DMHQ, Toka and Ellen are going absolutely feral on each other. Toka barely slips past Ellen's latest swing, pushing Ellen to pull out Rongomian to wrap things up. Right as Ellen thinks it's over, Shido screams out Toka's name. To Ellen's disbelief, Toka eats the hit and survives, retaliating by unleashing her Demon King, Nahima. Ellen charges straight at her again, but this time Toka swats the attack away with one hand like it's nothing. Locking eyes on Westcott, Toka redirects all of her rage at him and launches a devastating strike. Ellen reads the threat and throws herself in front of Westcott, absorbing the full impact herself. Miku throws up a barrier, covering herself and Shido from Nahima's destructive blast. When the smoke clears, Ellen is still standing, having kept Westcott in one piece just barely. Westcott, still riding the high of all the carnage, turns to Ellen and asks what she makes of Toka now. Ellen concedes that Toka has leveled up massively and is far more dangerous than she ever was before. Westcott, perfectly content with how this all played out, decides it's time to pull back. On his way out, he throws Shido and Miku a farewell and cryptically suggests they run into each other again if they live that long. Weirdly, he addresses Shido as Takamiya before catching himself and correcting it to Itsuka, making Shido's brain immediately start spinning about whether Westcott knows who he really is. Westcott plays dumb though, leaving Shido and Miku stranded alone with inverse Toka. Toka wastes 0 seconds and immediately launches at them both. Right as the hit is about to connect, Sandokan materializes out of nowhere and eats the blast, shielding Shido and Miku. Right then, Kotori buzzes in on comms, frantically asking what on earth is going on. Shido breaks it down for her and asks whether sealing Toka in this state is even remotely possible. Raine throws cold water on it, warning that in her current inverse state, Toka's mind might be way too fractured for a seal to even take hold. Kotori backs her up and tells Shido to do whatever he can to jog Toka's memory and not do anything reckless. Shido reaches out to Toka, desperately trying to pull at whatever connection still exists between them, but before he can make any real headway, Nahima sends him flying with 0 recognition behind her eyes. Miku, refusing to sit this one out, deploys her angel to lock Toka down and buys Shido the opening to get close. Toka snaps the restraint though, knocking Miku's voice right out of her. Inverse Toka pivots and unloads on Miku next, but right before it lands, Shido calls up Yoshino's angel, Zadkiel, throwing up an ice wall that covers them both. Stunned that Shido actually shielded her and held to his word, Miku starts seeing him a little differently. The moment Miku shouts Shido's name, Inverse Toka flinches with a sharp pain in her head, then immediately kills it by inflicting damage on herself with her own Demon King. Dead set on erasing Shido for good, Inverse Toka calls out the final form of her demon king, Paverslev. With her own powers out of commission, Miku plants herself in front of Shido to shield him with her own body. But right before Toka can fire off Paverslev's full power, Yoshino, freshly broken free from Miku's control, stumbles in and briefly pulls her focus. Yoshino gets obliterated by Toka's power almost instantly though. Shido, locked in with zero hesitation, tells Miku he's getting Toka back no matter what and that he doesn't break his promises. He turns to face Inverse Toka head-on and calls her name out loud. That snags her attention, and a strange flicker of something stirs inside her. But she shakes it off and lets Paverslev rip at Shido, reducing everything in the blast zone to rubble. Miku drops to her knees, watching the devastation unfold, completely convinced Toka has just deleted Shido from existence. But to Toka's own shock, Shido walks out of the wreckage in one piece, bailed out at the last second by the Yamai sisters. Shido throws them a quick thanks and begins drifting down toward Toka. As he does, something cracks open inside her. A flashback of Shido calling her name surfaces from somewhere deep. Lost and overwhelmed by feelings she can't name, she watches Shido hover right in front of her and then press his lips to hers. Cottagecore Toka comes flooding back, and Miku finally accepts that Shido is genuinely a man of his word. That's enough for her to make Shido a one-person exception, so the following day she plants a kiss right on his lips and calls him darling. Toka walks in at that exact moment and snaps at Miku that she needs to get moving for her concert. When Miku finally hits the stage, Shido and his whole roster watch from backstage, completely floored by what her voice can do. At the end of the show, Miku shouts Shido out by calling him darling in front of everyone, instantly lighting a fire of jealousy across every spirit in the building. Shido exhales deeply, quietly coming to terms with the fact that more women means more problems. Weeks down the line, the girls slid Shido a pot of what they were calling stew, but it looked like something scraped straight out of a witch's cauldron. Shido freezes up before even attempting to taste the so-called stew, knowing full well it's packed with each girl's personal favorite foods. He also knew that one look at the ingredient list would send Saniji straight into cardiac arrest. While he's sitting there mentally drafting his will, Kaguya nudges Kotori to throw in something she loves, and Kotori dunks a lollipop into the pot. With that, Shido pinches his nose and takes a sip, and is genuinely shook when it doesn't taste like a biohazard. Kotori looks equally thrown off, while the rest of the girls are over the moon that their concoction actually slaps. They all pull up chairs and dig in with Shido, and mid-meal the door explodes open and Miku waltzes in like she owns the place. Everyone freezes and starts grilling her on how she's in two places at once. Miku casually drops that the show playing on TV is a pre-recorded segment dressed up to look live. With that bomb defused, she parks herself at the table, and they scoop her a bowl, which promptly scorches her lips the second she sips it. A concerned Shido asks if she's good, and the scheming queen tells him a kiss would fix her right up. The moment she starts leaning in, every other girl suddenly discovers their lips are burned too and puts in their own kiss requests. Miku perks right up and offers to kiss all their boo-boos herself, and they reject that offer with zero hesitation. Right then, the doorbell rings, and when Shido swings it open, he finds Tobiichi standing there with a steaming pot in hand. She tells him it's a stew cooked up from turtles, scorpions, and seal parts, all simmered down in an energy drink. On her way out, she lets him know she's dying to hear what he thinks of it next time they cross paths. The second that door shut, Shido crumbles to his knees, questioning what he ever did to deserve being surrounded by this many crazy baddies. Out of nowhere, the spatial quake alarm rips through the whole city, and Kotori tells Shido it's hero time. Shortly after, Shido gets beamed down into an abandoned amusement park. As he wanders around, Kotori, running things from Fraxinus, tells him to track down the spirit and make contact before the AST rolls up. Right on cue, the spirit hollers down at him from the top of some attraction. He looks up and spots a young woman decked out in a witch costume, and after she drifts down to meet him, she asks what he's doing wandering around a place like this. Instantly, 3 possible responses flash up on the big screen back on Fraxinus' bridge, and the crew votes, landing in a dead tie between the first 2 options. Kotori ultimately tells Shido to roll with option 2, but orders him to hit her with his most devastating puppy dog eyes while he delivers it. Shido executes perfectly, and it works like a charm, so the spirit asks him his name. He tells her, and she introduces herself as Natsumi, making it very clear he is not to slap any honorifics on her name. She then hits him with the classic, "Do you think I'm pretty?" And when he says yes, she throws her arms around him. Mid-hug, Kotori buzzes in to warn Shido the AST has arrived just as they start opening fire on them. Natsumi assures Shido he won't get a scratch, then calls out Hanyal, her angel, and drives it into the ground. Magical waves ripple out around them, and every missile the AST launched at them morphs into goofy cartoon carrots. Natsumi then converts all the AST gear into animal costumes, sending them all tumbling out of the sky. With every threat neutralized, Natsumi tells Shido it's time to bounce, but their exit gets crashed by one of the transformed missiles detonating nearby. A massive wall of wind and smoke comes rolling in, and the second it hits Natsumi, she sneezes and briefly transforms into something else. Since Shido had his eyes shut, he catches absolutely none of it. Natsumi immediately asks if he saw anything, but since Shido has no clue what she's even referring to, he just stands there looking lost. That non-answer sets her off even harder, so she declares his entire life is about to be dismantled before mounting her and blasting off. The next morning, Shido rolls into school during lunch because a strategy session about Natsumi held him up. The moment he steps into his classroom, his classmates hit him with death stares while I, me, and Mai march over and start unloading insults on him. Shido asks what on earth he possibly did to earn this kind of heat, and they proceed to read the full chart sheet. First, he made shameless, lewd advances on I. Then, he sprinted past Mai and me, so fast their skirts flew up and exposed them. And as if that wasn't enough, he also allegedly groped Toka. Shido denies every single charge and tries to plead his case, but the girls aren't entertaining a single word out of his mouth. Out of nowhere, Tobiichi materializes behind him, so he asks if she's on the victim list too. She confirms she's not, but before he can breathe easy, she snatches his hand and presses it against her exposed chest. Shido is completely frozen, until Toka wedges herself between them and knocks his hand off Tobiichi's milk jugs. He spins around and asks Tobiichi why she just did that, and she tells him it's because she wants him to do to her exactly what he did to all the others. He's mid-sentence telling her to quit it when Kaguya and Yuzuru burst through the door demanding Shido face consequences for what he pulled on them. Turns out he allegedly Kazuma steel-skilled Kaguya's underwear right off her and doused Yuzuru's shirt with water out of nowhere because he apparently developed a wet shirt fixation. As the girls are busy plotting their revenge, Tamae-sensei pokes her head in and declares that she can no longer be a bride. Tonomachi rolls up next and asks Shido if he actually meant everything he said to him earlier. Clocking just how cooked he is, Shido bolts, and his furious classmates immediately give chase. By some miracle, he shakes them all off by ducking into an empty classroom and doesn't resurface until he's absolutely sure the hallways are clear. While trying to piece together what is happening to his life, he spots a doppelganger of himself and tails him all the way to the rooftop, where he gets in his face and demands answers. The imposter drops the act and reveals herself to be Natsumi, announcing that she intends to hijack his entire life. While she's enthusiastically laying out every unnecessary detail of her scheme, Toka and Tobiichi kick the door clean off its hinges. Natsumi tries to sell the girls on the idea that the real Shido is actually the fake one, but they see straight through it, which only cranks her frustration up higher. She calls out Hanyel, takes to the skies, and swears she will make Shido pay for humiliating her before disappearing. Exactly 5 days later, Kotori passes Shido an envelope with his name on it from Natsumi, and inside he finds 12 photos, each one a picture of someone close to him. Tucked in alongside them is a note where Natsumi explains she has disguised herself as one of the 12, Kotori included, and dares him to figure out which one before they all vanish permanently. Kotori figures out that Natsumi is using her shape-shifting to hide among the 12 and is essentially forcing him to play her deranged, personal version of Among Us. She tells her brother to get his brain firing on all cylinders because he needs to sniff Natsumi out before everyone in those photos disappears forever. Over in London, DEM's board members gathered to talk about Westcott's actions back in Japan. At the meeting, Murdoch pushes for Westcott to be removed from his managing director seat at DEM. Russell, the board chairman, then calls for anyone backing Westcott's removal to put their hand up. Over half the board votes yes, but somehow, Russell turns around and declares the motion denied. Murdoch wastes no time, asking Russell whether his eyes and glasses are just there for show. Out of nowhere, his right arm gets sliced clean off, and as he screams in agony, he clocks that every voter against Westcott is also down an arm, courtesy of Ellen. Westcott then casually lets them know their arms can still be saved if they haul themselves to the infirmary. He also promises to vacate his position once he gets whatever it is he's after. Cutting back to Japan, the Itsuka siblings bring Reine in to talk about the threat Natsumi poses. Once they fill her in, Reine tells Kotori to stay out of command until Natsumi is dealt with and reminds Shido he's got his hands full. They then put together a date strategy for Shido, and Reine stresses that he needs to stay sharp enough to pick up on anything suspicious. First up is Toka, and on their date, Shido quizzes her about the last time they hung out together. She gets it right, but that still isn't enough to sell him. He straight up accuses her of faking it, and claims she's actually Natsumi, which ticks Toka off, just not in the way you'd expect. Turns out, the only word this airhead caught from Shido's whole speech was Natsumi, so she demanded to know who that was. Clocking that he just dug his own grave, he scrambles to cook up a story about Natsumi being a greeting from some southern island. It's a trash excuse, but Toka's operating on fewer brain cells than most, so she buys it and asks what Natsumi actually means. When he tells her Natsumi translates to "I love you," she goes full tomato. But before she can dig any deeper, he whips her attention over to a restaurant running a lunch buffet. He says there's no way they're skipping it, and Toka agrees, but oddly, she's dragging her feet about it. She cranks the suspicion meter up another notch by coming back to the table with a plate that's practically empty. Even the Fraxinus crew had their jaws on the floor, because Toka can out-eat Luffy on a good day. While watching her pick at her plate, Shido internally questions whether this is the real Toka, but still checks in on her. That gets Toka to confess she caught something on TV saying guys are put off by girls who eat like they've never seen food before. She says she doesn't want to gross him out, but he assures her that'll never be an issue because he's into girls who actually eat. That's all she needed to hear. Her mood flips instantly, and she's back at the buffet table in seconds. Later on, Yoshino rolls up to Shido's door rocking a full witch costume. In her timid little voice, she hits him with a trick or treat, warning him she'll pull something if he comes up empty. Since he's out of candy, he walks her to the kitchen and whips up some pancakes instead. As she digs into them with a smile, he asks whether she remembers what he made the first time she came over. Yoshino says he made oyakodon, but Yoshino pipes up, saying she has zero memory of that visit, though she suspects it might be because she was over at Tobiichi's that day. Shido thinks back and remembers barging into Tobiichi's place just to get that puppet back. Yoshino leans over and whispers something to Yoshino, and almost instantly, she holds a piece of pancake out for Shido. He takes the bite, and Yoshino spots syrup on his cheek, then catches him off guard by licking it right off. But the shyness kicks in hard and she bolts, calling it a prank, leaving Shido questioning whether that was the real Yoshino. Barely a second passes before Reine drops the news that his next date is Tonomachi. Later that evening, while Shido's heading home after wrapping up his date with Tonomachi, Reine hits him with the news that Yuzuru is up next and already waiting. By the time he gets to where Yuzuru is, the night is already dragging on, so he leads with an apology. She accepts it and asks what his reason was for pulling her out this late, and he says he just wanted some one-on-one time with her. They take in the view together. Yuzuru remarks on how stunning it is, and Shido backs her up. But she calls him a thick-headed idiot and says a moment like this calls for the classic K-drama move of telling her she's the prettier sight. They keep talking, and at some point, Yuzuru accidentally lets it drop that she's in love with him. The second it registers what she just said, the embarrassment hits, and she takes off, leaving him standing there solo. Then, at midnight, Natsumi floats over the city and puts Hanyo to work, snatching her first target. Next morning, a panicked Kaguya hammers on Shido's door until he answers and hits him with the news that Yuzuru is gone. And yeah, that shocks him. Right after Kaguya heads out, he rings Reine, and she shows up so the three of them can go over what went down. Reine says they're going to have to feed Kaguya a story about where her sister is. She then pulls up surveillance footage showing Haniel popping into the twins' room and dragging Yuzuru away. She also raises the point that whoever Natsumi has been disguised as was probably snatched the exact same way. Later on their date, Kotori and Shido bring up Yuzuru's disappearance, and Shido says he needs to track down Natsumi before anyone else goes missing. Kotori then throws it back at Shido and asks if he believes she's the real deal. Shido fires back with confidence that she is, but she tells him to pump the brakes and says he should either quiz her or kiss her to be sure. Shido plays along and cups her face in his hands, making her shut her eyes as she waits anxiously for the kiss. Except it never lands, because Shido takes the opening to snatch her ribbons instead. Kotori demands them back, which gets him to say only the genuine Kotori would throw that kind of a fit. But his little stun gets him clocked in the face because Kotori was not about to let him clown her like that. Later, Shido links up with Miku for a date, and she drags him into a couple's cosplay so nobody clocks her as an idol. Their outfits happen to be from a massive franchise though, so random people on the street started asking to snap photos with them. After that chaotic Miku outing, Shido runs an ice cream date with Ai, Mai, and Mi, then swings by to see Sensei Tamai. After that, Shido heads to the bowling alley for a date with Kaguya, and once their game wraps, they park it on a bench. Kaguya catches him off guard by dropping her head into his lap and telling him to go ahead and pat it. The second he does, she loops her arm around his waist and buries her face into his stomach. Clinging onto him, she breaks down crying and admits she knows they fed her a lie about where Yuzuru actually is. She says she chose to swallow that lie anyway, because she trusted that he'd be the one to bring her sister home. Later that night, Hanio materializes in Shido's living room and acts as a line between Natsumi and the siblings. Shido tells her to hand Yuzuru back, but Natsumi isn't having it, and asks him to guess who she's been pretending to be, so Shido throws out Yoshino. Natsumi looks visibly let down by that answer, and before Shido can even move, Hanio vanishes. Right after, Raini calls to tell them Hanio has scooped up both Yoshino and Ai. 2 whole days roll by, and in that stretch, Mai, Mi, Tonomachi, and Tamai-sensei all get snatched because Shido kept guessing wrong. He then heads into his last day with Tobi-ichi, taking her to the cinema where she proceeds to act like a well-read weirdo with zero shame. That energy makes Shido uneasy, and locks in his read that Natsumi is definitely not wearing Tobi-ichi's face. That night, Shido comes home to find Toka posted up outside, and she tells him she's been stressing over him because he's been stretched thin lately. He tries to apologize, but she shuts that down and tells him if whatever's got him swamped is something she can help carry, he just has to say the word. Shido thanks her for the offer. She wishes him good night and dashes back to her place. The second Shido steps through his front door, Kotori is right there to tell him Toka just vanished. He bolts straight to Toka's apartment, but no matter how hard he pounds on the door, nobody comes. Hanio rolls up and Natsumi tells him she's handing him one more shot at a guessing right, but if he blows it, those people are gone for good. Shido then pulls Miku, Tobichi, and Kaguya into a private room where he and Kotori lay out everything that's been going on. Mid-discussion, Hanio drops in, and Natsumi addresses the whole room. She tells Shido she's giving him 3 guesses at who she's been imitating, but she's yanking someone from the room each time he's wrong. Shido hates the terms but takes the deal anyway, and for his opener, he calls out Yuzuru. Kaguya immediately jumps to bat for her sister, insisting Yuzuru was completely herself right up until she disappeared. Shido starts breaking down his reasoning, but Natsumi talks over him, says he's wrong, and pulls Tobiichi out of the room. For guess 2, Kotori lifts up Tonomachi's photo and declares he's the one. Natsumi tells her she's off the mark and swipes Kaguya, sending Miku into a full spiral because she's terrified she's next. The prima donna shoves her brooch at Shido, saying she needs him to hold it because if she's taken while wearing it, it disappears with her. That line cracks something open in Shido's head and he realizes the answer has been staring them down the whole time. He grabs Yoshino's photo and holds it up in Natsumi's face. He tells her she's been impersonating Yoshinon, and that one actually catches Natsumi off guard. Shido keeps doubling down, and Natsumi gets so rattled that Hanio starts visibly fracturing. Then, all at once, everyone she snatched materializes back in the room, and once Shido confirms they're good, he zeroes in on Natsumi hiding in the corner. He gets in her face and demands to know why she pulled all of this, so she turns around, and what they see shocks the whole room. She looks nothing like the Natsumi they thought they knew. The moment Natsumi clocks that everyone can see she's not the stacked villainess she's been fronting as, she lets out a scream and snaps back to her usual look. But she's fuming, warns them they'll regret finding out her secret and before making her big dramatic exit, she zaps all the girls into little kids. The day after, the girls nearly sent Shido over the edge with how relentlessly they pestered him over pointless things and how hard they went at each other's throats. Thankfully, Raine rolls in with cookies, which they use to keep the girls occupied while they talk. Shido asks whether they've pinned down Natsumi's location, and she tells him they've got nothing. Later that night, Westcott briefs Ellen on her new mission: grab Natsumi before Shido gets the chance to seal her like he did with the rest. The next day at school, Sensei Tame tracks Shido down in his classroom to let him know he's got some visitors. Before she can even finish her sentence, the girls burst out from behind her like a party popper. Shido's classmates want to know who these kids are, and Tobiichi steps up and tells them he's their dad. Everyone's jaw drops, but Shido shuts it down fast and insists the girls belong to some relatives of his. Luckily, they buy it, so he tells the girls it's time to head out. But then, something he did not see coming happens. Toka's dress suddenly morphs into a swimsuit, and she loses it, screaming at Shido about what he did to her outfit. His classmates immediately clock him as a degenerate cut from the same cloth as Hisoka, but Shido tunes them out. He quickly figures out Natsumi's behind the stunt, scoops the girls up, and sprints home. But when they get there, they find Natsumi has gone even harder by transforming their entire house into a massive beckoning cat. She doesn't quit there either. She dresses the girls up in animal costumes. She cages them up and swaps Shido's fit for a ringmaster's outfit, making the whole scene look like the girls are his little circus act. All of that is enough for Fraxinus to lock onto her energy, so Reine lets Shido know she's close. Natsumi's sixth sense fires off from her perch on a nearby rooftop, tipping her off that someone is moving in on her, so she bolts. The second she hits the forest, Ellen and a squad of DEM wizards come in swinging. Natsumi claps back by transforming their missiles into sweets, then follows it up by shrinking Ellen down to a child. Ellen still charges at Natsumi regardless, slicing her across the side with her blade. That one stuns Natsumi, and as she grabs her wound in pain, her powers begin to glitch out, letting Ellen snap back to her normal form. Ellen then sets up to put Natsumi down for good, but Toka comes crashing in out of nowhere and shuts that down. The twins tear the DEM wizards clean out of the sky, while Shido sprints over to check on Natsumi. He tells her they've got her, but Ellen says she won't be letting that slide. Miku proves her wrong by sicking her angel on the DEM wizards and hijacking their bodies. She piles them all on top of Ellen, buying Shido and the girls just enough time to get out before Ellen throws them all off. Back at DEM headquarters, Murdoch and the rest of the board members, Ellen relieved of their arms, are holding a meeting. Murdoch tells them Westcott is currently in Japan, which means now's the time to take him out for good. He brings up the fact that the company is planning to decommission some satellites that have outlived their use. Murdoch then suggests they send those satellites crashing down on Tengu City to make sure Westcott doesn't walk away. Meanwhile, back in Japan, Tobiichi gets a call letting her know punishment is incoming, and seconds later, she watches a bunch of discount men in black flooding to her apartment. Rather than stand and fight, she slips out through the window and takes off running. Over at the Ratatosker base, Shido and Kotori keep their eyes on Natsumi through a monitor as she sits locked in a room. Kotori tells Shido that the wound Ellen dealt her has tanked her powers so badly that her angel is completely offline. Shido asks to go in and see Natsumi, and Kotori gives the green light but tells him to stay sharp. The second Shido steps into Natsumi's room, she hurls a pillow at him and tells him to get out. Shido doesn't budge and asks her why she impersonated everyone and snatched his friends. Natsumi says it's because he saw what she actually looks like, so he pushes further and asks why she despises her true form and goes to such crazy lengths to keep it hidden. She snaps and admits it's because nobody notices a flat girl with no curves, and says looking the way she does has made her hate her own reflection. Shido tells her there's absolutely nothing wrong with being flat, and she responds by clawing his face. He heads back to the control room and asks Kotori how Natsumi's mental state is looking. Kotori says it's a mess, so sealing her isn't happening until they get it stabilized. Later, while Natsumi is in her room eating, the lights cut out and a bag gets dropped over her head out of nowhere. When it comes off, she's sitting in a massage room with Miku and Shido. Miku tells her they brought her here to do her some good, but Natsumi fires back, saying they just want to clown her. Kotori materializes out of thin air, smacks her on the head, tells her to quit acting like a spoiled brat, and orders her to lie down. Shido then puts a deal on the table. If they can flip her opinion of herself by the time they're through, she walks free wherever she wants. Natsumi takes the deal, Miku works her over with a massage, and then the twins take over and sort out her hair. After that, Yoshino and Kotori help her put together an outfit before sending her over to Shido, who's suited up as Shiori. Shido promises to show her what makeup can actually do, and when he reveals himself, Natsumi straight up calls him a naughty creep because she assumes there's something weird going on with him. Still, she lets him go to work on her face, and when she catches her reflection in the mirror, she freezes. She can't wrap her head around the fact that she looks genuinely pretty, and even less so that the very people she hurt are the ones who showed her that. It all becomes too much. She lets out a scream and tries to run, then walks straight into a wall. That night, Ellen reaches out to Tobiichi, who's still out there on the run, and asks whether she'd be interested in joining DEM. Tobiichi tells her she wants absolutely no part of people who are out to hurt Shido. Tobiichi keeps running until her chasers have her boxed in from every angle, and Ellen tells her she can get her out of it. Before Tobiichi can shut her down, Ellen dangles the one thing she can't ignore, the intel she needs to get payback for her parents. That's all it takes for Tobiichi to shake on the deal, and just like that, her pursuers all drop to the ground at once. Ellen steps out of the shadows and welcomes her to DEM Industries. Back at the Ratatoskr base, Shido tells Kotori and Rainy that Natsumi's reaction earlier was the last thing he saw coming. Rainy then pulls up Natsumi's stats for the siblings, and they can see her mental state, happiness, and overall mood have all taken a turn for the better. Meanwhile, Natsumi is lying there unable to sleep and decides she's going to figure out what Shido and the rest of them genuinely think of her. She taps into her powers, takes on Kotori's appearance, and walks up to Toka and Yoshino. After unlocking her inner mean girl, she fishes for their opinions on her while deliberately talking trash about herself. This gets Yoshino and Toka asking if she's doing okay, and they tell her they like her just the way she is, but Natsumi is convinced they're just saying that. When Miku and the twins walk in, she spins around and tells them that Yoshino and Toka are over there claiming they actually like Natsumi. The girls question why she can't take their word for it, and even get worked up at her for running Natsumi down like that. That just winds Natsumi up even more, so she storms out and accidentally walks straight into Shido in the hallway. Shido apologizes, and since this clueless idiot has zero idea he's talking to Natsumi dressed as Kotori, he asks whether he can let Natsumi out of her room. He figures Natsumi might loosen up around them if she gets to actually be around people, and that catches her off guard. The next thing she knows, she's crying, and when Shido picks up on it, he asks if he says something to set her off. Natsumi calls him an idiot and takes off, so he tries to go after her, but comes back with nothing but her lollipop. Right then, the real Kotori rings him and tells him Natsumi has broken out of the facility, and it clicks that the person he was just talking to was her all along. Shido heads to his house, hoping she went there, but instead he walks in to find Alan waiting for him. Alan tells him to give up Natsumi's location, but Shido isn't budging. She then levels her laser sword at him and makes it clear she'll hurt the other girls if he keeps his mouth shut. Back on Fraxinus, the crew detects a DEM satellite locked onto the city, and it has Kotori seriously stressed. Back at the house, Ellen's phone goes off, and she dips out on Shido after telling him he just got lucky. Right after she's gone, Kotori rings Shido and puts him on notice about the satellite coming their way. She tells him to get to the nearest shelter immediately, but Mr. can't leave anyone behind, says he has to round up the girls and bring them with him. Kotori tells him to relax because where the girls are, the satellite debris won't be able to touch them. Her plan is to blast the satellite into pieces using Fraxinus' cannons, and she tells him to keep hunting for Natsumi for as long as he possibly can. But if he can't track her down in time, he needs to get himself to shelter before the window closes. As night settles in, citizens scramble toward the shelters, while Shido goes the complete opposite direction because he's still out here looking for Natsumi. Shido soon realizes he's running out of runway as the satellite closes in on the city, but he refuses to fold and keeps screaming Natsumi's name into the dark. Then Fraxinus fires its cannon straight at the satellite, but the thing is shielded by Bandersnatch territory, so the blast just ricochets right off. Kotori steps outside and hands Kanazuki the wheel before going out to personally nuke the satellite with Gungnir. But then she spots a second satellite barreling toward the city, and she's too drained to do anything about it. Feeling completely powerless, She gets Shido on the line and pleads with him to get to the nearest shelter because she cannot watch him go the way of the dinosaurs. Shido doesn't move an inch, which sends Kotori's frustration through the roof. But then the other spirits show up, and she begs them to go rescue her idiot brother. At the same time, Shido calls up Sandalphon and fires a wind slash at the satellite, but it bounces clean off the Bandersnatch barrier. He winds up for another shot, but his body gives out, and he drops to his knees. As he fights to get back up, Toka, who just pooed up with the others, reaches down to help him, and they tell him Kotori sent them. Over on the other side of town, Ellen tracks Westcott down in his hotel room and tells him they need to move because the board members gunning for him are the ones behind the satellite heading for the city. Westcott flat out refuses to tuck his tail and flee over a bunch of pathetic cowards and tells her their little plan is going nowhere. Ellen doesn't look convinced, so he tells her to send Tobiichi to the scene as a countermeasure. Back at the action, Yoshino, Kaguya, Yuzuru, and Miku throw everything they have at the satellite, trying to slow its descent. Shido then turns to Toka and asks her to help him knock the satellite out, but she tells him it's a no-go because the thing is rigged with explosive magic. She explains that the only way to safely destroy it is to do it way higher up in the atmosphere, so the twins fire up their wind powers to shove the satellite as high as it'll go. But the DEM Bandersnatch unit cuts in and kills their momentum. Toka dives in to deal with them, but every time they put one down, another pops up in its place, making the girls wonder if someone out there had the Shadow Clone Jutsu on deck. As Shido stands there watching the fight with nothing he can do, one of the Bandersnatch units zeroes in on him, but Natsumi swoops in and takes the hit instead. She then reshapes Hanyo into a copy of Sandalphon and uses it to obliterate the satellite. With the threat out of the picture, Natsumi tries to slip away, but Shido calls after her. Natsumi asks what he wants, and he tells her he's just relieved she's okay, which makes her ask why he even cares about that. She breaks down crying and starts apologizing for everything she put them through, but Shido tells her there are no hard feelings on their end. He then asks if she'd want to stick around and be his friend, which makes her cry even harder, and the girls immediately turn on Shido for making her cry. They tell Natsumi they all want to be her friends too, and promise to protect her from Shido every time he decides to run his mouth. While the girls are all talking amongst themselves, Natsumi quietly asks Shido to seal her, and he lets her know a kiss is required, so she pulls him in and kisses him herself. Her clothes vanish immediately after, though, so he throws his jacket around her, but that doesn't stop her from going off on him for not giving her a heads up about what the sealing kiss actually does. The others pile on and tease Shido too, but he shuts it down fast by pointing their attention to another bomb making its way toward the city. Shido moves to intercept it, but someone else gets there first and blows it apart. They all look up, and standing above them in a brand new DEM CR unit is none other than Tobiichi, staring down at them. The following morning, at school, Sensei Tame walks into the classroom and drops the news that Tobiichi is switching schools. The second he hears this, our resident hopeless romantic shoots up from his seat and demands to know exactly which school Tobiichi is heading to, so Tamae tells him it's somewhere in England. This is all he needs to realize that Tobiichi is about to link up with DEM, so he pulls out his classic stomach pain excuse and dips from the classroom. Once he's out of school, Shido dials Tobiichi's cell, but it goes straight to voicemail, so he heads over to her apartment to track her down. He hits the doorbell but gets nothing back, so he tries the handle and is caught off guard to find it wide open. He steps inside hoping to run into Tobiichi, but all he finds is an empty apartment that hits him with a wave of disappointment. Out of nowhere, someone presses a cloth over his mouth and nose, and he's out cold, and when he finally comes to, he's zip-tied to a chair. Just as he's plotting his great escape, Tobiichi strolls into the room, so he immediately asks her to cut him loose. She shuts that down, so he asks whether she signed with DEM and whether the Gojo knockoff was the one who greenlit his kidnapping. Tobiichi confirms she joined DEM, but makes it clear that the wannabe sorcerer had absolutely nothing to do with her snatching him up. She lays it out that she did it purely to keep him out of her beef with the spirits. Shido pushes back and tells her the girls had nothing to do with what happened to her parents, but Tobiichi fires back that every last spirit is the same and she refuses to let a single one of them keep breathing. Still, Shido runs through how the girls have just been out here living regular lives, banking on it changing her mind, but it does absolutely nothing, and she vows to wipe out every spirit because That's the only reason she gets out of bed anymore. Meanwhile, over in Pretty Boy Westcott's quarters, Ellen asks whether he's cool with Tobiichi going completely off script, and he tells her he's perfectly fine with it. He admits he's genuinely curious to see just how far she's willing to push herself to get what she wants, so Ellen agrees to tail her from the shadows. Westcott waves her off and tells her not to bother, because he needs her to take out Fraxinus using Goetia, her personal warship, since he already knows Kotori and her team are going to stick their noses in the moment Tobiichi kicks off her fight with the spirits. Later, as Toka and the twins make their way home, they chat about Shido's sudden and suspicious exit from school the moment he found out Tobiichi was transferring. As they get close to Shido's place, they spot Miku lurking outside, and the second she clocks them, she comes sprinting in their direction. The girls scatter like they just heard a fire alarm, leaving Miku completely unable to throw her arms around anyone for a hug, but Miku refuses to take the hint and tries to finesse them into letting her, though nobody is falling for it. Toka asks her what she's doing there, and Miku tells them she came to see Shido, but since the place was dead quiet, she was just about to head out. The girls are thrown off because they all figured Shido would be home nursing his so-called stomach ache. Their confusion gives Miku something to chew on, but before anyone can say anything else, the spatial quake alarms start blaring across the whole city, leading them all to assume a fresh spirit has touched down. Right on cue, Tobiichi materializes and reveals that she's the one who had the alarms triggered because she's come to put all of them in the ground once and for all. She then gears up in her brand new kit and launches into an attack before anyone even has a second to react. Toka tries to talk her down, but Tobiichi isn't hearing a single word of it, and that's when it hits her that Tobiichi has fully reverted back to her cold-blooded factory settings. While Miku and the twins are busy trading blows with Tobiichi, Toka calls out Sandalphon and rushes straight at her, but Tobiichi bats her back with her territory like it's nothing. Up on Fraxinus, Kotori watches the whole thing go sideways and orders her crew to jump in and help the girls, but before they can do a thing, Ellen comes in hot and opens fire on the ship. Right after that, a transmission from Ellen pops through, and she gives them exactly 3 minutes to abandon ship before she reduces it to rubble. Kotori throws the choice back at her crew and tells anyone scared of Ellen's little threat to feel free to walk, and they fire back that they'd rather be used as human shields than stay glorified NPCs for the rest of their lives. Kotori then calls for a full-on offensive against Goetia, but the ship slips out of the way in an instant, which nobody saw coming. Then Goetia swings back around for another strike, but Fraxinus is sitting behind a territory shield, so when Goetia pauses to reload its cannons, Kotori calls for a counterattack. But Goetia's recharge wraps up embarrassingly fast, and Ellen comes in with another hit. Luckily, the hit doesn't finish off Fraxinus, but it does leave the ship in rough shape, so Kotori orders them to throw up the territory and get the cannon back online. When they let the cannon loose, Goetia dodges it again, but the shot curves back like a boomerang and catches Goetia clean. Still, Goetia refuses to go down and locks onto Fraxinus before unleashing another barrage on the ship. Meanwhile, poor Shido is in there screaming for somebody to come find him so he can actually do something about Tobiichi's whole scheme. Out of nowhere, Tobiichi walks through the door, which catches him completely off guard, so he immediately asks whether she's already set her plan in motion. Instead of giving him a straight answer, Tobiichi just starts cackling and doesn't let up even when Yoshino suddenly materializes in the room. Shido tries to yell at Yoshino to keep her distance from Tobiichi, but she just stares Tobiichi down and tells her to quit it. It then comes out that Natsumi had been wearing Tobiichi's face the whole time, and once she drops the disguise, Shido asks how on earth they tracked him down. Yoshino tells him they'd spotted him leaving with Tobiichi, and decided to tell them in case the two were sneaking off to do something spicy. Shido then asks them to get him out of the chair, so Natsumi digs up a painful memory to jumpstart her powers and cuts him free. Once they're back outside, Shido tries to reach Fraxinus but gets nothing, so he asks the girls whether they have any clue where Toka and the rest of the crew ended up. Back out in the forest, Toka snaps back to consciousness after getting knocked out cold and spots a battered Miku dragging herself toward her. Sadly, Miku runs out of gas and hits the floor before she can close the distance, and that's when Toka clocks that the twins are also laid out and unconscious. Fuming, Toka demands to know why Tobiichi is going after them, and Tobiichi tells her it's simply because they're spirits. End of conversation. Mid-speech, she snatches a helpless Yuzuru up by the throat and starts choking the life out of her, and not in any way anyone would enjoy. Kaguya throws herself at Tobiichi to rescue her sister but gets swatted down like a fly, so Toka tries to rush over but gets boxed in by Tobiichi's territory. Recognizing she's running on fumes and can't match Tobiichi right now, Toka starts entertaining the idea of flipping into her inverse form. Almost the second the thought showed up, she shoved it right back out because she knew that road led nowhere good. Watching Tobiichi actively speedrunning Yuzuru's trip to the afterlife, Toka reaches out to Shido and asks him to lend her some of his power. All at once, she starts radiating light and materializes in her full astral battle gear, which visibly throws Tobiichi off. Before Tobiichi can even process what's happening, Toka goes full Superman, snatches Yuzuru out of her grip, and announces that she is fully prepared to go gladiator style with Tobiichi to the bitter end. Tobiichi doesn't waste a single second, and comes at Toka immediately, and Toka meets her head-on. As the clash ramps up in intensity, Tobiichi starts running out of steam, and eventually gets knocked clean out of the sky. The fallen Tobiichi stays flat on the ground, lamenting that her own weakness is the reason she can never avenge what happened to her parents. It tears her apart that no matter how much she pushes herself, she will never naturally match a spirit's raw power. Right as she's on the verge of throwing in the towel, a voice cuts through and asks if she wants more power, and she tells it absolutely yes. A crystal materializes in front of her the next instant, and the voice tells her to grab it, so she does exactly that. Within seconds, she starts changing entirely. At the same moment, Toka circles back to check on the twins, and Yuzuru asks her what happened to Tobiichi. She tells her she sent Tobiichi face first into the forest with the flat side of her sword, but reassures her she survived thanks to her territory cushioning the landing. They then hustle over to check on Miku, who is still completely knocked out, and breathe a sigh of relief when they see she's perfectly fine, just deep asleep. The twins fill Toka in that Miku had been shielding her while she was out cold, and suggest she give Miku a proper thank you once she's back up. Toka agrees, but her jaw nearly drops when the twins tell her the move is to wake Miku up with a kiss like she's Sleeping Beauty. She's even more thrown when the twins immediately swear up and down that those words never left their mouths. Eventually, she figures out that Miku has been wide awake this whole time and was the one throwing her voice to sound like the twins, all in hopes of scoring a kiss from Toka. This earns Miku a full lecture from the twins. But Miku couldn't care less, and straight up grabs their melons while begging them to let the whole thing slide. Out of nowhere, the girls spot a blinding light, which on closer inspection turns out to be Tobiichi, who has fully crossed over into spirit territory. Without missing a beat, Toka tells everyone else to run because she cannot go all out against Tobiichi while simultaneously babysitting them, so they clear out and leave her alone to face Tobiichi. Seconds later, Tobiichi calls forth her angel, Metatron, who takes shape as a ring of floating cannons orbiting around her. Toka demands to know why Tobiichi went and made herself a spirit, which is when Tobiichi actually processes what her transformation is telling her. Still, she informs Toka that it changes absolutely nothing, because wiping out every spirit is still the only thing on her agenda, and she adds that once she finishes the job, she'll turn that same mission on herself. She then opens fire on Toka, and as the two go at it, Toka pleads with Tobiichi to take a step back and actually think about what she's doing. Tobiichi shuts it down completely, doubling down that her conviction and her mission are non-negotiable, so Toka tells her flat out that she's going to make her pay for it. Just as the fight peaks with both of them locked and loaded to obliterate each other off the map, Shido comes skidding in and screams at the top of his lungs for them to knock it off. It actually works, because they both whip around to look at him, but Tobiichi is way too flustered to hold eye contact and bolts straight into the sky. Later that night, while Shido is hanging at the school infirmary with the girls, he decides he needs to reseal Toka before the AST picks up on her readings. He yanks the curtains shut around her bed and leans in to whisper exactly what she needs to do once she starts asking questions. Toka is visibly nervous, but gives him the green light to handle it, though he pumps the brakes the moment he realizes the rest of the crew has been watching the whole time. Right as he pulls the curtains and sends them all toppling like dominoes, Sensei Tamae materializes in the doorway. One look at the scene in front of her, and she immediately spins on her heel and sprints off, hollering that she needs to call an ambulance. Meanwhile, Tobiichi tracks down Kurumi on the rooftop of some random building in the city and asks whether any of the 12 dials on her angel is loaded with a bullet that can send her back in time. Kurumi's response is to level her pistol at Tobiichi and ask her why exactly she wants her to pull Yodbet on her. Tobiichi tells her she wants to rewind back to the day her parents were killed so she can stop the whole thing from going down. Kurumi's burning desire to see whether history is actually rewritable is what ultimately gets her on board with Tobiichi's request and makes her pull the trigger on Yodbet. Tobiichi suddenly finds herself dropped smack in the middle of Tengu City 5 years in the past, so she immediately calls out Metatron. As she cuts through the sky above the city, she spots younger versions of both Kotori and Shido down below. Not far from them is Phantom, and without a single thought, Tobiichi goes straight on the offensive. Thrown off completely, Phantom floats over to Tobiichi and asks her why she's coming at her when the two of them have never crossed paths before. Tobiichi doesn't say a word and swings at her again, but Phantom sidesteps it and pops up directly behind her as she coolly points out that Tobiichi is clearly from the future. Tobiichi keeps pushing the attack, but Phantom glides around every single shot and calmly tells her that dying right now isn't an option because she has a wish she's still got to see through. That line pours gasoline straight onto Tobiichi's rage, and she swears she will do everything in her power to make sure Phantom never gets to fulfill that wish, because she slaughtered her parents. Phantom looks her dead in the eye and tells her she's got the wrong person, which only cranks Tobiichi's fury up even higher, so she cages Phantom inside a sphere of light and unloads a devastating energy blast straight into it. Phantom slips out, of course, but right before she vanishes, she throws Tobiichi a compliment for the surprisingly clean way she's been handling Metatron. Left standing there alone, Tobiichi exhales with relief, believing she just stopped her parents from dying. But that feeling gets ripped away the second she realizes they're already gone. The gut punch of it all is that she's the one who killed them, because they got caught in the crossfire of her own rampage against Phantom. As she watches her younger self stand over their bodies and swear vengeance on the attacker, Tobiichi lets out a scream that could shatter glass. Back in the present, Kotori rings Shido to let him know that Fraxinus took a serious beating going up against Goetia. She reassures him that she and the whole crew made it out fine and tells him she's already dispatched people to come collect him and the girls. Right at that moment, Shido looks up and watches the moon go completely dark right before pitch-black beams start hammering down all over the city and rattling the entire building to its bones. Toka sprints to Shido's side demanding to know what's happening, and Kotori fills them in that this is the work of an inverse spirit. While she's still mid-sentence, the very building Shido is standing in gets reduced to rubble. But thanks to Toka and the others throwing themselves in the way, he walks away without a scratch. When he looks up at the spirit responsible, he recognizes Tobiichi immediately and can't wrap his head around what could have possibly flipped her into inverse. Toka tells him straight up that he is the only one who can pull Tobiichi back from the edge, and the rest of the girls tell him not to stress it because they'll make sure he reaches her. Shido thanks them, and they all take to the air heading straight for Tobiichi, but Ellen shows up out of nowhere and starts blasting at them to keep them from getting anywhere close. Shido loses his footing midair and starts plummeting, but Yuzuru catches him at the last second with her chain. She then hurls him like a projectile toward Tobiichi, and once he closes the distance, he does everything he can to snap her out of it. It doesn't take long before he accepts that the Tobiichi he knew is just gone, and the shock of it hits him so hard, he drops straight out of the sky. Luckily, Kamel's flames patch him back up fast, so he gets back on his feet and tries to push toward Tobiichi again. Before he can move, Fraxinus rolls up to the scene, and right as Kotori tells Shido they're going to bridge him over to Tobiichi, Metatron's cannons light the ship up without mercy. Shido can do nothing but watch the ship go down in flames, and before he can even think of a next move, Kurumi materializes and pins him in place with her shadows. Shido pleads with her to stay out of it because his friends need him, but she tells him that ship has already sailed. She tells him Tobiichi is completely out of reach, and then fires Yodbet straight at him. And when his eyes open again, he finds himself standing in a calm and untouched Tengu City. He spots Sensei Tame and tries to flag her down, but she looks at him like a total stranger and keeps walking. That's when Kurumi's voice starts speaking inside his head, telling him she dropped him in the past to undo the catastrophe that's currently tearing the present apart. She then breaks down that she's the one who sent Tobiichi back in time at her own request, which is all Shido needs to connect the dots that whatever went wrong back there is exactly what pushed Tobiichi over the edge. Shido makes the call to track down Tobiichi and cuts through his own house to save time, but his neighbor spots him and immediately clocks him as a burglar. He bolts out of there fast, but she's hot on his heels, so he taps into Natsumi's powers and morphs into his younger self. The woman takes one look at him, drops her suspicion entirely, and warns him to watch himself because some thief is supposedly creeping around. Right after she disappears around the corner, an explosion rips through the other side of the city, which is Kotori's grand entrance into the spirit world. He sprints to the scene and pulls up just in time to catch Tobiichi already going ham on Phantom. He tries to flag Tobiichi down by screaming her name, but she's so locked in on Phantom that his voice doesn't even register. Still, he keeps sprinting after her until he lands on the exact street where her parents are about to take their last breath. The shockwave from the beam that vaporized them sends him flying backwards straight into a wall. He shakes it off and charges toward Tobiichi, but freezes mid-step the moment it hits him that the spirit who just killed her parents is her own future self. He stands there, watching as the younger Tobiichi swears to hunt down and destroy her older self without having the faintest clue what she's actually promising. Once the future Tobiichi vanishes, Shido clocks that the building right next to the younger Tobiichi is seconds away from coming down and flattening her completely. He throws himself into a full sprint and pulls off an Avengers tier rescue, then wraps her up in a hug the second she's safe. He tells her she doesn't have to face any of this alone, and that he's ready to take on every ounce of her grief and her rage. His words crack something open in Tobiichi, and she completely breaks down crying, and once she finally pulls herself together, she looks up and asks him what his name is. When he tells her, she says she'll let him carry her sorrow and her happiness, but makes it clear she's keeping her hatred all to herself. She also swears off smiling and laughing entirely until she personally settles the score with the spirit that sent her parents to another dimension. After she walks off, Shido reverts back to his older self and resigns himself to the fact that it's over. But Kurumi steps in and tells him it isn't even close to over. She reveals that his future self paid her a visit and handed her a blueprint for how to actually fix everything. She tells Shido to hunt down her past self and get her to hit him with Yod Bet so he can take another trip back in time. Shido finds Captain Kurumi, the one-eyed pirate version, perched on a rooftop and asks for her assistance, but she greets him with a pistol pointed directly at his face. Future Kurumi then coaches Shido to ask her younger self to grab his hand so she can patch a line through to her directly. Eye patch, Kurumi reluctantly reaches out after Shido puts in the request, and her jaw practically drops when she hears her own future voice on the other end. Still, she actually listens to everything her future self lays out and agrees to pull Yod Bet on Shido because turning down a request from herself isn't something she's willing to do. After taking the shot, Shido lands in the past a few minutes before Tobiichi is set to show up and decides the cleanest play is to make sure Phantom is nowhere in the vicinity when she does. He heads straight to the park where Phantom hands Kotori her spirit crystal and stakes out the spot until Phantom finally shows her face. The moment he steps toward her, she recognizes him instantly and takes off running, so he launches into a full chase. When he finally catches her, she apologizes for bolting and says she only ran because she didn't want Kotori picking up on what they were about to discuss. Phantom then shifts into the shape of a pink-haired girl and immediately clarifies to Shido that this isn't what she actually looks like. He asks her whether she knows who he is, and she tells him she knows him better than he'd think before asking what he's actually after. Shido tells her he needs her gone, which makes her ask whether that's some dramatic way of saying he wants her dead. Shido clears it up that he just needs her to lay low, and she fires back that she can't do that because there's something critical she has to take care of first. She then locks him in place with her powers and drifts closer to him as she tells him they will cross paths again. She also lets him know that when that day comes, she won't be making the mistake of letting him walk away a second time. The moment she takes off, Tobiichi shows up and kicks off her assault just like before, but Shido has absolutely zero intention of letting history run the same play twice. He sprints to the street where the younger Tobiichi is standing with her parents and shoves them both out of the blast zone a split second before it hits. When his eyes open next, he's back in his bedroom, and the world around him is completely normal again. Shido finds himself questioning whether his actions in the past are what brought this peaceful world into existence, but Kotori barges into his room and snaps him straight out of his thoughts. Shido immediately fires questions at her about Fraxinus and the rest of the crew, but Kotori looks at him like he's speaking a completely foreign language. When he suddenly pulls her into a hug out of nowhere, she genuinely starts wondering whether something alien has taken over his body, but he assures her it's still him and tells her he's just relieved she's standing there in one piece. Later that same day at school, Shido sits there staring at Tobiichi's empty desk and telling himself she's probably just running late. Sensei Tame eventually strolls in and kicks off attendance, but Shido cuts her off the moment she skips straight over Tobiichi's name without missing a beat. He demands to know why she didn't call Tobiichi's name, which leaves Tame looking at him like he's lost the plot entirely. That's when it clicks for Shido that Tobiichi probably doesn't even live in Tengu City anymore now that her parents are alive and breathing. Back home later, Kotori, Natsumi, and Yoshino all clock that Shido is off and start throwing around theories about whether it's his time of the month. Natsumi clues them in that Shido's whole dark cloud energy is because of a girl, and points out that it's completely standard behavior for guys who've been handled badly by someone they like. She then pitches the idea that they roll up their sleeves and cheer him up enough to make him stop moping around like a love-starved puppy that just got rejected. Completely in the dark about their scheming, Shido keeps his head down cooking until Yoshino and Kotori slink into the kitchen dressed like something straight out of his imagination. He immediately demands to know why they're walking around looking like that, and they brush the question off entirely, insisting all they want is to help him feel better. They then latch onto both his arms and start pressing their cushioned assets against them, and that's the exact moment he figures out Natsumi is the mastermind pulling the strings. He calls her out loud and demands she show her face and explain herself, and she steps out from her hiding spot in a completely regular maid outfit. The second Kotori lays eyes on her, she gets visibly heated and calls her a two-faced snake because they had all locked in on wearing swimsuits underneath their aprons. Natsumi fires back that she'd rather disappear than parade around in a swimsuit that puts her non-existent figure on full display, so Kotori lunges at her face with her nails out. Yoshino steps in to restrain her, but somehow the whole situation collapses and all three girls end up piled on top of Shido with Kotori's entire face-planted spread eagle on his. After they all change back into their regular clothes, the girls apologize to Shido, who immediately turns around and apologizes back for stressing them out. Kotori reminds him that he needs to keep his head straight, because there's no telling when Kurumi and some spirit called Devil are going to pop up. Shido draws a complete blank and asks who Devil is, so Kotori breaks it down that she's an inverse spirit who goes by the Spirit Hunter and has already been confirmed to hit harder than Kurumi. She goes on to explain that Devil only ever surfaces whenever a brand new spirit shows up and makes it her personal mission to take them down every single time. She adds that if Toka and the others hadn't shown up when they did to back Natsumi up, she would have been completely done for. She then pulls up recorded footage of Devil, and Shido's eyes go wide when he realizes he's looking straight at Tobiichi. The next morning at school, while Shido sits there turning himself inside out trying to figure out how Tobiichi ended up as an inverse spirit when he literally saved her parents, Sensei Tamae walks through the door. She announces there's a new transfer student, and Shido nearly falls out of his seat when a noticeably brighter and happier-looking Tobiichi walks in. As she makes her way over to the empty desk right next to him, she stops dead in her tracks and stares at him like she's seen something she can't quite explain, which leaves him equally confused. During lunch, Shido gets Kotori on the phone and tells her that Devil has just walked through the front doors of his school and enrolled. Kotori pushes him on how he's so sure the person is actually Devil, and he tells her to just wait until he gets home and he'll lay it all out. The moment he hands her Tobiichi's name, Kotori tells him that Tobiichi used to run with the AST back in the day. She points out that Devil started making appearances right around the same window that Tobiichi quietly stepped away from the AST, which is enough for her to believe Shido isn't just making things up. When Shido gets back to class, he slides a note onto Tobiichi's desk, asking her to meet him up on the rooftop. When they finally sit down to talk, she tells him that he looks strikingly similar to the person who pulled her parents out of harm's way 5 years back. When Shido lets the date slip, Tobiichi connects the wrong dots and assumes it was actually his brother who was there that day, and she takes a moment to express how grateful she is toward him for it. She opens up about how her parents eventually passed away in a car accident 4 years ago, but says she holds on to the extra time she got with them like it means everything. When Shido asks what pushed her to join the AST, she tells him it was to stand between innocent people and spirits, so no one else has to go through what she did. She gets visibly thrown off when Shido asks why she became a spirit herself. Before he can even begin to unpack it, the bell cuts him off and signals the end of lunch. Tobiichi turns to head back, but he calls after her and tells her he'd really like to pick the conversation back up sometime. Tobiichi reads between the lines and decides he's asking her out on a date and tells him she'll mull it over. By the time class wraps up, she's already slipped a note onto his desk, letting him know she's wide open on Saturday. Later, he jolts awake to find himself lying on Kurumi's lap and scrambles away from her immediately. Kurumi then casually drops that she has full memory of everything that went down in the old timeline. When Shido brings up the new Tobiichi's inversion, Kurumi floats the idea of hitting her with a yode to dig into whatever's buried in her past. At that exact moment, Tobiichi is up on the staircase to the rooftop hunting for her missing hairpin when Shido's voice floats up to her, so she goes to investigate. The second she spots Kurumi, something shifts behind her eyes, and she drifts up to the rooftop like she's on autopilot. Shido tries to get through to her, but she's completely checked out and doesn't register a word. When Kurumi throws her a greeting, Tobiichi flips straight into her inverse form and orders her angel to open fire, with absolutely no regard for the fact that Shido is standing right there in the blast zone. Once Tobiichi puts Kurumi down and she dissolves away, Tobiichi snaps back to herself, but can't piece together a single moment of what just happened. But she pulls herself together pretty fast and apologizes to Shido, telling him her mind has just been blanking out on her randomly lately. She waves it off as nothing serious and lets him know she'll see him Saturday before she dips out. The moment she's gone, Kurumi crawls out from her shadow like she never left. She tells Shido that given how violently Tobiichi reacted to her, getting anywhere near close enough to hit her with a yode is completely off the table. That night, Shido sits Kotori and Raine down and unloads the full truth about everything that went down in the old world and how it all snowballed into the new one they're currently living in. Raine runs the footage of Tobiichi dismantling Kurumi through her analysis and says she's fully convinced that Tobiichi has no idea she's walking around as a spirit. Her theory is that when Phantom handed Tobiichi her powers in the new world, the memories she had from the old world quietly resurfaced alongside them. The reason she can't tap into them right now is because her mind split those memories clean down the middle as a way to protect itself. That's exactly why every time she picks up on a spirit nearby, her memory wipes and Devil takes the wheel. This pushes Shido to ask what the actual move is, and Kotori tells him straight that he needs to make her fall for him and seal her. When she tells him to start cooking up a plan to get Tobiichi on a date, Shido casually reveals that the two of them are already set to link up that Saturday, which visibly catches her off guard. Come Saturday, Shido and Tobiichi meet up while Kotori and her whole crew watch every move from the deck of Fraxinus. Even though the crew lines up 3 solid options for him, Shido decides the right call is taking Tobiichi to a love motel, which earns him an immediate earful from Kotori screaming at him to take her shopping instead. Brushing Kotori's input completely aside, Shido walks Tobiichi into a bizarre little shop that the old version of her would have absolutely lived in. She's ready to turn around and walk right back out, but then she's stunned to realize she's already got a handful of items in her arms without having any memory of picking them up. Shido offers to buy Tobiichi a dress as a peace offering for dragging her to such a weird spot. But then he hears her shriek from inside the dressing room, so he barges in and finds her sprawled on the floor in a compromising animal costume, completely mortified and with zero explanation for how she got into it. Later, at a restaurant, Shido steps away to the bathroom, and when he gets back, he finds Tobiichi white-knuckling her urge to lick his spoon. She claims she grabbed it because it had fallen on the floor, and she didn't want him thinking she was some kind of weirdo. Midway through trying to explain herself, Tobiichi elbow knocks Shido's water cup straight over, and the splash causes him to lift his shirt and flash his stomach. She immediately pulls her phone out and starts snapping pics of it, insisting her hands just moved on their own without her permission. Later at the park, Tobiichi circles back to apologize for her whole string of unhinged behavior and opens up about where she actually stands on spirits, admitting she no longer feels like wiping them out is the right answer. Shido meets her there and shares that even his brother, who lost his life because of a spirit, would never have wanted to see any of them hurt. Her whole energy shifts and lightens up, and Kotori seizes the moment to tell Shido to close the gap and kiss her to lock away her powers for good. The second he starts leaning in, Tobiichi completely panics and tries to back herself away, but she accidentally stumbles straight into the railing behind her. The railing snaps under her weight, and she suddenly inches away from plummeting to her death. But Shido lunges and seizes her hand, taking damage to his own in the process. After he drags her back to solid ground, she collapses right on top of him, and just as she starts pouring out her thanks for saving her life, she clocks his injury, knitting itself back together through Kamael's flames. In an instant, her eyes go hollow, and she starts crossing over into her inverse form. Kotori orders Shido to run, but he refuses flat out, and says he's not leaving without Tobiichi, and throws himself against her territory, trying to punch through. It shoves him straight back, and does nothing, so Kotori pivots and orders Fraxinus to open fire with his cannons to give him an opening. That move backfires, when Satan wraps around the ship and blasts it clean out of the sky, ripping a scream out of Shido. As he watches Fraxinus nosedive helplessly, Tobiichi locks onto him and moves to attack, but Toka materializes at the perfect second and yanks him out of the way. The rest of the girls are right behind her, and Shido desperately begs them to help him get through to Tobiichi. The girls don't hesitate and combine their powers to pry her territory open just wide enough to carve him a path straight to her. Meanwhile, inside her own subconscious, the new Tobiichi finds herself wandering through a pitch-black, empty void. As she moves through it, she stumbles across the old Tobiichi, who wastes no time making sure she hands over her authentic memories to her. The new Tobiichi wants no part of them and pushes back hard, but the old one tells her that no matter how many walls she throws up, those memories will always belong to her too. As the darkness slowly crawls up and swallows her body whole, the new Tobiichi screams out into the void for anyone to help her. Right then, a crack splits open in the darkness, and Shido's voice bleeds through, telling them both to hold on and not let go. He calls back to the promise he made to always show up for them and take on whatever weight they're carrying. He then reaches out and begs them both to grab his hand, and they both do exactly that, fusing into a single person as their fingers meet his. Shido holds her tight in his arms as she completely falls apart, crying, and apologizes to him for dumping on him, feelings she convinced herself were love. Shido tells her he genuinely doesn't mind carrying them, and as her inverse form melts away, he leans in and seals his lips to hers, locking her powers away once and for all. A few days later, during their physical fitness exams, Shido starts displaying freakish physical abilities out of nowhere, and then drops unconscious on the spot. The girls rush him over to the Ratatoskr base to get him looked at, and the diagnosis comes back that all the spirit energy crammed inside his body is cooking him from the inside out. It's also the thing that's been cranking his power levels up, and if nobody steps in fast, he's going to go completely feral. Rane breaks it down to the girls that the only shot they have at fixing Shido is for all 8 of them to plant a kiss on him, so the spirit energy packed inside him can circulate the way it's supposed to. While they're still mid-conversation, word comes in that Shido has already bolted, so they sprint to the infirmary and walk into a room that looks like it lost a fight with a wrecking ball. The girls stand there stunned, because the place looks like the Hulk used it as a stress outlet, but luckily, Kotori pings Shido's location, so they move out to bring him back. Meanwhile, Shido runs into Ellen, and he immediately flips the charm switch on and starts saying exactly the right things to get under her skin. Ellen does her absolute best to pretend that Shido's words aren't rattling her composure from the inside, but he sees straight through the act. In a last-ditch effort to get away from him, she tries to go on the offensive, but it backfires spectacularly, and she ends up falling right into his arms instead. Shido then releases her and strolls off on his merry way, leaving Ellen standing there flustered and burning up for reasons she absolutely cannot put into words. As he wanders through town, he randomly breaks into song, like he's the lead in a Disney musical, and somehow manages to drag every single person around him into the performance. The girls eventually track him down and announce they are here to rescue him, but he tells them that if saving him is the mission, they're going to have to make him fall for them first. In plain terms, they have to out-Riz the Rizzler himself, and after dropping that on them, he walks off and tells them to come find him when they're actually ready. Dead set on pulling Shido back, the girls lure him to a private pool where they go head-to-head trying to steal his heart. Kanazuki takes up the referee post while the crew aboard Fraxinus keeps a close eye on Shido's excitement readings. The twins kick things off by sharing the same ice cream cone with their tongues, which sends his meter spiking immediately. Natsumi steps up next and puts her full-figured form on display to lure him in, but when her transformation wears off, Shido somehow ends up equally excited by how her swimsuit swallows her tiny frame. When Yoshino steps into the ring, her massage routine isn't moving the needle until she accidentally dumps lotion all over her dress and has no choice but to peel it off. Kotori barely has to break a sweat, hitting him with the Oni-chan card and a pair of puppy dog eyes that he stands absolutely zero chance against. Tobiichi's plan was to slip something into Shido's drink, but after taking a sip from the wrong glass herself, she went full soft mode and started confessing her love for him on the spot. Right as Tokai is gearing up for her turn, Shido completely loses the leash on his spirit energy. The second he launches himself into the air, Raine fires off a warning that if he isn't reeled in, he's going to trigger a spatial quake that'll make the one from 30 years ago look like a minor tremor. The twins, Miku, Yoshino, and Natsumi all take off after him, while Kotori stays put and starts lining up a shot with a remote-controlled cannon she's got circling the planet. Right before she can jam the button, Toka and Tobiichi shut her down and tell her to trust that they can bring him back without blowing him up. While the others are scrambling to get a hold of Shido, Kurumi materializes and wraps him up in her shadows to pin him down, but he rips straight through them. The twins then double up and work together to lock him in place, and while they've got him held, each of the girls takes her turn and kisses him. Shido breaks loose again anyway, but the remaining girls manage to find their openings and get their kisses in. When it finally comes around to Toka's turn, he rips out Sandalphon and the two of them launch into an all-out brawl. The others move to jump in, but she waves them off and tells them to stay back as she closes the distance herself and presses her lips to his. Because in that moment, she finally figures out without a shred of doubt that she is completely in love with him. Several weeks later, Kurumi's army of clones storms a DEM research facility, where a spirit going by the codename Sister is being used as a lab rat and busts her out of there. A month down the line, Shido is over at Ratatosker's base getting his checkup done by Raine, who gives him the update that the connection running between him and the spirits has been stabilized. Shido lets out a sigh of relief at the news, and just as he's about to start expressing his gratitude for helping him pull through, Toka and the rest of the spirits come filing into the room. They ask Shido how the examination went, and he fills them in that he's no longer a walking time bomb waiting to go off, which takes a massive weight off all of them. Shido scans the group and clocks that Kotori is nowhere to be found, and asks where she's at. Raine tells him the captain is tied up with something in the second exam room, and says if he moves fast enough, he might be able to catch her before she's done. Shido says his goodbyes to the girls and Raine, and makes his way to the exam room to track down Kotori. The second he walks through the door, he's greeted by the sight of Kotori actively trying to undress Mana. He spins around immediately and apologizes for barging in uninvited. When she shoves the resisting Mana back down onto the exam table, Shido quietly removes himself from the room because he wants absolutely nothing to do with whatever this is. On the walk home, Shido stumbles across an unconscious woman crumpled in an alleyway, so he moves in to help. When the woman finally comes around, she weakly confesses that she's running on empty and hasn't eaten, so Shido offers to grab some groceries and walk her home. When they get to her apartment building, Shido finds out she's a manga artist. He also finds out she goes by Hongjo Soji, the very person behind one of his all-time favorite manga series, Silver Bullet, though her actual name is Hongjo Nia. When he brings up that he finished the final volume of Silver Bullet years back, Nia tells him she stepped away from writing for personal reasons. However, she's back in the game now and getting ready to drop a new volume that she promises will be well worth the wait. Right on cue, Nia's stomach lets out a growl and she practically begs Shido to throw something together for her to eat so he gets to work. Nia tears through the food with actual tears streaming down her face because a home-cooked meal hasn't crossed her lips in weeks. Shido tells her she needs to actually remember to feed herself, and Nia stops him in his tracks the moment he gets up to leave. She asks if he's open to making some cash and then signs him up on the spot as her assistant for the day. While they grind through her manuscript together, Shido asks Nia why she's sitting there in an extremely revealing maid outfit. She tells him it's purely for reference, and admits she was low-key hoping the sight of her body would get a reaction out of him, since her actual story pitches were a complete mood killer. Shido let the comment fly right over his head and slid the finished page he'd been working on across the table to her. A little while later, they wrapped up the manuscript, and Nia moved to pay Shido for all the help he put in. She tucked the envelope between her small grapes, hoping the presentation would reel him in, but it just slipped straight to the floor and reminded her that she was working with a completely flat surface. While she sat there grieving her lack of assets, Shido made another move to head out, claiming he had no interest in the money, but she latched onto his back like a barnacle to block his escape. She then proposes they go on a date that weekend, as her way of compensating him for his time. Shido tries to politely turn it down, but Nia digs her heels in and tells him accepting would genuinely be in his best interest. The very next second, she starts glowing and shifts straight into Sister, her full spirit form. The part that actually floors him is when she casually informs him that she already knows it's literally his job to take spirits out on dates and get them to fall for him. Once Shido shakes off the shock, he demands to know how she got her hands on that information. Nia calls out her angel, Raziel, and explains that it gives her the ability to see absolutely anything happening anywhere in the world. She drops the bombshell that their run-in was no accident whatsoever and that she had orchestrated the whole thing. She shares that she broke out of DEM after 5 years of captivity and has been running Raziel non-stop to catch up on everything she missed. Shido asks what else Raziel is capable of, and she brings up its ability to peek into future events. She explains that whatever gets written inside Raziel manifests into reality. She then puts it on display by sketching a picture of him lifting her dress, and to Shido's absolute horror, his body starts moving completely on its own, without his input. Still on a mission to sell Raziel's godlike power, Nia pulls up the drawings Shido had cranked out back when he had himself convinced he was the next Oda. Shido backed her with everything he had to make sure those abominations never saw daylight again, so Nia agreed to keep them buried if he went on a date with her and genuinely tried to make her fall for him. The following weekend, Shido links up with Nia in Akihabara for their date, while Kotori and the Fraxinus crew have the whole thing pulled up on the command room screens. They feed Shido 3 options to send Nia's happiness meter climbing and unanimously vote for the most unhinged one on the list. Shido goes through with it despite every instinct telling him not to, and Nia completely catches him off guard by laughing and leaning right into it. Still, she's already clocked that he's running on Kotori's live coaching and starts posing directly for the cameras. Later, she yanks Shido into a bookstore where she goes absolutely feral, buying up every manga in sight and full-on simping over a cardboard cutout of her favorite character. On the way back, the crew over on Fraxinus remarks that this is the first date they've run that hasn't gone sideways in some catastrophic way, and Kotori quietly hopes Shido can close this out before something inevitably does. But then the universe has other plans when Nia stumbles while walking backwards. Shido catches her before she hits the ground, and as they lock eyes in a moment, he leans in to go for the kiss. Nia promptly shuts it down and tells him he's simply not her type, and that all she actually wants from him is to get her powers sealed away from DEM's reach. Completely blindsided by what she just dropped on him, Shido ducks into the cafe bathroom and gets Kotori and the crew on the line, begging for a lifeline. They tell him the only play here is to dress up as the character she was losing her mind over back at the bookstore. So he taps into Natsumi's powers and reshapes his whole appearance. The second he walks up to Nia looking the part, she nearly short-circuits on the spot and does a complete 180 in how she's treating him. Shido sells the character so convincingly that Nia's happiness meter shoots through the roof, so Kotori gives him the green light to go for the kiss. That move backfires spectacularly and tanks Nia's meter straight into the basement. She informs Shido that the character he's channeling would never put the moves on a woman because his entire existence revolves around avenging the love of his life. Shido tries to dial things back, but she's already past a point of no return and isn't hearing a single word. She tells him to keep his aesthetically offensive face away from her until he actually figures out how to channel a 2D man properly and then boots him square in the face. Several hours later, Nia drags herself back home and sits with her thoughts, questioning whether she was out of line for leaving Shido in the dust like that. She admits to herself that he's genuinely a decent person, but still can't picture herself actually catching feelings for him, and that realization unsettles her. Right as she starts venting her frustrations to absolutely nobody in the room, the doorbell goes off, so she gets up and answers it. After grabbing the package at the door, she clocks that it's a demo copy of a video game from a company she supposedly had dealings with at some point. With nothing better going on, Nia decides to boot the game up and almost immediately gets suspicious when the main character is a dead ringer for Shido. She keeps playing anyway and gets completely sucked into it, completely oblivious to the fact that she's been talking to Shido through a screen this entire time. As it turns out, Ratatosker cooked up a scheme to get Nia emotionally invested in Shido's 2D stand-in, and then have the real him pop up right in front of her once she finishes the game. What they didn't account for is that Nia is more dangerously curious than any cat alive, and she points Raziel straight at the game's supposed publishers. The moment she uncovers that Ratatosker and Shido are the puppet masters behind the whole operation, she transforms into a human rage grenade and absolutely erupts at both of them. With the video game scheme completely torched, Shido and Kotori round up the other spirits and open the floor to figure out a new angle. During the meeting, Toka asks Shido if he has any clue why Nia is strictly a 2D men-only type of woman, and he admits he's completely in the dark about it. Kotori fills them in that Raine is digging through Nia's history to see if they can surface any old connections who might shed some light on her. Natsumi then throws out the idea of using Hanyeo to literally transform Shido into a manga page if that's what it takes to get on Nia's radar. Shido points out that her suggestion is maybe just a little bit unhinged, so Tobiichi counters with the idea of producing an actual manga with Shido cast as the lead. As the rest of the girls rally behind her plan, Nia rings them up and lets them know she's already onto whatever they're scheming. She tells them there isn't enough money in the world to get her to read their manga, since she's already drowning in commitments with Kamiko around the corner. The Kamiko mention flips a switch in Kotori's brain, so she tells Nia that if their manga moves more copies than hers at Kamiko, she'll have to sit down and read it cover to cover. Nia finds the whole thing hilarious, but decides to play along anyway and locks in the challenge before hanging up. Later, she's sprawled across her bed, turning over how utterly delusional it is that Shido and the girls actually think she'd develop feelings for a real flesh-and-blood man. She reaches for Raziel to take her mind somewhere else, but gets cut off when Kurumi materializes in her room, like she phased straight through the wall. Nia clocks her immediately as the one who orchestrated her breakout from DEM, but keeps every wall up because she knows full well that Kurumi is basically the black sheep of the entire spirit world. Kurumi holds her hands up and tells her this is purely a peace visit, saying she showed up to get information on the spirit of origin and nail down a way to permanently erase her from existence. Back over at Shido's place, Kotori puts everyone to work sketching and announces that whoever produces the strongest drawing earns the title of lead artist for their comic. Everyone throws their best work on the table and slides it toward Kotori, who runs her eyes over every single piece and declares Natsumi their head illustrator without hesitation. Since the twins, Tobiichi and Shido, turned in work that was passable at best, that same night, Kurumi assembles her clones on a rooftop and walks them through everything she pulled out of her conversation with Nia regarding the spirit of origin. It comes out that even after stockpiling enough spirit power to make a move, she still wouldn't stand a fighting chance in a straight-up confrontation with the spirit of origin. Even so, Kurumi holds onto her confidence because the one card nobody else is holding is her dominion over time itself. The following day, Shido, Tobiichi, Kaguya, Yuzuru, and Miku burn through the night, grinding out their manga. And by the time they finally cross the finish line, Kotori and the rest of the crew then file into the room and reveal that their secret side project is also wrapped up, and they're locked and loaded for Kamiko. The following day, the showdown between Shido and Nia kicks off at Kamiko, and Nia wastes zero time clowning on Shido when it becomes painfully clear that nobody is lining up to drop cash on manga from some nobody with no track record. Kotori tells her to pump the brakes on the smugness and signals the girls to get into position, so they peel back their outer layers to reveal the bunny girl fits they had stashed underneath. The girls then got to work like absolute sirens, weaponizing their looks and charm to pull the crowd straight to their table. Shido was genuinely blown away by how slick their strategy was, and even more blown away when he realized they had roped in their personal circle and the entire Fraxinus crew to come through and buy their manga. In spite of everything they threw at it, people kept gravitating toward Nia's table like moths to a flame, and she held on to her lead without even trying. When Miku clocks what's happening, she fires off a post on her social media, letting her fanbase know she's at Kamiko, running a handshake event. Within seconds, their table gets completely swallowed by Miku's devoted army of fans. When all is said and done, both of them sell every last copy they brought, landing the whole thing in a dead tie. Nia holds up her end and reads their manga and comes away impressed, though she feels the main character didn't rack up enough page time to fully sweep her off her feet. Burning with curiosity over how they pulled off something this solid in just 2 days, Nia cracks open Raziel to get her answers. What stares back at her breaks her down completely as she realizes they pour themselves into this manga specifically to show the world that Shido is genuinely a good human being. When she tracks down Shido and the girls, she tells them that while their story screams amateur hour, it reached something inside her, and she's willing to give Shido a second shot at a date. Everyone erupts with excitement, but right as the celebration kicks into full gear, Nia suddenly flips inverse, and a spatial quake alarm tears through the city. As civilians scramble toward the evacuation shelters, Westcott and Ellen are parked in a car coolly talking through Nia's inversion like it's a business meeting. It comes out that Westcott had quietly buried a micro-realizer inside Nia's brain back when she was still locked up in the DEM facility to scrub her memory clean of everything they put her through. During that stretch, Nia's faith and trust in people had been ground down to absolute zero, which was exactly why she never once recalled the horrors they subjected her to. But then Shido came along and stitched her trust in humanity back together, which dragged every buried memory rushing back to the surface. Those memories are what flipped Nia into her inverse state, so Westcott gave Ellen and the blonde girl riding with them the green light to handle their business. Meanwhile, Nia calls out Beelzebub, her demon king, and starts unleashing hell on Shido and the girls. The girls snap into their spirit forms fast and throw themselves into blocking the assault, but right as they're mapping out how to bring Nia under control, Ellen shows up uninvited. She announces she'll be the one putting Nia down and moves in to strike, but Toka steps directly into her path and shuts that down. Kotori then directs Kaguya, Yuzuru, and Miku to back up Toka while everyone else rallies around her and Shido to deal with the inverted Nia. When she and Shido push in to close the distance on Nia, she locks them both in place with future entry and sends her shadow tendrils crawling toward them. Right as she's about to unleash her shadows on Shido and Kotori, Shido channels his inner Elsa to encase the shadows in solid ice. That move throws off Nia's riding long enough for Shido and Kotori to break free, so Shido calls out Sandalphon and shatters the frozen shadows into rubble. When he sees Nia sinking deeper into the darkness consuming her, he pulls out Gabriel like a megaphone and bellows her name at full volume, snapping her back to the surface just for a moment. But before Shido can charge in and play the hero, the blonde girl Westcott had dispatched to back up Ellen materializes on the scene and drives a blade straight into Nia. The second Nia crumples to the ground, Westcott strolls onto the scene, plucks the crystal from Artemisia's hand, and absorbs it straight into his own body. He then conjures up Beelzebub and pumps out another wave of Nia's shadow monsters before casually remarking on how wild it is that the moment he made contact with the Demon King, he already knew instinctively exactly how to wield it. When Ellen drops down to stand beside him and Artemisia, he opens his palm to show her the demonic flame flickering in his hand, and tells her that while Beelzebub's power is a solid addition to their arsenal, they're going to need a lot more Demon Kings before their vision becomes reality. A moment later, the shadows lunge toward Shido and the girls, but Toka, Kaguya, Yuzuru, and Miku come skidding in at the last possible second and yank them out of harm's way. They all square up and face down Westcott, Ellen, and Artemisia, but the second Ellen moves to engage, Westcott puts his hand up and tells her to fall back. Once they vanish, Shido bolts over to Nia to find out if there is anything left to save, and Toka tells him she can still pick up a trace of Nia's spirit energy. Kotori pieces it together that because Shido had briefly dragged a fragment of Nia's consciousness back before the blade hit her, a sliver of the Sephira is still clinging on inside her body. She pushes him to seal what's left, so Shido drops to his knees and pleads with the barely there Nia to crack her heart open just enough before he leans in and kisses her. A few seconds pass and Nia's eyes flutter open, and she murmurs a weak thank you to Shido before the world goes dark on her again. A few weeks later, Shido and the girls bring Nia up to the hospital rooftop to catch the sunrise together. Nia tells Shido she's grateful he pulled her back from the edge, and admits that now that her powers have left her body, she feels a lightness she hasn't known in nearly 30 years. On a whim, she asks the girls how long each of them has been a spirit, and in response, Kotori says 5 years. Miku says 1 year. That answer knocks Nia sideways, because she has spent her entire existence under the assumption that every spirit started out as a human being. The moment she voices that belief out loud to Shido and the girls, the whole group goes completely silent. The next day, mid-class, an asteroid comes screaming down and pancakes itself right into the school's sports field, sending Sensei Tame into a dead faint and sparking a full classroom debate about whether going near it would grant them extreme levels of immortality. Shido's phone buzzes shortly after, with Kotori on the line telling him to haul himself over to Ratatoskir's command center. Once he gets there, she breaks the news that objects have been dropping out of the sky in multiple locations all across the globe at the same time. The culprit is a newly flagged spirit going by the codename Zodiac, who had been peacefully sleeping through her Sleeping Beauty arc up in outer space until DEM decided to roll up and try to snatch her. Zodiac responded by unleashing her angel Michael, obliterating the DEM ships and Bandersnatchers, and dumping the wreckage back down to Earth through warp gates. She tore open herself. Kotori tells Shido she needs him to get on a line with Zodiac and hands him a VR headset that beams a 3D projection of him into space through a network of cameras. The second Zodiac lays eyes on Shido. She opens fire on him and is visibly thrown off when he refuses to die. So he clarifies that he is not physically sitting in outer space. He then asks for her name, and Zodiac tells him she goes by Mukuro Hoshimiya, and he introduces himself back as Itsuka Shido, her future husband, because Kotori fed him that line directly into his ear. He delivers it, but Mukuro's face doesn't move a single muscle, which leaves the entire crew stumped. Shido then lays out to Mukuro what his whole deal is, walks her through everything about the girls and Ratatoskr, and then invites her to come back down to Earth so he can seal her powers and she can spend the rest of her days as the 10th member of his ever-expanding harem. Mukuro shoots the offer down without blinking, telling him she'd much rather float alone in space than touch down on Earth and share his overused situation with a lineup of women. That admission only makes Shido dig his heels in harder about pulling Mukuro back to Earth, but she refuses to move an inch and turns the tables on him by asking how he can possibly guarantee she'll be any safer down there once her powers are locked away. When Shido just stands there gawking at her like his brain has completely buffered, Mukuro tells him to get lost and warns him that if he has the nerve to come back, she'll personally bring the Earth's rotation to a grinding halt. She uses Michael to kill the camera, projecting Shido's image into her space, and Shido pulls the headset off his face. Kotori clocks that he's moping around like a puppy that just caught a boot to the ribs and tells him to pull himself together because they need to move fast and get Mukuro out of harm's way before that absolute waste of oxygen named Westcott gets his hands on her. Right on cue, they catch the sound of Toka, so they unlock the door, and the whole group spills face first into the room. They apologize for their spectacularly unsuccessful attempt at being covert operatives and tell Kotori and Shido they're fully in and want to help drag Mukuro back down to Earth. To make the trip up to space, they board a fully upgraded Fraxinus that now comes equipped with its very own built-in AI assistant named Maria. Before they can even begin running pre-launch checks, however, Maria pipes up to let them know that Ratatoskr's chairman, Elliot Woodman, is requesting a sit-down with them. When Elliot walks through the door, Nia wastes no time asking if he's the same Elliot Woodman who helped co-found DEM and set off the chain of events that brought spirits into the world 30 years ago. Elliot confirms it without hesitation and figures out on the spot that she pulled that from Raziel, but makes it clear he cut all ties with DEM a long time ago. Elliot owns up to the fact that the original goal was to harness and exploit spirit power, but says everything changed the moment he laid eyes on the Spirit of Origin and fell completely in love with her. He explains that he walked out on DEM after that, alongside his assistant, Karen, who also happens to be Ellen's younger sister. Right as Elliot wraps up thanking Shido for helping him inch closer to that goal, every alarm in the building screams to life at once. It quickly becomes clear they're under a full-scale assault from DEM, and Kotori puts it together immediately that Westcott weaponized Beelzebub to sniff out the location of their hidden base. Elliot orders Kotori and everyone else to get out of the base aboard Fraxinus and promises he'll make his own exit once he's dealt with the infestation. As the group sprints toward Fraxinus, Westcott materializes directly in their path and wraps him up in Beelzebub's grip so he can turn his full attention to squaring off against Elliot without any interruptions. When Shido comes to, he looks down and realizes he's been dressed up as a pig and immediately starts losing it. He sprints outside and finds himself standing in front of a straw house, and that's the moment it clicks that he is the absolute muppet who thought straw was a solid architectural choice. Half a second later, the wolf nearly catches him slipping, and he bolts on his little straw legs as fast as they'll carry him. The wolf stays on him until he manages to duck into a house nearby. To his complete shock, Yoshino and Yoshinon are already inside, and she's got the full Little Red Riding Hood situation going on. Yoshino breaks it to him that her powers have gone completely offline, so they agree to just roll with the plot and deliver the basket to grandmother's place. That's when it hits Shido that they're already locked in with the wolf playing dress-up as Red's grandma. Right on schedule, the wolf launches itself out of the bed and comes charging straight at them. But thankfully, Nia, cosplaying as one of her own manga characters, explodes through the window and puts a bullet in it. Toka bursts in through the front door decked out as Momotaro, and Nia tells her to toss the wolf one of her millet dumplings, which it gobbles right up. The wolf hangs its head and apologizes for the whole trying to eat them situation, after which they all file out of the house. Along the way, Rene fills them in that they've been sucked into a world that Beelzebub constructed from scratch. Elsewhere, the twins stumble across Kotori passed out cold in a snowy alleyway and try everything to shake her awake, but she's completely gone. The twins then flip the script and pretend to be Shido coming in to resuscitate her, which yanks her eyes wide open instantly. Since the cold is absolutely unforgiving, she pulls out her matches and gets a fire going, which conjures up a full illusion of them sitting in a warm, cozy house with Shido right there alongside them. The twins are completely floored by this and demand to know how it's possible, so she explains that in this world, she's the little match girl. She then flips the question back on them and asks what story they woke up in, and they tell her they found themselves in a forest with a house built entirely out of candy just sitting there, but took off running the moment a sketchy old woman tried to strike up a conversation with them. From everything they just described, Kotori pieces together that the twins have been slotted into the roles of Hansel and Gretel. A group of people wander past and they catch snippets of a conversation about the Emperor having found a mermaid who won't stop singing the word darling on repeat. Back in the real world, the Fraxinus crew can't get a signal through to Kotori anywhere, as it dawns on them that DEM has launched an attack on the base. When they start spiraling into full panic mode, Maria cuts in and tells them that losing their heads right now is a bigger threat than whatever's outside and tells them to breathe. This earns Maria an earful from Kanazuki, complaining that she's stepping all over his moment as acting commander, but absolutely nobody in the room spares him a single glance. Then, an explosion rocks the hangar and makes it extremely clear the enemy has already gotten inside. Kanazuki orders Maria to throw up the territory and lock down the incoming Bandersnatch units, but DEM wizards cut straight to the bridge and get the whole crew at gunpoint. While the crew plays along and acts like they're giving up, Maria projects a hologram of a white tiger into the room, giving the wizards just enough of a distraction for Kanazuki to drop one of them. The rest of the wizards get cleaned up by Munechika, who completely snaps after one of them puts a hole through his prized Misty figure, and Shizaki, who uses her voodoo doll to fold a wizard like a lawn chair. Over in the fairy tale world, Shido's group rolls up to the castle entrance and runs into the twins, and Kotori, already there, trying to talk their way past the gates. Then a carriage rolls up, and Natsumi steps out in full Cinderella mode. She walks straight up to the guards and sweet-talks them into letting her crew through, and they fold immediately because they're absolute suckers for a pretty woman with assets. But right before the gates can swing open, the clock strikes 12, and Natsumi's elegant dress dissolves back into the raggedy clothes she started in. The guards flip from charmed to annoyed in an instant and chase the whole group off, so they scramble behind a wall to regroup and figure out their next move. Kotori fires up her matches and conjures an illusion of stunning dresses for the whole group, and also morphs Shido into Shiori. To hold the illusion together, Toka walks ahead, carrying a lit candle, and once they're waved through the castle doors, they find Miku right there as the singing mermaid. It turns out she's been cast as the Little Mermaid, except unlike Ariel, who was gullible enough to hand her voice over to Ursula for a pair of legs, their reunion barely gets off the ground before the Emperor makes an entrance, and it turns out to be Tobiichi. Except, the group immediately clocks that the only thing she has going on is her robe and nothing underneath. That's when it lands on everyone that Tobiichi is the rare breed of gorgeous with absolutely nothing going on upstairs, because she's the only one who committed to her assigned role without a single question. Her role being the clueless Emperor from the Emperor's New Clothes. Setting aside the fact that she's essentially naked, Kotori asks Tobiichi to use her imperial authority to sweep the kingdom and locate whoever in this world has the ability to ship them all home. Without any warning, every villain from all the respective fairy tales floods into the castle at once, and since none of them can tap into their powers, the group collectively realizes they are completely cooked. That's the moment Shido's brain circles back to what Mukuro said about him, stripping the girls of their powers and reducing them to textbook damsels with no way to defend themselves. Resolved to throw himself in front of every single one of them no matter what, Shido tells the girls to run and banks on his plot armor, holding up in this bizarre world long enough to deal with the villains himself. The wolf makes the first move and lunges straight at him, but gets sliced down in an instant by the fictional Shido from their manga, who then systematically dismantles every other villain in the room and converts them all into storybooks on the spot. Recognizing exactly which rat is responsible for dropping them into this mess, fictional Shido steps up and offers to punch their ticket home, cracking open a portal using Sandalphon. The girls each say their thanks and step through one by one, while Shido hangs back to unload his fears and doubts on his fictional counterpart. Fictional Shido tells him that his instinct to save Mukuro isn't wrong at all, and says that for her to have gone as far as sealing off her own heart, she must have carried an unbearable amount of pain at some point. He pushes Shido to break that lock open and steps through the portal back into reality, where he and the girls materialize aboard Fraxinus, and Kotori immediately gives the crew the command to fire the engines and launch straight into space. As Fraxinus clears the base, Elliot and Karen ride an elevator down and come face to face with Westcott. The smug son of a gun announces he's here to drag Elliot and Karen back to DEM. Elliot tells him he's not so desperate for company, that he'd crawl back to his toxic ex, so Westcott tells him he'll be dragging him back by force and calls out Beelzebub. Despite Karen begging him not to, Elliot pushes himself up from his chair and informs Westcott that he's about to get a lesson in respecting his elders. Meanwhile, Fraxinus has already punched through into space, and the second Mukuro clocks it, she opens fire, but Kotori throws up the territory and keeps the ship in one piece. She also stretches the territory wide enough for Shido to step outside without needing a spacesuit. Right then, Fraxinus picks up 4 DEM ships on its sensors, one of which is Ellen's Goetia. Kotori can barely contain her excitement at finally getting a crack at payback for what Ellen put them through before the world got reset. They beam Shido outside to try to talk to Mukuro, but she immediately comes at him. Kotori uses territory to help him dodge the incoming fire, but warns him not to lean on it too heavily, because it won't do a thing if Mukuro connects with her angel. That pushes Shido to call out Haniel and use its mimicry ability to shape it into a carbon copy of Michael. At the same time, Fraxinus locks in and gets ready to go to war with DEM. When Tobiichi spots Artemisia embedded in the Bandersnatch unit, she immediately volunteers to take her on, so Kotori hands her an emergency arming device to make it happen. The next second, Goetia unleashes a full barrage on Fraxinus, but the ship doesn't take a scratch thanks to the territory sitting around it. Ellen then patches a transmission through to Fraxinus and gives them the choice of surrendering or watching her reduce their ship to scrap all over again. That line tips Kotori off that Westcott had been running Beelzebub to dig up the truth about Shido rewriting reality. She says getting his hands on Beelzebub has made Westcott feel completely untouchable, which is exactly what pushed him to roll up on Ratatoskar's base. This visibly throws Ellen off, since she had absolutely no idea Westcott had been cooking up an invasion behind her back. Kotori then sends Tobiichi and Toka outside to deal with Artemisia and the rest of the DEM fleet. She tells everyone else to stay planted on the ship, and when they push back on her call, she shuts them down and tells them she has a plan already in motion. Outside, Shido and Mukuro go head-to-head, and he holds his own by cycling through the powers he's collected from the spirits he's sealed. But then, Artemisia cuts in and tries to take a shot at Shido so she can get to Mukuro, and Tobiichi throws herself in the way to cover him. Shido gets so caught up watching the girls that he doesn't register Mukuro winding up to send him to the afterlife, until Toka yanks him clean out of the firing line. The Bandersnatch unit then opens up on all of them, so Shido throws up a wall of Zadkiel's ice to eat the incoming shots. While they're pushing the Bandersnatches back, Mukuro swings at them again, so Shido tells Toka to step back and let him handle Mukuro himself. On the other side, the fight between Artemisia and Tobiichi keeps climbing in intensity, and Tobiichi has to admit to herself that Artemisia is operating on a level above her as a wizard. She fuses her CR unit together with her spirit powers, just to give herself a fighting chance against her. Elsewhere, Fraxinus and Goetia are trading shot for shot, but Fraxinus is clearly winning the exchange because its upgrades let it tap into a far greater reserve of spirit power. The reason Kotori had kept the other spirits on board is because her power output alone wouldn't have been enough to pull the trigger on the cannon. Back where Shido and Mukuro are squaring off, Shido tries to match her by throwing her own attacks back at her, but she reads it coming a mile away and shuts it down. She fires back at Shido, but he sidesteps it and shapeshifts into Natsumi. The real Shido materializes right next to Mukuro and uses Haniel to crack her heart wide open. While Artemisia and Tobiichi are still going at it, they both catch the moment Fraxinus blasts Goetia clean out of the sky. Tobiichi tells Artemisia to throw in the towel, but she refuses flat out and says she has to see the mission through no matter what. Artemisia pivots and launches an attack directly at Mukuro, but Shido steps in front of it and takes the hit using Zadkiel. The shockwave from the blast sends both of them plummeting down toward Earth, but Shido refuses to release his grip on Mukuro and holds her like letting go would cost him everything. When he blacks out, he slips into a dream of a young Mukuro being welcomed into a family that looks genuinely overjoyed to have her. He wakes up later in Fraxinus's infirmary and immediately asks the girls where Mukuro ended up. They tell him she got separated from him somewhere during the fall, but out of nowhere, Mukuro steps out of a wormhole directly behind Shido. She wraps her arms around him and tells him she's relieved he made it back in one piece. Her whole demeanor catches everyone completely off guard, but they all figure out pretty fast that she's acting this way because her heart is no longer locked up. Meanwhile, back at DM headquarters, Ellen corners Westcott while he's in the middle of receiving treatment and demands to know why he kept her completely in the dark about the raid on Ratatoskr. He tells her straight up it's because she would have cut Elliot down on the spot without stopping to ask a single question, and that wasn't something he was willing to let happen. The following day, Mukuro breaks onto Fraxinus and snatches Shido right off the ship, whisking him away to the city for their date. As they wander through the park together, Mukuro asks Shido where exactly they're headed, and he tells her there's a whole list of places he's been wanting to show her. That puts a genuine smile on her face, and as they keep walking, he points out that her hair is dragging along the ground and picking up all kinds of filth. He throws out the suggestion that she cut it, but Mukuro shuts that down hard. And even though she admits she can't actually recall why she insists on rocking hair that would make Rapunzel jealous, she makes it clear scissors are not happening. Shido apologizes for even bringing it up and asks if Mukuro would at least be open to doing something with her hair. She gives him the green light, and Amare immediately pulls up 3 options for them. The crew votes, and Kotori relays the verdict to Shido, telling him to tie Mukuro's hair up. Shido brings Mukuro back to his place and works her hair into a braid using a few of Kotori's accessories. After that, he floats the idea of her swapping into something from Kotori's wardrobe. Mukuro slips into one of Kotori's dresses, but it pulls tight across the chest because she is absolutely stacked up top. That prompts Shido to ask her to just recreate the outfit using her spirit powers. So she does, and Kotori immediately gets on the line to roast Shido for being the single most brain-dead character in existence, because he could have suggested that from the very start, instead of reminding her that she was flatter than a cutting. Shido and Mukuro then head out, and their date goes smoothly as they bounce between all kinds of different spots around the city. As their date starts winding down, Mukuro asks Shido point blank if he loves her, and he tells her that he does. That answer makes Mukuro light up, but she follows it up by telling him that his love belongs exclusively to her and nobody else on the planet. Shido tells her that's a request he simply cannot honor because he is not built to be a one-woman man. He asks her to wrap her head around that reality and find a way to coexist alongside the other spirits. So she agrees and then takes her leave, telling him she'll be back. The next morning, Shido is in the middle of cooking breakfast when Kotori walks into the kitchen and immediately lets out a scream at the sight of him. She demands to know who he even is, which leaves Shido completely baffled. But then, Kotori starts hurling things at him and tells him to get out of her house before she dials the police, so he grabs his stuff and heads to school. Once he gets there, he finds out that not a single person recognizes his face, and when he tries to jog their memories, every last one of them looks at him like he just escaped from a facility. Thrown completely off, he heads over to Nia's apartment, but she clocks him as some unhinged stalker fan who somehow tracked down her address. He tries ringing Miku next, but the second she hears an unfamiliar male voice on the other end, she panics and kills the call. Hoping to find at least one person who hasn't forgotten he exists, he goes looking for Yoshino and Natsumi, but both of them look straight through him like a complete stranger. Running out of options, he plants himself on a bench in a park to think it through, and eventually, the gears in his slow-moving brain finally click into place, and he figures out that Mukuro is behind every bit of this. He moves to reverse it using Haniel, but Mukuro materializes right in front of him before he can act and locks down Haniel's power, cutting off his only way to undo what she's done. Later on, the spirits all congregate at Shido's house to compare notes on their strange run-in with him. Mid-conversation, Tobichi's head suddenly splits with pain. In the moment it passes, she starts talking to them like she has no idea who any of them are. It becomes clear that the Tobiichi now speaking is the one who came into existence after Shido rewrote the world. She pieces together that Mukuro is the one responsible for scrubbing Shido from the spirit's memories and tries to bring him back to them by talking about him out loud, but it doesn't land. Instead, it rattles something loose inside Toka and tips her straight into her inverse form. That sends Tobiichi out the door to hunt down Shido, and she finds him sitting in the park with Mukuro. Shido is visibly relieved to learn that the new Tobiichi still has him in her memory, but Mukuro is anything but happy about it. She can't figure out how Tobiichi still has access to those memories and moves to lock them away again. Tobiichi tries to warn her that using her powers right now will act like a beacon and bring Inverse Toka straight to their location, but the warning lands too late. Inverse Toka shows up mere seconds later and comes at them with Nehemoth blazing. Mukuro cracks open one of her wormholes and swallows the attack whole, which sends Toka over the edge, so she drops down to ground level. As the two of them lock into a tense stare-down, Tobiichi steps in between them and talks them both out of throwing hands, steering them toward competing for Shido's heart instead. She lays out the rules and tells them to each go on a date with Shido, and whoever manages to steal a kiss from him first takes the win. Both of them are visibly caught off guard by how unhinged the proposal is, but eventually decide they're in and agree to go head-to-head. They make their way to a maid cafe, where Toka and Mukuro both try to feed Shido, but the way they each go about it keeps putting them on a direct collision course with each other. Once they get thrown out of the cafe, Tobiichi suggests Tengu Tower as the venue for round 2 of the date. While they're up there taking in the view, Mukuro starts feeling queasy and keeps catching brief flashes of herself and her sister at the very same tower, but she can't pull up who that person is, no matter how hard she tries. Tobiichi quietly walks her to the restroom to help her pull it together. While the two of them are away, Shido turns to Toka and asks her to break down what inverse spirits actually are, and she lays it out that what everyone calls inverse is simply what a spirit looks like in her rawest and most natural state. She tells him that the spirit of origin was responsible for engineering the Sapphira crystals and then tinkering with them until they could actually function inside a human body. That answer leaves Shido more confused than before, and he asks out loud why the spirit of origin would bother doing any of that, but the way those words come out of his mouth immediately gets under Toka's skin. She snatches him up by the front of his shirt and hoists him off the ground. Mukuro walks back in at precisely that moment, and the second her eyes land on Toka dangling Shido in the air, the jealousy she'd been keeping buried comes ripping straight to the surface. She goes off and calls Toka the reigning champion of desperation, which pushes Toka to swing at her and accidentally slice a chunk of Mukuro's hair clean off in the process. That sends Mukuro from furious to completely unhinged, so she blows the seal off her power with Michael and launches herself directly at Toka. Tobiichi rings Kotori and asks her to stretch Fraxinus's territory over the area and slow both girls down enough for her and Shido to move in and lock their powers away. Kotori isn't exactly overflowing with confidence in Shido's ability to deliver, but she ultimately decides to throw him her trust and make it work. Tobiichi suits up in her CR unit and positions herself to go blow for blow with Toka, while Shido pushes toward Mukuro and does everything he can to talk her into returning everyone's erased memories of him. Mukuro won't hear it, telling him the thought of someone else getting their hooks into Shido and leaving her completely on her own is something she simply cannot stomach. Right as Shido starts pressing her on why she thinks that way, the rest of the girls show up on the scene, and Mukuro's blood immediately starts boiling. She drives her magic down into the earth beneath them and tells Shido he has only minutes before it bores all the way down to the Earth's core and kills its rotation entirely. When that happens, she plans to scoop Shido up and relocate the two of them to space permanently. But first, she's made up her mind that Toka needs to be wiped off the board, so she rockets upward and goes straight for her. Shido wheels around and desperately begs the rest of the spirits to stand with him and keep the planet from being torn apart, and they fall in line when Yoshino quietly tells the group that nothing she senses from Shido feels even slightly malicious to her. Right as Mukuro locks onto what she thinks is a perfect opening to blindside Inverse Toka, Shido plants himself directly in her path and loses an arm to the strike before he can do anything else. That single moment cracks Mukuro's sealed memories wide open, and everything comes pouring back, including how she came to have her spirit powers in the first place, and how she turned them on her own family and made the entire world forget they existed, all because jealousy and the dread of losing them had eaten her alive. The questions her family had thrown at her, and the words they'd spoken had piled on top of her until she felt completely suffocated. So she had deadbolted her heart and buried every memory that came with it. Back in the present, Mukuro takes one look at what she's done to Shido and is so horrified by it that she begins sliding toward inversion. Shido wraps himself around her before she can go any further and tells her that no matter what this world throws at them, he is never stepping away from any of them because they are all his family, and that will never change. He stays with her and works through it until her resistance finally crumbles and she opens herself up enough to let him kiss her and seal her powers away right as the rest of the girls pour everything they have into cutting off her magic before it finishes off the earth. Toka descends back to the ground, so he hands Mukuro off to Tobiichi and walks over to face her. Toka hasn't shifted her opinion of him by even a single degree, and still sees him as the same pathetic weakling she sized up earlier. But she grabs him anyway and presses her lips to his before immediately going slack and collapsing the second she snaps back to her normal self. The following week, when Shido and the girls show back up at school, they're all caught completely off guard to find Kurumi has reappeared out of nowhere. During the break, Kurumi pulls Shido aside and tells him she's willing to let him seal her powers under one specific condition. Shido asks her what it is, and she tells him she'll fill him in after school. Meanwhile, over at DEM headquarters, Westcott gathers Ellen and Artemisia and lays out his plan to use Shido to flip every spirit he's sealed into their inverse forms. He cracks open Beelzebub, and out from its pages steps his daughter Nibelco, and Westcott sends Ellen and Artemisia off with the girls and gives them until the end of the day to come back with Shido's head. Shido meets Kurumi on the rooftop after school that evening while the spirits lurk nearby and spy on them from a safe distance. Shido asks Kurumi to lay out her condition so they can move forward with sealing her. But right as she opens her mouth to answer, Shido gets slammed by some strange feeling he can't name or make sense of. At the same time, Ellen is cutting through the air on her way to the school to track Shido down, but Mana materializes and cuts her off mid-flight. Ellen is thrown off that Mana already had wind of their plans to go after Shido and tries to radio Artemisia to tell her they need to fall back and regroup, but the signal is completely dead on her end. She then calls Nibelco in to help her shake Mana off and breaks away to go locate Artemisia. With Nibelco closing in from every angle, Mana finds herself with nowhere to go, but then Kurumi's clones materialize out of the shadows and step in to back her up. Back at the school, Kurumi lays it all out for Shido and makes it clear her endgame hasn't shifted one bit and she still intends to consume every drop of spirit power he's got stored inside him. What she's putting on the table is a competition where they each try to make the other fall in love first, and whoever gets there wins the whole thing. Shido locks in and promises Kurumi that she's the one who's going to catch feelings, and he'll be sealing her powers when all is said and done. But Kurumi couldn't be more confident that the win is already hers. That night, Shido, Raine, and the girls pile into his house to pick apart his bet with Kurumi and figure out what she's actually after. The girls throw out theories about why Kurumi would want the power sitting inside Shido, and Nia steps forward with what she actually knows. She reveals that Kurumi once showed up on her doorstep asking about the spirit of origin and how to permanently eliminate her, which lands on the whole group like a bomb. As they all sit there trying to wrap their heads around why Kurumi wants the spirit of origin gone, Mana walks in, covered in bruises from her run-in with Nibelco. She pulls up footage from the fight, showing Kurumi's clones jumping in to help her hold her ground against Nibelco, and explains that it was Kurumi herself who tipped her off about the incoming attack on Shido. Kotori is not even slightly impressed that Mana sat on that information and kept it from her, but she makes a mental note to address the insubordination when the time is right. Shido can't get past why Kurumi would bother warning Mana in the first place, and Tobiichi offers up the most likely answer, which is that Kurumi was making sure DEM didn't get to his powers before she did. The next morning, as Shido gets ready to head out the front door, he steps outside and nearly walks straight into Kurumi, standing there waiting for him. Kurumi tells him she's decided she wants to walk to school with him, so Shido quickly gets Raine on the phone to loop her in on this new development. Raine tells him she'll pass it along to Kotori while he keeps Kurumi company on the walk, so he asks Kurumi to come along because there's something he wants to show her first. They end up in a narrow alleyway absolutely packed with stray cats, and as Shido crouches down and starts petting one, Kurumi goes for another nearby, but the cat wants absolutely nothing to do with her and walks off. Shido lets out a quiet laugh, but encourages her to try her luck with a different one, but she pouts and grumbles that it'll just do the exact same thing. Shido promises her this one won't bail on her, so Kurumi decides the most logical solution is to crouch down and start petting and treating him like a cat instead. On their lunch break, Shido and Kurumi post up on the roof and start flexing their bentos at each other. Shido rocked a cat-shaped bento that had Kurumi losing it, while her neatly assembled bento had Shido genuinely impressed. They swap meals and hype each other's cooking before Kurumi slides Shido some miso soup. They finish eating and agree it's a draw, but Kurumi immediately clowns him by licking a grain of rice right off his cheek. While Shido's still frozen in disbelief, she asks if he's open next Wednesday, and he claps back saying he's already got a date with the girl standing right in front of him. Kurumi gives him props for the slick game and tells him she can't wait for Wednesday. Once she's gone, Toka and the crew, who had been lurking the whole time, roll up to Shido, and Kaguya asks why Kurumi specifically picked Wednesday for their date. Tobiichi pulls up her phone calendar and drops the bombshell that Wednesday is Valentine's Day. After school wraps up, everyone heads to Shido's place, where Kotori breaks down what Valentine's Day actually is to Toka and the rest of the clueless spirits. That immediately has the girls convinced Kurumi's cooking up some scheme to lock down Shido, and the panic sets in. Kotori throws out the idea that they should make their move on Shido before Kurumi does, so nothing she pulls can shake him. Next morning, Shido opens his eyes to see Tobiichi, Nia, and Miku laid up in his bed, looking like Playboy models. He demands to know what they're doing in his bed dressed like that, and they hit him with the excuse that they're trying to prep him so Kurumi's moves won't work on him. Before the crash course in temptation even gets started, Shido boots all three of them out and slams the door on their whining. Out of nowhere, he catches a noise coming from outside and clocks it as Kurumi, but when he peeks out the window, Nabelco is standing there instead. He barely gets a second to process it before they announce he's about to die and drag him back inside. They stab him and clock that he's packing Kamel's regeneration, but that doesn't stop them. They just keep going until Shido jolts awake in his bed, screaming. He chalks the whole thing up to a bad dream and goes downstairs, only to find every girl except Nia, Miku, and Tobiichi rocking suspiciously grown-up fits. He asks what's going on, and they tell him that if he can't keep it together around them, he's gonna fold the second Kurumi decides to make her move. When the whole thing gets way too intense for his liking, Shido tries to bolt but trips and goes face first into Reine's chest as she opens the door. With the whole seduction operation flopping spectacularly, the girls pivot and decide to make Valentine's Day chocolates for Shido instead. Mid-session, word gets out that Tobiichi is trying to craft a full life-size chocolate Shido, and Reine shuts it down fast, pointing out all that sugar would wreck him. Yoshino clocks that Reine keeps calling Shido Shin and asks about it. So Reine explains she originally thought his name was Shintaro. Reine then lets Kotori know she wants in on the chocolate making too, and Kotori asks if there's a special someone she's making them for. Reine says the chocolates are just for the people around her, the girls and Shido, since there's no longer anyone special in her life. The girls push her to spill about this person, and Reine tells them he was genuinely kind and full of love. She says he was her one and only, because nobody could ever fill that place in her heart. Right on cue, Kurumi pops up out of nowhere and asks Kotori if she can hop into the chocolate making session because she's also trying to give Shido something sweet, and Kotori lets her in. Once they get started, Yoshino asks Kotori how to melt the chocolate, and Kotori draws a complete blank. Kurumi immediately clowns her for it, so Kotori tries to save face and chucks a chocolate bar straight into a pot and cranks the heat. The chocolate scorches instantly, and when Kaguya tries to grab the pot off the burner, she burns herself in the process. Kotori swings around to Tobiichi for backup, but immediately regrets it when she spots her running a 3D printer to design her chocolate mold. Luckily, Natsumi actually knew what she was doing in the chocolate department, so she stepped up to guide everyone, and Kotori accepted, with tears in her eyes. Come Valentine's Day, the girls hand Shido their chocolates right before he leaves for school and send him off with a warning not to let Kurumi win. After school, Shido kicks off their date by taking Kurumi to a lingerie store, and she wastes no time clowning him, asking if he's so thirsty that he's already trying to skip straight to the good part. Shido goes full tomato mode, but Kurumi cracks up and admits she'd been thinking about dragging him to that exact store herself. He asks if that's because she remembers he took her clone there on their last date, and Kurumi confirms it. She comes clean, saying she needs to figure out why her clone caught feelings for him after just one outing, so Shido tells her he's going to run the whole thing back and make her fall for him too. They go ahead and actually enjoy the date, and as it's winding down, they hit the park and swap chocolates. The crew clocks that Kurumi's vibe is through the roof, but Reine drops that something's still blocking her, and until they figure out what, Shido sealing her is off the table. Shido asks Kurumi what her whole deal is with chasing down the spirit of origin, and she fires back, asking whether he's actually ready to hear the answer. Shido says he is, so she blasts the cameras, feeding their date footage to Fraxinus, and then kills his earpiece. She then brings him to the rundown building she's been calling home, and once they're sitting on her bed, she fires Yode straight through her own skull and into Shido's so he can live through her memories. Back in the past, Kurumi pulled a kitten out of a tree for some random little girl, and after that, she and her friend Sawa headed home together. Sawa offers to have Kurumi over to hang with her cat, and Kurumi jumps at the invite. On her way out, she pauses on a bridge to scroll through the photos they snapped, but gets yanked into some magical dimension and nearly gets demolished by an ice creature. Luckily, a girl who goes by Mio Takamiya blows the thing up and pulls her out of it, then breaks it down that the creature was a spirit. She tells Kurumi that spirits are a genuine threat that prey on humans and that she makes it her business to shut them down. She offers to hook Kurumi up with a Sephira crystal so she can jump in and help wipe spirits off the face of the earth. The second Kurumi makes contact with the crystal, she transforms into a spirit, and Mio holds up a mirror to show her what she's become. Hyped up on the idea of being a hero and actually changing things, Kurumi signs on to team up with Mio. From that point on, she's out here going full superhero mode and helping Mio take down spirits on her off hours. And at school, she keeps her left eye covered with an eye patch. One afternoon, Sawa catches Kurumi and asks her to come hang at her place. But Kurumi brushes her off, saying she's already got something going on. A bit later, Kurumi goes toe-to-toe with a spirit on a rooftop and bodies it, leaving the cleanup to Mio. She makes up her mind to swing by Sawa's place, but barely gets moving before she decides to bring Mio along. She heads back up to the rooftop and gets the shock of her life, finding Mio standing over Sawa's lifeless body. The gut punch realization that Mio killed her friend sends Kurumi spiraling toward inversion, but she fires off Zafkyo's fourth bullet Diletto to pull herself back. Mio seems genuinely impressed that Kurumi held it together and mentions that if she had inverted, getting the Sephira to reset would have been a whole headache. Catching the lost look on Kurumi's face, Mio explains that a Sephira can only sync with humans after being passed through person after person until it finally clicks. She then drops that anyone who can't handle the Sephira goes completely off the rails and needs to be put down. And she's been using Kurumi to handle that this whole time because she had a natural connection to the crystal. Kurumi demands to know why she'd put innocent lives through that, and Mio flat out admits she has nothing against humans personally, but she's not stopping until she gets what she's after. She thanks Kurumi for everything she's contributed before knocking her out cold with a spell. Back in the present, Kurumi reveals that the spell wiped her memories clean, but Zafkiel brought them back, and she's been locked onto revenge against the spirit of origin ever since. Kurumi owns up to the fact that after everything she's pulled, forgiveness isn't something she's owed, but she's not pumping the brakes until she tracks down the spirit of origin and undoes all the damage she's caused. She asks Shido to see where she's coming from and gets vulnerable, offering herself to him in exchange for the power he's carrying. Before Shido can even think about saying no, Nibelco materializes out of nowhere and lunges for him, but Kurumi shuts that down immediately with Zafkiel. Her clones roll in right after and haul Nibelco's frozen bodies off into the shadows. Right after that, Kurumi collapses, and just as Shido starts spiraling, one of her clones steps up and explains that she burned out from jumping through time to keep him alive. She drops the bombshell that Shido has actually died a whole stack of times, and the first time went down the day Kurumi came back to school and ran into him on the rooftop. The clone lays it out that Alan is the one who killed him, and when Toka and the other spirits stumbled onto his body, they all went inverse. Kurumi had already lost her arm trying to protect him, and after he died, her clones recovered both her arm and his body. She patched herself back up but had no way to bring Shido back, and that broke her because she knew her only shot at taking out the spirit of origin had just flatlined. Drowning in that despair, she kisses him goodbye and suddenly clocks that her sixth bullet, Vav, had recharged. Kurumi pieces it together. The first kiss sealed the bullet, and kissing him again flipped it back on. She fires Vav, sends her consciousness into the past, and pulls Shido back from the dead. The clone then admits this has happened 204 times total, and every single time, Kurumi has looped back to fix it, and it's been absolutely destroying her. Shido asks why Kurumi never just devoured him the first time she had the chance, and the clone tells him straight up it's because of her feelings. The second those words hit the air, the real Kurumi snaps awake and immediately shoots at the clone, misses, and goes off on her for spilling everything. Kurumi drags herself up, tells Shido they'll pick this conversation back up later, and bounces with the clone in tow. Up on the rooftop, Kurumi links back up with the rest of her clones and goes in on the one who talked too much. The clone doesn't even bother apologizing and tells Kurumi to stop pretending she doesn't care about Shido. Kurumi tries to deny it and completely chokes, so the clone just starts laughing and gives her grief over it. Setting the whole feeling situation to the side, the clones flag that they need a new game plan to keep Shido breathing because Kurumi's body is straight up giving out from the constant grind. Out of nowhere, Phantom materializes and tries to offer them a way forward, but the clones aren't hearing it and just open fire on her. They actually land the hit, and when she goes down, her real face is exposed, and it's Reine, which sends Kurumi into full shock mode. As jarring as it is, it suddenly makes a lot of other things click into place, so Kurumi orders her clones to pull Reine into her shadows. Back on Fraxinus, Shido beams onto the bridge and faces the spirits, and Reine, who's somehow already sitting at her station, to tell them there's something major they need to hear about Kurumi and everything she's sacrificed to keep him alive. Kurumi then addresses her clones and makes clear that even though they took down one version of Phantom, the real target is still the Phantom who took her best friend's life. One clone raises the question of why Phantom will split herself into multiple weaker pieces, and that one actually gets Kurumi thinking. Over with Shido, the girls are firing questions at him about Kurumi, while expressing how gutted they are hearing about her spending years rewinding time just to save him so she could one day rescue her friend. Even so, Kotori flat out refuses to hand Shido's power over to Kurumi, arguing there's zero guarantee she'd actually be able to finish off the Spirit of Origin. Mana then brings up this Mio Takamiya from Kurumi's story and starts connecting the dots, figuring she must have some kind of tie to her and Shido, given they share the same last name. Kurumi herself is also puzzled about why this woman created all the spirits in the first place, and goes by so many names like Phantom and Spirit of Origin, completely unaware that the answer is sitting right behind them in the form of Reine. Shido figures things would be a whole lot simpler if he could just crack open his sealed memories, and that's when Mukuro steps forward and points out that her angel Michael can unlock literally anything, sealed memories included. Everyone else gets nervous about what that might do to Shido, but he tells them to relax and admits he wants to know the truth about his past more than any of them do. Mukuro gives him her word that Michael can handle it, so Shido calls it forth, presses the key right into his own head, and pops the seal on his memories. For just a few seconds, he catches a glimpse of a city completely in ruins, with Phantom hovering above him, but right before her face comes into view, he drops and comes back to consciousness in the infirmary, with Reine watching over him. Everyone's huddled around him looking worried, but he waves them off, saying he's good. Tobichi jumps in with the theory that it has something to do with her magical kiss, and while everyone is baffled by what she's going on about, she explains that since they were all crammed into the same room, the germs and particles from all their lips technically made contact with each other, which, by her logic, counts as one big group kiss. Mukuro apologizes for putting the idea of using Michael on the table, but Shido reassures her he's completely fine, and that settles her down. Mana asks him what he actually managed to see, and Shido admits that while something definitely came through, he can't pin down what any of it was. That prompts Mana to ask if Michael can be used on her next to unlock her own sealed memories, but Kotori cuts her off before anything gets moving, and says they should let Shido fully recover before doing anything else. On the other side of things, Westcott is huddled up, with Alan and Artemisia talking through the Kurumi situation and how she's managed to blow up every single one of their operations. Westcott reveals to them that Kurumi's been running time travel this entire time, using it to pull Shido back from the dead every time they get close. The girls float the idea of just waiting her out until she runs dry, but Westcott shoots it down and insists they keep the pressure on to break her, knowing that even a spirit like Kurumi has a limit. He then calls in Nibielkol, and they set down the head of one of Kurumi's clones in front of him, one he already knew had been listening in on their conversations. So Westcott speaks directly to Kurumi, fully aware she's tuned in, and declares that he's going to kill Shido, and that he's ready to go absolutely scorched earth to make that happen. The next morning, Shido and Kotori are mid-discussion about their next move, when a Kurumi clone slides out through the mirror out of nowhere. Shido starts to thank her for what she did the other night, but clone Kurumi stops him and says to hold that thought, because she has something urgent to drop on him first. The clone warns them that Westcott is going all in to take Shido out, then reveals that the real Kurumi's plan is to face this entirely on her own, even if that means rewinding time over and over again to keep Shido alive. But clone Kurumi also knows the real Kurumi is going to get absolutely wrecked against Westcott, and won't last long at all. Kotori and Shido immediately agree they're getting involved, and just before the clone heads out, Shido asks her to pass along to the real Kurumi that he's grateful for every time she saved him, and that he's already looking forward to their next kiss. The following day, Kotori fills everyone in on Westcott's plan and makes it plain that their only real path forward is taking down Westcott and all of DEM. Right on cue, Elliot and Karen roll into the discussion, and Elliot echoes that taking out Westcott and Ellen is the key to flipping the whole situation. Then Maria pipes up saying she's also figured out a way to shut down Nibielkol, but Nia immediately shuts her down before she can go any further. She reminds everyone that Westcott has Beelzebub in his corner, which means anything said in that room could get back to him instantly, so they need to kill the chatter on any further strategies. The day after that, Mana and Tobiichi head over to the anti-spirit squad to warn them about Westcott's incoming offensive and strongly suggest they sit this one out. Their captain Kyoko pushes back hard, saying refusing to act would be considered treason and would land all of them behind bars. She makes it clear they can't honor the request, so Tobiichi fires a warning shot and tells him point blank to stay the hell away from the battlefield, because she has no interest in killing them. Meanwhile, Kurumi tracks down her clone and goes off on her for leaking intel to Shido about D, E, M, and Westcott's plans. She raises her gun and fires, but deliberately misses since she knows she needs every single clone she's got for what's coming. Then she gets to work spinning up a whole new batch of clones to bulk up her numbers before the fight kicks off. The next day, the girls put in genuine effort to lighten the load for Shido and Kotori, and Toka and Mukuro kick things off by prepping rice balls for when they get back. Yoshino and Natsumi show up also looking to pitch in, so Toka pulls them into the rice ball assembly line. Meanwhile, Mia, Miku, and the twins are deep in a conversation about words that sound sus but genuinely aren't. Everyone starts throwing out words like balls and sacks, but then Kaguya barges in with Machu Picchu. They ask her to explain herself, and she starts fumbling. But after enough pestering, she finally admits that Machu Picchu sounds like the noise people make when they kiss. And that apparently does something to her. The conversation then shifts to Shido, and the way he manages to have all of them wrapped around his finger, and they all acknowledge that without him, none of them would even be here. So they make a pact to make sure he doesn't die. Right then, Toka and the others call them up and invite them to join the rice ball operation, and they all say yes without hesitation. Meanwhile, Kotori is locked in with Maria hammering out a strategy for the battles ahead. Noticing how stressed she looks, Shido walks over and hands her a drink, telling her he wishes he could take some of the weight off her shoulders. Kotori tells him he already is, because the hardest mission of all falls on him, staying alive against both Kurumi and Westcott's DEM. She adds that Phantom could also enter the picture, and it drives her crazy that they still have no idea what she's after or who she even is. Raine then casually chimes in, suggesting that Phantom's whole motivation might actually be something completely ridiculous. Out of nowhere, the girls teleport onto Fraxinus, loaded up with the rice balls they just finished making, and hand one straight to Kotori. She takes a happy bite and immediately makes a face when the cilantro hits, announcing that it's the one thing she cannot stand. Toka explains that every rice ball was stuffed with whatever each of them hates the most: celery, mustard, the whole lineup, under the logic that forcing themselves to eat things they despise would toughen up their resolve. They then pass Shido his rice ball, and when he asks what's inside, they just tell him it's his most hated thing and make him eat it blind. That night, Toka can't get to sleep and goes to find Shido, complaining that Miku has the catastrophic sleeping habit of wriggling around like a caterpillar and making rest impossible next to her. She asks why he's still up, and he tells her his head is full of thoughts about Kurumi. He opens up about how he used to think all it would take was showing her that her ways were wrong and shutting her down for everything she'd done, but now that he knows what she's been carrying and how hard she fought to save her best friend, he has no idea how to actually save her anymore. Hearing that, Toka settles in beside him and smoothly guides his head down onto her lap. She tells him it'll help clear his head, and Shido thanks her for always being there. But Toka stops him and says he has it backwards. She's the one who owes him an apology, because if it weren't for her showing up in his life, he'd still be living normally without having to chase down spirits. She catches herself though, and says that he never once regretted any of it, and that if he could rewind everything and do it all again, he'd make the exact same choices and help every single spirit he ever crossed paths with. The following day, ordinary civilians catch the spacequake alert and file into shelters, completely unaware that the biggest fight of their lives is about to kick off above them. Aboard the ship, Kotori is locked and loaded, and she addresses her crew about everything riding on this battle and how they need to leave absolutely nothing in the tank, and it fires every one of them up. Kotori then takes stock of what they're actually up against and sees that Westcott's DEM has gone full send, thousands of Bandersnatches, and 30 battleships deployed. So she turns to the spirits under her command and asks them to fight alongside her, not as their commander issuing orders, but as Shido's little sister begging them to protect her brother. They all erupt and swear they'd do anything for Shido, and they embrace her as their commander on the spot, which actually brings Kotori to tears. Nia then announces that she's successfully cut off Beelzebub's reach, meaning they can now map out their strategy freely without anything leaking. The twins throw out the idea of using Mukuro's Michael to crack open space travel and take out Westcott and Ellen fast, but Mukuro explains that ever since Shido sealed her powers, She can't push Michael anywhere near that far. And Kotori points out that the enemy has almost certainly already set traps for that exact move. Tobiichi then drops the bombshell that the Bandersnatchers are modeled directly after Artemisia's brain, which stuns everyone, and she asks Maria if she can weaponize Artemisia's brainwave frequency to jam them, which Maria confirms she can do. Mana then adds that Artemisia has historically pushed back against Westcott's plans, which leads her to believe Westcott has gone in and tampered with her memories. That gets Tobiichi to propose that their first priority should be capturing Artemisia, and Maria says she has a plan that would also neutralize the Nibelco, but it requires Shido to put himself directly in the line of fire on the front lines. Kotori shuts it down instantly, pointing out that this entire operation exists to keep him safe, but Maria tells her plainly that there is no path to winning if the Nibelco isn't dealt with first. Shido immediately cuts in and says they're going with the plan because he's all in regardless of the risk, and Kotori has no real choice but to get on board. On the other side of the battlefield, Westcott and Ellen are watching everything play out, and they already know that Ratatoskr and Kotori got tipped off by Kurumi about the all-out offensive. Westcott tells Ellen that they are the primary targets, and that DEM crumbles if the two of them go down. Ellen suggests Westcott pull back and stay hidden, but he refuses outright, saying that since they were the ones who lit this fire, he wants to stand there and watch it burn. He gives the captain the signal to move, and the captain immediately deploys the Bandersnatchers to swarm Kotori's battleship. But before they even close the distance, every last one of them detonates, and when they zoom in, it's Kurumi and her army of clones who have entered the battlefield. Kurumi stares them down through the wreckage of the Bandersnatchers and makes it crystal clear that she's coming for every single one of them. The captain scrambles to redirect other ships to assist, but those get blasted out of the sky from the surface, and they realize, with a shock, that the entire city has turned against them too. The captain starts spiraling, but Westcott doesn't even flinch and simply tells them he welcomes it. Kotori sends the spirits out onto the battlefield, and they immediately take off toward the enemy without wasting a second. Out in front, Kurumi is absolutely dismantling the Bandersnatchers, owning the entire sky with the sheer volume of clones she's running. But then, Nibelco crashes the party with clones of her own, and they skip the formalities and jump straight to roasting each other as knockoff Narutos. From a distance, Kyoko and her anti-spirit unit roll up and clock that this is the exact battle Tobiichi warned them about. Right then, DEM. High Command pushes orders through, telling them to engage the spirits in front of them. And even though going after their own people doesn't sit right with them, they fall in line and target Yoshino. But while their backs are turned, a DEM officer fires on them from behind, and Mana swoops in at the last second to block it and send the attack right back at the enemy. Mana calls it out plainly. Their own commander just used them as bait, and Yoshino tells them that since they're Tobiichi's people, they should get out while they can. Kyoko isn't trying to hear that though, and after getting pulled out of the fire by a spirit, they make the call to switch sides and go up against DEM. Elsewhere, Tobiichi is locked in a fight with Artemisia, and keeps pushing the idea that DEM wiped her memory and erased her knowledge of the other spirits, but Artemisia isn't buying it, and throws back that she's a spirit who lies. Other DEM. Soldiers try to pile on, but the rest of the spirits shut them down fast and keep the one-on-one between Tobiichi and Artemisia clean. Out of nowhere, Tobiichi gets an alert from Kotori that Ellen is heading straight for her, and when Elliot catches wind of it, he tells Karen to get involved. But just as he's walking off, Karen casually floats the idea that they just ditch everything, run away together, and live out their days in peace. Elliot just laughs it off, and Karen immediately walks it back and calls it a joke, quietly burying her little escape fantasy. Back in the thick of it, Ellen is gearing up to take out Tobiichi and Mana when Elliot suddenly appears in full spirit form, and Ellen does not see that coming. Near the city, Nibelco is absolutely tearing through Ratatoskr soldiers. Toka and the twins jump in to even the playing field and square up against Nibelco directly. Nibelco clowns them and tells them they have zero shot as long as Beelzebub is active, since it's keeping her clones from going down for good. But Toka lets her know that she's not actually their opponent, and there's someone else coming who can deal with her on a whole different level. Strolling through the city like he owns it is Shido, stepping up as Nibelco's actual opponent. She looks him over, amused, thinking they just gift-wrapped the main prize and dropped him in her lap, and she's already hyped to put him down and make Westcott happy. Nibelco attacks, and while the spirits handle the bulk of her clones, one manages to slip through and close in on Shido. But Shido stops her cold by looking her dead in the eyes and telling her he loves her, which completely short-circuits her and sends her into a fluster spiral right before he kisses her deeply and seals her. Kotori and Maria watch with satisfaction, knowing full well that Nibelco is a spirit too, and that Shido can seal her just like the rest. Maria points out that since Nibel Cole was born from Nia, her feelings are directly shaped by how Nia feels about Shido, meaning she was always going to fold the moment he turned on the charm. Back with Shido, he takes to the air to go after the remaining Nibel Cole clones, and using that signature riz of his, he kisses through several of them, and when the rest try to scatter, he runs them all down and seals them too, leaving Toka and the twins genuinely impressed by how absurdly overpowered he is. They spot more soldiers incoming and go deal with them, leaving Shido to keep hunting down the remaining Nibioko clones. Then without warning, a spirit appears right behind him, and when he turns around, he's face to face with a real Kurumi. Meanwhile, Tobichi is still going at it with Artemisia, and mid-fight, Kyoko and her anti-spirit squad show up on the scene, and Artemisia assumes they've arrived to back her up. But they open fire on her instead, and in the chaos of trading blows with Tobichi, Artemisia manages to draw blood. Artemisia is convinced she's already won, but Tobichi tells her the win belongs to them, and before Artemisia can process it, Mukuro appears right beside her and drops her with Michael. Tobichi thanks Kyoko and her crew, and they shoot back that they're basically unemployed now after pulling that move. Flipping back to Shido, he clocks immediately that the Kurumi in front of him is the real one, and she's both caught off guard and flustered that he could tell without hesitation. She hops into the fight alongside him and starts blasting through Nibelco clones, while Shido keeps kissing his way through them. Mid-battle, Shido tells her how genuinely grateful he is for every single time she came back to save him, and Kurumi asks him to hand over his spirit power as payback, but he turns her down flat, knowing exactly what she intends to do with it. She makes her case. With his power, she can rewind time, rescue her best friend, take down the spirit of origin before any of this ever started, wipe out all of his deaths, and build a brand new world where he actually gets to live happily. But Shido shuts it down hard and makes it loud and clear that because he loves her, he refuses to erase the history they built together. That hits Kurumi like a truck and sends her into full panic mode, and Shido keeps going, telling her that after living through her memories, he already knows exactly how deep her feelings for him run, which makes her combust even harder. He then throws out a counteroffer. Using his spirit power, he'll go back himself, seal the Spirit of Origin's power, and stop all the other girls from ever becoming spirits in the first place. He promises he'll also save her best friend, and that he'll find every single one of them all over again and build the best, happiest life any of them could ever have. Kurumi doubts he can pull it off, but Shido hits her with a reminder that he's literally the only person who has actually pulled off changing history before. Out of nowhere, Nibeoko snaps and transforms into her ultimate form, absolutely done with being ignored, and charges straight at Kurumi with murder in her eyes. She drives a blade right through her, but when she looks closely, it's one of Kurumi's clones, the same one who filled Shido in on the whole battle plan. They finish off Nibeoko together and rush over to the clone. In her final moments, the clone tells the real Kurumi to stop lying to herself and just be honest about how she actually feels. After the clone fades out, Kurumi lets out her frustration because she knows the clone was completely right. Her mind drifts back to the competition she and Shido had about who could make the other fall first, and in the wake of what just happened, she turns to Shido and makes him a promise. Once this battle is done and they come out on top, she will kiss him and hand over her spirit power completely. Shido's face lights up, and he reaches out his hand to seal the deal, but just as she's about to take it, something starts forcing its way out from inside her stomach, and Kurumi screams in pure agony, and when it fully emerges, standing before them is none other than the spirit of Origin herself, Phantom. The moment Shido sees her face, every memory that had been ripped away from him comes flooding back all at once. Years back, he was just minding his business walking home when a catastrophic explosion of dark energy leveled the entire city. And when he came to, he was somehow completely untouched in the middle of all that destruction, with a white-haired girl, the spirit of Origin, hovering above him. Later, Mana got home and nearly lost her mind, finding Shido there with a white-haired baddie, immediately jumping to the absolute worst and most unhinged conclusion possible. He broke it down that he found her standing in the wreckage with nowhere to go and no idea what to do, especially since she wasn't saying a word. Mana suggested throwing some of her own clothes on the girl, but before anyone could move, the girl just started glowing, and in the blink of an eye, she was already wearing Mana's fit. The very next day, the girl went full scholar mode and started tearing through books and languages, and within a single day, she had completely mastered Japanese, which left both siblings absolutely floored. Mana then presses her on who she actually is, and whether she had anything to do with the explosion that just flattened their city. The girl apologizes and admits she has no memory of what happened, only that she could vaguely recall a previous explosion and 3 people she saw at the time. She started getting a headache pushing through it, so Shido immediately told her not to force it, and when she thanked him, he went full beet red. Mana then asked Shido what the plan was and threw out the idea of handing her over to the authorities, but Shido shut that down fast, pointing out that the authorities were already completely swamped dealing with the aftermath of the explosion. They introduced themselves to the girl, and Shido went ahead and gave her his real name from before everything changed, Shinji. The girl admitted she couldn't remember her own name at all, so Shinji started racking his brain, and when he glanced over at the calendar showing May, he landed on the name Mio. Mana jumped in and declared that Mio was now officially part of the family as Mio Takamiya, and hearing that, Mio immediately started tearing up from pure happiness, leaving the siblings scrambling to console her. She settles in with them for a while, and one day Shinji wins her a stuffed toy out of a crane machine. She asked him why he got it for her, and he told her she'd been staring at it like she was completely obsessed with it. Hearing that, Mio started turning the word love over in her head and realized that just like she loved that stuffed toy, she also loved Shinji. So she looked him dead in the eyes and told him exactly that, which caught him completely off guard. A few days later, Shinji found himself standing in front of a mirror, rehearsing how to ask her out on a date, and mid-rehearsal, Mio popped up right behind him and just accepted the invitation before he even got the words out. She went and told Mana about it, and Mana was genuinely stunned that her hopeless loser of an older brother had somehow pulled off securing a date with a girl that fine. Mio admitted she genuinely couldn't figure out how a date was supposed to feel any different from just being with him normally. But Mana explained that a date was Shinji's way of saying he wanted to know her deeper and get closer to her. That explanation sent Mio into pure orbit, and seeing her buzz with excitement, Mana immediately declared she was taking full control of Mio's look for the occasion. She called in her best friend, Haruko, who's basically a licensed makeup artist at this point, to get Mio ready, and Haruko took one look at Mio and started gushing before getting straight to work, transforming her. Then, on the actual day of the date, the moment Mio stepped out in front of Shinji, he completely short-circuited, and he hit her with so many compliments about how stunning and adorable she looked that Mio went full crimson. They headed to the beach, a place Mio had always been drawn to, and she immediately bolted into the water without a second thought. Shinji rushed in to tell her to watch herself, but she grabbed his hands and pulled him into the chaos with her. Mio slipped on something, and Shinji caught her before she hit the water, and they ended up face to face, just staring at each other. He pulled her upright, but she leaned into him and wrapped her arms around him, and Shinji held her tight. She then tilted her head up, hinting for a kiss, thought about it for just a beat, and started leaning in, but then Mio sneezed and completely nuked the moment. It killed the kiss, but they both just cracked up laughing and moved on. On the walk home after their date, Mio spotted a car and immediately clocked the man inside, Westcott, someone she recognized on sight. She grabbed Shinji and yanked him into a run, promising she'd explain everything once they were clear. They sprinted to an overpass and found themselves boxed in by Westcott's men, closing in from both sides. As they tightened the circle, Mio scooped Shinji up and leaped off the bridge, but she caught that one of the men had managed to slice Shinji's hand on the way out. Once they were hidden and out of sight, Mio used her spirit powers to heal the cut on Shinji's hand, which completely blindsided him, and when he asked who those people were, Mio explained that Westcott's face was one of the first things she remembered seeing when she first woke up, and that he had already tried to take her once before. She told Shinji he should cut his losses and run while he still could, but he refused outright, telling her he'd already accepted the risk the moment he let her through his front door. He said they were family, full stop, and that he wasn't going anywhere, then grabbed her hand and kept moving. They turned a corner and ran straight into one of Westcott's guys, but while Mio immediately locked in ready to fight, the man stayed completely calm. He asked Mio whether she was happy being with Shido, and when she made it clear she was, the man surprised them both by stepping aside and telling them to run. As they made their escape, the man told Shido to take care of Mio for him. They didn't get far before they ran straight into Westcott himself, flanked by his men. Westcott told Shinji they had Mana in custody, and that if he wanted her back, he had to give up Mio. Hearing that, Mio made Westcott promise he'd hold up his end of the deal, told Shinji that every moment they'd shared had been the happiest of her entire life, and then started walking toward Westcott to trade herself for Mana. But Shinji grabbed her and pulled her back and kept running, flat out refusing to trust Westcott to keep any promise he made. He was convinced that keeping Mio close was the best guarantee that Mana would be safe, but then blood exploded from his chest, and Shinji was shot from behind by Westcott himself, who told him coldly that he always intended to keep his word. As everything faded out, Shinji's mind filled with every moment he'd shared with Mio, and when he finally closed his eyes for good, Mio let out a scream that shattered everything around her, as every last bit of her power detonated and leveled the area. Standing in the middle of the ruins, Mio pulled herself together and made the decision that she would simply rebuild Shinji from scratch. She leaned down and kissed him, drawing his essence into herself, and promised quietly that she would never make the same mistake again. That was the moment Mio used Shinji's remnant to conceive a new life, and she brought him back into the world, reborn as Shido. Along with that, she scattered all the spirits across his path as pieces for him to unlock, and once he won over every spirit's heart, he would finally remember who he actually is. And now that Kurumi has given her heart to Shido, Mio reveals herself and thanks Kurumi for every single thing she gave up just to make this moment possible. Kurumi tries to fight back and opens fire, but it does absolutely nothing, and all she can manage is to scream at Shido to run before her body gives out completely. In that instant, every last one of her clones dissolves, and Kurumi slips out of consciousness. Mio gently closes her eyes to let her rest, then floods Shido's mind with every memory of their time together in the past, and everything he lived through as Shinji in his previous life. Kotori and the crew watch in stunned silence as their readings show that Kurumi's life force has flatlined entirely. The moment Kotori sees Mio's face, everything snaps into place, and she realizes with horror that Mio has been right there beside her this whole time wearing Reine's face. She desperately hopes she's got it wrong, but Reine confirms it's the truth, and Kotori immediately orders Maria to stabilize her. But nothing works on Reine. She thanks Kotori for every moment she spent looking after Shido, then reveals that she and Mio are the same existence, split across two bodies, and that together they created every spirit. She thanks Kotori for everything they shared, and then vanishes, leaving Kotori in tears as it sinks in that her closest friend was always her greatest enemy. But Kotori forces her heart to steady itself and locks her focus onto the new threat standing in front of her, Mio. Reine materializes beside Shido and Mio. The two of them reach for each other's hands, and they merge into Mio's ultimate spirit form. Mio pours out how deeply she missed him and how long she held on waiting for this exact moment, and Shido apologizes for leaving her alone for so long before asking what she did to bring him back. She tells him she did absolutely everything it took just to see his face one more time. But when Shido spots Kurumi's lifeless body behind her, he tells her she cannot keep sacrificing others to get what she wants. She agrees, but tells him that after he died, she had no reason left to exist, and that every day felt like a living hell she couldn't escape from. So Mio proposes a fix. She'll wipe everything from his memory, except the moments he lived as Shinji, and they'll begin again the right way as proper lovers. But before she can move on that, Toka bursts in to stop her alongside the twins. Sensing a fight coming, Mio teleports Shido somewhere else and turns to Toka and the twins, telling them there's no reason to hold back anymore. Shido gets dropped into one of the Spacequake shelters and lands directly on top of one of his classmates, who completely panics at how suddenly close he is. He immediately asks where he is, and when they tell him he is in the shelter under the school, he realizes Mio deliberately sent him as far from the fight as she possibly could. So he tells his friends he has to get back out there and save Toka and Tobiichi. His teacher tries to block him, but seeing how locked in he is, his classmates all pile onto the teacher and hold him back to buy Shido the opening he needs. He thanks them, and to everyone's shock, he summons Mukuro's Michael and cuts a portal clean out of there. Back with Toka, she demands Mio stand down and reminds her she was once on their side, but Mio won't hear it and squares up instead. But just as they're about to throw down, Nibioko crashes in refusing to be left out of the action. Her clones swarm toward Mio, and Mio casts a spell that blooms a flower, releasing a nectar that shuts down everything it makes contact with. Inside the DEM battleship, the captain is spiraling, while Westcott is grinning ear to ear, thrilled that Mio has finally shown herself. High up in the sky, Yoshino and the rest of the spirits alongside Kyoko's team are handling business, and Kyoko still can't wrap her head around the fact that she's now fighting shoulder to shoulder with people she once hunted. Then they notice every enemy ship around them starting to collapse, and the nectar is rolling straight toward them. Kyoko's team throws up a shield immediately, but the nectar slides right through it and drops several of their members unconscious on contact. The spirits trace the nectar back to its source and figure that's exactly where Mio and the others are clashing. So Tobiichi sends Kyoko and her team to Fraxinus to get medical attention for the fallen members, while she and the remaining spirits push toward the fight. Elsewhere, Ellen is still locked in with Elliot, and can't understand how he could turn on her and Westcott after everything the three of them went through together. Elliot tells her he's sorry that they're standing on opposite sides now, but makes it clear he has never once forgotten the day their village burned and their people were killed in front of them. He turns his eyes toward Mio and admits that even though revenge once felt like the only thing worth chasing, he's no longer sure he can feel good about destroying an innocent girl to get it. Ellen thinks back to everything they endured together in that village, and Elliot pleads with her that if she can't bring herself to forgive him, then at the very least, she should forgive her own sister, Karen. Ellen shuts him out and attacks first, leaving Elliot no choice but to fight back. Back with Mio, Toka hits her with everything she has and barely leaves a mark, which Mio finds amusing. But then the twins strike from the opposite side and force Mio to defend two fronts at once, and as they pour even more power in, the whole thing erupts into a massive explosion. When the smoke clears, Mio is nowhere to be seen, but she reappears right behind the twins and drives straight through Kaguya, ripping her spirit crystal out of her, while Yuzuru can do nothing but stand there and cry. Far away, Shido is running full speed back toward the girls, but blocking his path is Westcott, who is dead set on finding out which of them is worthy of claiming the spirit's power. Shido asks Westcott point blank why he's been doing any of this, and Westcott decides to just come clean. For as far back as he can remember, even on the day his mother died right in front of him, Westcott has never been wired like everyone else. While the people around him grieved and broke down over losing her, Westcott just found the whole thing entertaining. He clocked from that moment that he was built differently from everyone around him, but made the choice to keep it buried, even from his closest people. Meanwhile, in the past, Elliot is running Ellen through magic training, but unlike him and Karen, who take to it naturally, Ellen is hitting wall after wall, trying to get it down. Ellen starts tearing up out of sheer frustration, and Westcott steps in to calm her down and suggests they move the training inside since the villagers would lose it if they caught them practicing out in the open. They talked about how they had to keep the fact that their entire village was made up of full wizards completely hidden from the outside world, and how even the people who were supposed to guide them were too scared to do anything about it. Elliot figured their teacher alone could have folded any regular human with their magic, but Westcott pointed out that if enough humans showed up at once and rushed them, numbers would win every time. And then the thing they feared most actually happened, because that night, their entire village was set on fire and burned to the ground. While everyone else was screaming and falling apart, Westcott stood there wearing a quiet smile. Elliot wanted to fight to save what was left, but Westcott saw an opening for something far bigger. He declared that their entire focus now was protecting the two girls, pushed the idea that from this point on they only had each other, and called for them to make a vow to avenge their village. What none of them knew was that Westcott only said any of it because watching his people suffer and die actually gave him satisfaction, but the others took his words at face value and committed to the mission. For the next stretch of years, they lived in an orphanage, keeping their true nature locked away from everyone around them. Eventually, Westcott got adopted into a wealthy family, but they died in an accident not long after, leaving him with everything they owned, and he immediately funneled that money into pulling his old friends together for magical research aimed at getting revenge on humanity. They eventually landed on a spirit formula, and combining all their research and resources, they engineered a machine capable of creating a spirit by pulling every drop of mana from the world into one place. Through that research, Westcott discovered that a neighboring world existed and that it was full of spirits, and his plan was to summon one and bridge the two worlds together, shattering the balance between them. Elliot throws up a barrier to shield them from the blast, and when they fire the machine up, it triggers a catastrophic explosion of magic strong enough to shake the entire planet, and right at the center of it is the Spirit of Origin, and that is how Mio came to exist. Back in the present, Westcott mocks Shido for only just now piecing together his buried past. He then lays out that now that Mio has finally shown herself, he intends to absorb her spirit power, but to pull that off, he's going to need the spirit power Shido is carrying, and he plans to just take it. That's all the signal Shido needs, and he instantly calls forth every spirit weapon he's been holding onto, from Toka's to Tobiichi's, and gets ready to go to war with Westcott. Back with Mio, she watches Yuzuru desperately trying to shake Kaguya awake, and casually absorbs Kaguya's crystal to stack herself even higher. Yuzuru snaps and launches herself at Mio in a rage, but gets run through and has her own crystal ripped out the same way. Yuzuru whispers an apology to Toka before crumpling to the ground and going still. Mio shifts her focus to Toka and tells her she's saving her for last, given how strong she is, but goes ahead and attacks her anyway, and just as Toka is about to get completely swallowed up, Mukuro yanks her out of the way. The others look to Toka for word on the twins, and she just stares back at them with nothing but devastation on her face. Mana then shows up, and Mio recognizes her as the same girl from before and offers to let her walk away alive. But Mana draws her weapon and tells her she's not going anywhere. Elsewhere, Elliot finally brings Ellen down, and overwhelmed with shame, Ellen demands that he finish her off for real. Elliot raises his weapon like he's going to do it, but intentionally swings wide and destroys her realizer instead, leaving her completely powerless. She breaks down crying, going off on him for always treating her like a joke, and never once taking her seriously as an opponent. Elliot uses his power to put her to sleep, and right before her eyes close, she admits that she always wished he had asked her to come with him when he left. Right after that, Elliot feels every last drop of his own power drain away, and understands that what happens next belongs entirely to Shido and the others. He tilts his head back, looks up at the stars, takes in how beautiful they are, and quietly wishes he could see Karen one more time. Back with Mio, she unleashes her power and erects her own domain expansion, her personal territory, caging all the spirits inside it with her. She explains that the space they're now standing in belongs to the neighboring world and runs entirely on her rules. Mukuro tries to use Michael to crack open an exit and find a way to beat her, but her own key comes flying back and stabs her from behind, and Mio explains that she can manufacture any rules she wants inside this space. With Mukuro down, Mio claims her crystal and powers herself up even further. Mana screams at everyone to run, but Mio instantly writes a new rule into her territory that makes escape physically impossible and stops them all cold. Mio then snaps Mana right in front of her and shows her the memory she actually has of Mio, the one from before Shido died. Mio tells her she's missed her, but acknowledges that Shido is going to need her, so she sends Mana somewhere else entirely, leaving Mio alone with the remaining spirits. Tobiichi goes on the offensive against Mio, but the attack lands like nothing, and Mio just strips her weapons right out of her hands. She then turns those same weapons around, and when Yoshino tries to intercept, Mio's rules yank Yoshino's spirit weapon away from her too, and she gets blasted down and loses her crystal on the spot, until only Toka and Tobiichi are left standing between everyone and Mio. High up in the sky aboard Fraxinus, Kotori and her crew watch Westcott's entire fleet get swatted out of the sky by Mio's power. Right alongside the ship, Kyoko and her crew roll up carrying two unconscious bodies, one of their own members, and Artemisia. Out of nowhere, they get pulled straight onto the ship, and the crew fills them in that Tobiichi already vouched for them and flagged that they needed medical attention. The doctors rush Artemisia and the wounded straight to the infirmary, while Kyoko and the others get introduced to Ratatosker's commander, Kotori. They're genuinely shocked that someone this adorable is running the whole operation, but they catch themselves and immediately apologize for judging her on looks alone. Kotori then pulls Kanazuki aside and tells him that once they've secured Artemisia, they're moving straight into the next phase. But Kyoko suddenly lets out a scream that startles the entire room, completely floored to see Kanazuki standing there. She explains that Kanazuki was once the top dog of the anti-spirit team, but was also an absolute menace to work alongside, given his deeply disturbing habit of sniffing and licking their protective gear like a certified freak. Kanazuki jumps to his own defense and insists he's an even bigger menace than that, but Kotori boots him out of pure irritation, and he nearly squeals with delight like the unhinged degenerate he is. Kotori snaps everyone back to what actually matters, and with Maria's help, the ship blasts off at light speed to cut through Westcott's armada and close in on Mio and the others. They spot the nectar Mio released, and Nia immediately recognizes it as a force capable of disintegrating any object and wiping out any living thing it touches. Thinking fast, Kotori orders Kyoko and her group to guard the ejected section, then turns to her crew and tells them that anyone who wants to bail has her full permission. Everyone fires back in unison that they're not going anywhere, and Kotori tells them she loves every single one of them. Once they push into range of Mio's territory, the ship's cannon powers up, while Kanazuki reports that Mio is currently squaring off against Tobiichi and Toka. When he mentions that the other spirits are inside Mio's territory but completely lifeless, the whole room goes dead silent, and Kotori immediately shifts into her spirit form and gets ready to fire. Inside the territory, Mio is winding up an attack when a colossal blast suddenly crashes into her, buying Toka and Tobiichi just enough of an opening to move. They launch themselves at Mio and unload everything they have, but she brushes every bit of it off and strips their crystals right out of them, stacking herself even higher. From above, Fraxinus comes crashing down directly onto her, and inside, every single person except Kotori has been knocked unconscious. Mio materializes right behind her, and Kotori, absolutely overwhelmed with emotion, unloads on her for lying about being her best friend this entire time. Mio tells her that every bit of it was real, and that she genuinely loved her, the spirits, and everyone on board Fraxinus. But Mio makes it plain that she is willing to go through absolutely anyone, including her closest friend, if it means bringing her beloved Shinji back. And with that, she reaches in and takes Kotori's crystal. Meanwhile, Shido is still locked in against Westcott, and the unhinged magician throws Nibilcol into the mix as his next weapon. Shido tries running the same wrist play on Nibilcol, but Westcott immediately counters by slapping blindfolds on them, cutting off Shido's charm completely. As the clones swarm him, Shido fires back with Tobichi's weapon, but it does nothing, and then he just vanishes, leaving Nibilcol completely turned around. One of the clones walks up to Westcott asking what to do next, but then suddenly turns and attacks him, which Westcott sidesteps without even blinking. The other clones are completely lost on what's happening, but then it clicks. The clone that attacked isn't a clone at all, it's Shido in disguise, and Westcott already knew he'd used Haniel's power to transform into Nibilcol. Westcott explains that with the Demon King Beelzebub riding with him, there is nothing in existence he doesn't already know, including every ability each spirit carries. Nibilcol immediately pins Shido flat against the ground, and Westcott leans in and tells him that with his death, he, Ellen, Karen, and Elliot can finally deliver payback to humanity for torching their village. But then Westcott starts cracking up and admits that revenge was never actually the point, revealing that unlike every normal human being alive, what has always driven him and given him pleasure is watching despair consume everything around him. Westcott conjures a spear to run Shido through, but right before it connects, Natsumi and Miku swoop in and snatch him out of the way. Shido thanks them and wastes no time telling them that the spirit of origin has woken up, meaning they need to finish Westcott fast and get to the others. That's all the girls need to hear, and they power up immediately, ready to throw hands. They suggest Shido handles Nibilcol while they deal with Westcott, but Shido tells them to forget that and focus entirely on charging him up, because he already has a plan, and it needs to be something Beelzebub has never seen coming. The two girls funnel their power straight into Shido, and fully juiced up, he calls forth Toka's sword and supercharges it into something on a completely different level. He swings the enormous blade and sends a devastating energy wave tearing toward Westcott, vaporizing Nibilcol in the process. Westcott still stands there unmoved, telling Shido he's being naive if he thinks that move was going to catch him off guard. But Shido tells him flat out he knew he'd block it, and now he's pulling out something Beelzebub has never once logged in its pages. Channeling every drop of power running through him, he fires off a move straight out of the GOAT of Anime's playbook and hits Westcott with a full Kamehameha that catches him completely cold and lands critical damage. Westcott crumbles to the ground and concedes defeat, but instead of finishing him, Shido pulls out Michael and seals his powers away. The girls exhale in relief, seeing Shido hold back, and Shido says that regardless of everything Westcott has done, ending his life just doesn't sit right with him. Westcott laughs and says he sounds just like Elliot, but then something drives straight through him and rips his crystal out. The two girls get hit with the exact same thing right after, and the entire world around Shido reshapes itself into Mio's territory. Mio steps forward and pulls all the crystals into herself, while Shido looks around completely lost, and Mio tells him plainly that she has now reclaimed every last Sephira crystal. Meanwhile, Toka finds herself trapped in some unknown dimension, fighting off an overwhelming urge to just shut down and drift away. Out of nowhere, a voice cuts through, and when the source steps forward, Toka is staring at herself. The other her explains that they are both inside Mio, and when Toka asks what happened to everyone else, the clone breaks it to her that the moment Mio pulled the Sephira crystals out of them, they all died as humans. Toka is floored by that and pushes back, pointing out that most of the other spirits weren't even human to begin with, but the clone tells her that every single spirit was once human and simply lost all memory of it. Completely turned around, Toka asks why she herself is still standing, and the clone lays it out plainly. Toka was never human to begin with. That hits Toka like a wall, and while it leaves her reeling, she tells the clone that as jarring as it is, she's actually grateful, because it means she still has a shot at fighting back and getting to Shido. The clone warns her that she'd be going up against her own mother, and that if she dies, there is no coming back from it for either of them. But Toka doesn't flinch, holding firm that if she can buy Shido even a single moment, he will find a way to turn everything around. Toka acknowledges that if she falls, the clone falls with her, and all she can offer is an apology. But she also knows deep down that the clone wants her to fight. Otherwise, she never would have shown up to push her in the first place. The clone's face breaks into a smile at that, and she pulls Toka into an embrace, tells her to fight until there's nothing left, and gives her the push she needs to go save the boy she loves. Meanwhile, Shido is locked up in disbelief and refusing to accept that everyone is gone. But Mio steps in and soothes him, telling him that everything is going to be okay. She says she will carry this sin alone and wipe Shido's memory clean, pulling him all the way back to when he was Shinji so they can finally live the life they were supposed to. In that moment, the weight of it all crushes Shido and he closes his eyes, surrendering to having his memories taken. But then Toka's voice tears through the silence, screaming his name as she breaks free from inside Mio to stop the erasure and drag him back. Shido starts apologizing for almost giving in, but Toka shuts that down and reminds him that the whole reason he's still alive is because giving up has never been something he does, and that snaps him right back. Shido thanks her for pulling him out, and Toka tells him that the only reason she can stand against Mio at all is because of him. Seeing Toka on her feet, Mio says she always knew it would come down to the two of them, and then explains why. She reveals that during the creation of all 10 spirits, one of the Sephira crystals developed its own consciousness, the same way Mio herself did when she first came into existence. Mio then asks Shido what sets Toka apart from every other spirit, and the answer hits him. Unlike all the others who were once human, Toka never was, which is exactly why she never started with a name. Toka admits she used to carry real pain over not having a name, but now she sees it as a gift because it gave Shido the chance to name her and gave her this exact moment to stand here and fight for him. Toka launches herself at Mio, who stands her ground, fully expecting to shut it down, but even though she deflects the strike, she's visibly thrown off that Toka's attack actually registers. That's enough for Mio to stop holding back, and she commits fully, determined to take Shido away from her. But Toka fires back that she will never let that happen in a million years. They collide, and when Mio feels Toka's power up close, she clocks that Toka came out slightly stronger from absorbing fragments of her power and the other spirit's power while she was trapped inside her. Mio locks Toka in place, pointing out that as two pure spirits, they are direct mirrors of each other. Shido jumps in fast and pushes a power boost into her using Miku's spirit ability, and Toka shatters the hold and comes at Mio again, this time hitting completely different. Toka then shifts into her most powerful form, moving at a different speed entirely and swinging with ferocity that actually opens a cut on Mio and draws blood. Toka and Shido both think they've done it, but then Mio activates something, and in the next instant, Toka simply ceases to exist. Shido stands there completely gutted, and Mio explains that her angel of nothingness, Ein, operates outside all logic and simply eliminates whatever it touches, and she just used it to erase Toka entirely. Mio refocuses on Shido, who is still standing there in shock, and tells him there is nothing left standing between the two of them. Shido snaps out of it and throws everything he has at Mio, unleashing every spirit ability he's been carrying. But Mio neutralizes all of it without breaking a sweat and gets him into position to wipe his memory for good. Right as she's about to go through with it, another presence shows up, and it's Kurumi, who explains that when she fired her gun earlier and appeared to miss, she did it deliberately to hit her own clone and slip her main consciousness into it. Kurumi announces herself as the last person standing between Mio and everything she wants, and Mio laughs at the idea that a clone is what ends her. Kurumi opens up with both guns blazing, and in the middle of the firefight, she tells Shido that no matter what, she still can't get their kiss out of her head. Then, despite giving absolutely everything she has, Kurumi gets run through by Mio, but in her final seconds, she locks eyes with Shido, and he understands exactly what she's telling him. Mio declares that every single attempt has been a waste, but Shido shakes his head and says that after what Kurumi just did, he finally knows what move he has left. He tells Mio that while none of the other spirit's abilities could touch her, there is one he has never once pulled out, and Kurumi just showed him the way. Holding on to the memory of their kiss, he activates her spirit ability, raises her gun to his own temple, and pulls the trigger, sending himself hurtling back in time to the night before the final battle. He wakes up to Toka's face right in front of him, alive, and Shido breaks down and pulls her into his arms, completely overwhelmed with relief. He steadies himself and tells her he had a dream where everything fell apart and they lost, but Toka wraps her arms around him and promises him that is never going to happen. She tells him with complete conviction that they cannot lose when Shido has every spirit standing beside him, and that after everything he has given them, every single one of them will protect him and make sure they come out on top. Something about hearing that clicks something into place for Shido, and he immediately goes to find Reine before she ever becomes Mio and asks her out on a date. Reine is caught completely off guard hearing that from him, and when she starts hedging on whether to say yes, Shido seals the deal by telling her the final battle is right around the corner and he wants to be closer to her before it hits. Reine tries to redirect him toward the other girls, pointing out that every single one of them would jump at a date with him and that he is absolutely not short on options, but Shido holds firm that it has to be her specifically. That's what finally gets Reine to carve out time for him. Later, Shido pulls Kotri aside and lays out the truth about Reine being the spirit of origin and Kotori immediately says they'll need a strategy that covers both her and Westcott at the same time. Shido then starts stressing out loud about how the others are going to take finding out. Reine has been playing them this whole time, but then his phone buzzes and it's Tobichi, who casually informs him she caught every word and has already looped everyone else in so they can get to planning. Rather than falling apart over it, the spirits are actually hyped to get involved, and Kotori tells them they'll hold a secret meeting, but Reine cannot catch even a whiff of it. Before any of that kicks off though, Shido asks for a few minutes, heads out, and calls Kurumi out of the shadows, and the clone version is the one who materializes. She's thrown off that he already knew she was lurking, and Shido asks her straight up whether the real Kurumi is tuned into this conversation. The clone confirms she isn't, and with that settled, Shido puts it to her. She needs to decide whether to tell the real Kurumi that she's going to die in the final battle. The clone laughs it off and refuses to take that seriously, reasoning that not even Ellen or Toka has ever managed to put her down. But when Shido drops that Mio is the one who kills Kurumi, the clone's whole energy shifts. Shido then tells her that Mio literally emerged from inside Kurumi, which means she's probably already in there right now as they speak. The clone accepts that this isn't something to sleep on, and they both land on the fact that Kurumi has to be warned without Mio catching on from the inside. The clone thanks him for bringing this to her, and right before she dips, she asks whether the clone version of her did what she was supposed to do in the future Shido came from. Shido tells her she went out like an absolute legend, with full aura, and that's all the clone needs to hear to leave satisfied. Meanwhile, Toka randomly bumps into Reine, and when Reine asks where she's headed, Toka quickly makes up a story about going to grab a late-night snack. But right as she's about to leave, Toka stops and asks Reine out of nowhere whether she has feelings for Shido. Reine says she does, and Toka tells her she feels exactly the same way. The next day, Shido shows up for the date with Kotori, and the rest secretly feeding him lines through a receiver hidden on his neck so Reine doesn't clock anything. When Reine arrives, Shido is immediately stunned by how she looks, and the others have to step in and make his decisions for him on how to pull off the riz. The majority vote lands on complimenting her outfit over staying silent, or the third unhinged option someone threw in, and when Shido delivers it, Reine pauses for just a beat before returning the compliment. She notices the amount of stuff he's hauling and asks where they're even going, but Shido keeps it locked and tells her it's a surprise. Since she knows this is a date, she reaches out and offers her hand, and seeing how naturally she does it, Shido gets flustered, but takes it. On the way to the destination, Kotori notices that Reine's emotional readings are pulling in completely opposite directions at the same time, like she's intentionally keeping a wall up, while also desperately wanting him to close the distance entirely. Nia floats the theory that Reine's feelings for Shido are more maternal than romantic, but Kotori says that's not going to stop their plan from working. They pull up to their destination, which turns out to be a hot spring, and when Reine's face lights up at the sight of it, Kotori and the crew feel themselves mentally taking a victory lap, knowing full well that after decades of running herself into the ground, trying to keep Shido alive, Reine was absolutely due to decompress. Everyone aboard Fraxinus unanimously agreed that Reine has put in more work than literally anyone else, so confidence in the plan is running high. Once they're inside, Shido gets another set of options to pick from, and instead of giving Reine more personal space, the crew unanimously votes for Shido to take her to a private outdoor bath and just soak together. Shido changes into his swim gear and pulls the transmitter off, and then Reine walks in wearing nothing, which completely short-circuits Shido and sends the entire Fraxinus crew into chaos over her proportions. Kotori turns to Kanazuki and asks why he looks completely unfazed, and the man simply states that he was never into that size and that medium has always been the superior tier. Shido climbs into the bath with Reine, still barely holding it together. He then asks her when she first joined Ratatoskr, and Reine tells him it was years back, right around the time Kotori took command. Shido thanks her for everything she's done for Kotori since then, but Reine waves it off and tells him Kotori would have been an exceptional commander, with or without her in the picture. Then, out of nowhere, Shido asks Reine if she's ever been in love with someone, and Reine starts to answer that there was one person, but then catches herself and pivots, saying she wants to know more about him too. Reine asks him whether he remembers anything from before he was taken in by the Itsuka family, and Shido says not much, only the feeling of his own mother, someone he could tell was in tremendous pain, letting him go. Reine asks whether he ever resented her for leaving him behind, but Shido says no, and that he's always believed she had her reasons, because the hands he remembers holding him were kind. Hearing that, Reine closes the gap between them and pulls him into her arms, quietly saying she just wants to stay like this, even if only for a little while. On the other side of things, Westcott calls Ellen in and announces they're moving their plans up ahead of schedule. When Ellen asks why, Westcott tells her how fortunate he is to have Beelzebub in his corner, explaining that he's already seen a version of the future where they lose everything. So his conclusion is that they need to strike before that future has any chance of locking in and carve out a new one. Back with Shido, he takes Reine to the beach, the same exact one he once brought her to all those decades ago, and Reine stands there completely taken in by how beautiful it is. They're taking the view together, and Reine unexpectedly dozes off right on Shido's shoulder, which catches him completely off guard. When she opens her eyes, he hits her with a good morning, and she's genuinely stunned that she felt that relaxed. Reine breaks into laughter, and everyone aboard Fraxinus loses it because none of them have ever seen her laugh before. She admits defeat, saying it's been forever since she slept that soundly, and Kotori clocks that her emotions have spiked to their absolute ceiling, so she immediately tells Shido to make his move. Reine asks why he suddenly looks so intense, and he brings up the man she fell in love with and asks whether he could be that person for her. He offers to be the one who loves her and reaches for her shoulders to pull her into a kiss. Reine doesn't pull back and leans in, and everyone on Fraxinus absolutely erupts in celebration. But then they notice her emotional readings are completely off, and they nosedive out of nowhere. Mid-kiss, Shido realizes her spirit powers aren't flowing into him at all, and when they pull apart, Reine tells him plainly that she knows he's already seen how this plays out. She admits she had a feeling something like this was coming, but chose to push it aside and go on the date anyway, because being invited out by him made her so happy that it let her escape the weight of everything she's been through. But she tells him those beautiful moments have to end now, and right on schedule, Westcott and DEM make their entrance. Reine acknowledges that history has shifted, but Shido refuses to let go and tells her she can still walk away with him and live alongside the other spirits and have the life she deserves. Reine says it would genuinely be tempting if she had never met Shinji, but because she has, she will burn everything down and sacrifice anything just for one more moment with him. Out of nowhere, a shot rings out, and Kurumi steps out of the shadows with her gun pointed straight at Reine. She confronts her about the fact that her greatest enemy was right beside her the whole time because Reine was playing them all. Reine tells Kurumi that with both her and Westcott present, their crystals combined are enough to resurrect Shinji. But Kurumi refuses to go out without swinging and calls in her clones. Reine shifts into her spirit form, and Kurumi charges straight at her, but Reine begins waking Mio from inside Kurumi, just like she did before. However, before Mio fully surfaces, Kurumi raises her gun to her own head and pulls the trigger, making absolutely sure Mio never gets her Sephira crystal. Kurumi and every last one of her clones vanish, and Mio fuses herself with Reine to ascend into their ultimate form, and they work out that Kurumi must have had another play in mind by destroying her own crystal. Out of nowhere, Shido's head starts splitting with pain, and flashes of memories start surfacing. Memories of being inside Mio as her child. Back on Fraxinus, everyone panics, watching Shido deteriorate, and they pull him back onto the ship immediately. Mio decides to put Fraxinus on the back burner and deal with Westcott first, and she kicks things off by unleashing her magical flower again and flooding the battlefield with lethal nectar. Everyone inside Fraxinus watches the nectar tear through Westcott's entire armada, and Kotori suggests they fall back and let Mio handle Westcott, but Shido shuts that down and tells them they're not running. Right then, Kotori's screen lights up with a call from an unknown source, and when she answers, it's a live feed of the school where Shido and the spirits study. Westcott's men suddenly storm the place, and Shido and the spirits can only watch helplessly as their classmates get terrorized on screen. Westcott puts a trade on the table, the Sephira crystals inside the spirits, in exchange for everyone at the school walking away alive. But Kotori refuses flat out. Back at the school, right as Westcott's men are about to hurt someone, Toka and the spirits materialize out of thin air to pull their friends out of danger. After Mukuro used her Michael to teleport all of them there in time, Westcott claps for their quick thinking, but says he's still holding the winning card. Then the ship starts rattling, and Maria reports that one of Westcott's ships has rammed straight into them. Ellen shows up and goes on the attack, but Mana cuts her off and takes the fight outside. Shido rushes out after her to back his sister up, but Nabeel Cole is waiting for him outside alongside Westcott and Artemisia. Kanazuki pulls Kotori aside and spells it out. Westcott's whole plan was to feed his armada to Mio as a distraction, while he personally came after Shido. She hands control of the ship to Kanazuki, and before the standoff between Westcott and Shido can fully ignite, Kotori jumps in beside her siblings to even out the numbers. Far away on their own ship, Elliot and Karen are watching it all unfold, and Karen asks him whether he's going to protect Mio or stand with the spirits. Elliot says he's protecting both. which lines up exactly with how Shido thinks. He tells Karen to get his weapon ready and apologizes for always being someone who can never fully commit to one side, but Karen tells him that's exactly the part of him that made her never leave. Back in the thick of the fight, Shido gets jumped from two sides and takes a cut across the shoulder. He and the girls are getting outclassed and outnumbered on every front. But then, reinforcements arrive in the best possible form. Kurumi and her full army of clones showing up with the sole intention of pulling the odds back in Shido's favor. Kurumi and her clone kick off by unloading on Nibelco and Westcott's spirits. But the moment he drops his guard, Kurumi materializes behind him and drives her fist clean through his body. She rips his crystal right out of him, and as he plummets, Ellen swoops in to catch him and commands Artemisia to fall back. Shido demands to know how she's still breathing, and she breaks it down. Mid-fight with Mio, she fired her consciousness and Sephra crystal into a clone to guarantee her own survival. She then aims at Westcott's crystal and blasts it into a Sephra crystal, absorbs it on the spot, boosting her spirit power and pulling up in a whole new fit. The rest of the spirits then roll in, fresh off dealing with the attackers at school, and they're shook to find Kurumi standing there, who straight up claims she's the one who had Shido's back. Then out of nowhere, the entire area shifts into Mio's territory, and Mio herself casually strolls in to welcome Shido and the spirits. Every single one of them snaps into battle mode against Mio instantly, but Mio hits them with the news that she and Shido share a bond, and that she's already witnessed what Shido lived through in the future, meaning time reversal is no longer a secret move he can pull on her. Shido walks right up to Mio and tells her that sealing her spirit power wasn't something he could do, but he's figured out the real reason. It wasn't about her crystal being incomplete. It was about her heart being closed off when he kissed her. Shido lays it out plain. The person Mio actually loved was never him. It was always Shinji. But he follows that up by telling her Shinji is gone. Mio won't take any of it, but Shido presses on, telling her that even if she wipes his memories and erases every last spirit, the Shinji she's been holding on to has been dead and gone, and whatever's left can never be the real him. Shido's convinced that deep down Mio already gets that, and he pushes her to face it head on. But Mio keeps lying to herself that once she erases Shido's memory, it'll all be fine. She tells Shido that Shinji is literally all she's got, but Shido shuts that down fast, telling her she's dead wrong because she has him and every other spirit right there. Done hearing it, Mio launches her attack, and the spirits immediately jump in to push back against her. But Shido goes ahead and declares he's kissing her again, except this time he's making sure she chooses him over Shinji. Kurumi yanks Shido out of the line of fire, then turns around and tells him his whole plan to kiss Mio is actually kind of fascinating. She throws his previous L in his face, but Shido hits back by revealing the actual reason Mio went and created all the spirits to begin with. That catches Kurumi completely off guard, but one look at the iron resolve written all over Shido's face, and she pulls him in for a deep kiss, channeling her spirit power straight into him. She makes it clear she wants to give them every possible edge going into this, and she's dead certain Shido is the one who can actually use it. Moved by that, Shido leans in and kisses her back, sending her face bright red, then launches himself toward Mio, leaving Kurumi absolutely flustered behind him. Loaded up with the power of all 10 spirits, Shido goes at Mio one more time, kisses her, and the whole space ignites into a sun-blazing territory that breaks everyone else free. Kotori then drops back to her base form after burning through all her power, and even though the others are stressing about Shido, she tells them flat out he'd never pull a move like this without knowing exactly what he's doing. She immediately calls for the monitoring equipment to be brought over, but even with it on hand, Nia and the others still can't pick up anything from inside. Kurumi steps in, burns through the last of her power, and calls up Raziel, basically the same thing as Nia's ability, which immediately gets on Nia's nerves. Armed with the grimoire, Kurumi scans Shido's condition and confirms he's holding up, but then catches sight of something in there that has her uneasy. Meanwhile, inside the territory, Shido comes to on the beach and finds Reine already there waiting. She pulls him to his feet, and just past her, Shido spots what looks like another Shido and another Reine. But moving closer, he realizes he's actually looking at Shinji and Mio. Reine lays it out. Her angel built this whole space from the shared memories of both of them, but also split the minds between Shido and Shinji, and between Reine and Mio. Then Mio walks over to Shido and calls on him to come enjoy himself with her. Out of nowhere, her hat slips off, and when Shido reaches to grab it, he loses his footing and tumbles, and looking back up, he finds Shinji standing there, waving him over to join in. The two of them end up splashing around in the water together, finally making up for everything they missed. Then, walking along the shore, Reine asks Shido if he's starting to blur into Shinji, and she breaks down how the feelings she carried as Miso transferred over to Mio, while she held on to only what she felt as Reine essentially splitting herself into a whole different person. They hand back and watch Shinji and Mio keep their date going, while Mio buzzes with excitement about all the fireworks she wants to set off with him to reclaim what they lost and redo what went wrong. She keeps rattling off everything else she's dying to experience, completely sold on a bright future ahead and fully counting on Shido and Reine being right there alongside her for it. She was absolutely beaming. Mio says she never wants this moment to end, but Shido steps in and pushes back on that. He tells Mio that the moment he first kissed Rain, every memory she had as Mio poured straight into him, and back then, none of it made any sense to him. But now it all clicks. When she first brought him into existence, she told him it was to birth a new Shinji. But Shido sees through it now, because the real truth is that Mio made him not to replace Shinji, but to be the one who would end her life. Back outside the territory, Kurumi fills everyone in on what's going down inside. A Mio, a Rain, and 2 Shidos, and the girls can't believe what they're hearing. Then, without warning, a second territory rips open, darker and way more menacing than the first, and stepping out of it are Artemisia and Ellen, flanking their boss Westcott, who announces that he has just become the second spirit of origin. Back inside the territory, Mio admits that when she first brought Shido into the world with the goal of recreating Shinji, she never actually knew if he'd turn out to be the same Shinji she fell for. But now she can clearly see that what she truly desired was an end to her own existence, and she built a being in Shido who was actually capable of giving her that. She asks Shido whether he now plans to go ahead and finish the job, but Shido says absolutely not, and that the real reason he showed up here is to pull her away from Shinji entirely. He breaks it down with all 10 Saphira crystals already living inside him. He's pretty sure he can lock away Mio's spirit powers without her having to die for it. So, turning his full Riz all the way up, Shido tells Mio to drop that L of a man Shinji and go with a W in Shido instead. Everyone in the room freezes dead in their tracks at what just came out of his mouth, and Mio loses it laughing, telling him that playing smooth doesn't really suit his face. Mio turns to Shinji and asks him what he makes of all this, and Shinji figures he's got no real standing to say anything given that he's literally just a fragment of Shido's memories. But Mio fires back that since he's rooted in Shinji's actual past, whatever comes out of his mouth is basically what the real Shinji would have said. Taking that on board, Shinji tells Shido to back his whole situation up and away from his girl, which sends Mio's face red, though Shinji clarifies that's just how he would have said it back when he was alive. He comes clean about how much it stings to imagine Mio ever going to someone else, but he owns the fact that he no longer exists, and that there's so much out there, like the ocean she always adored, that Mio still needs to go out and witness for herself. So Shinji steps out of the way to hand things over to Shido, but all of a sudden the territory starts cracking, and Reine lets them know something is messing with it from outside. She figures it's the spirit formula, and that Westcott has fired it up again to forge a second spirit of origin with himself at the center, and it's actively draining the mana and energy straight out of this territory that's housing Mio. They all piece it together. This was Westcott's play from the very beginning, once he spotted through Beelzebub that Shido had jumped to the future, and Mio flat out refuses to let her power get hijacked by Westcott to wreck the world she once loved and every friend she picked up along the way. So she tells Shido they need to go pull her friends out of this. Then she wraps her arms around Shinji one final time before stepping forward to go on that date with Shido. On his end, Shido does the exact same with Reine, and she sends him off to his date with Mio. The two of them then lace their fingers together and burst straight out of the territory to reconnect with everyone else. Westcott takes a moment to thank Shido for keeping Mio planted in one spot, while he used the spirit formula to leech away her power. Then, flexing his newly acquired strength, he calls out Belial, a pitch-black twisted tree that mirrors Mio's own light tree, and it carves out a territory of its own. Shido clocks that he's aiming to rewrite the entire world under his territory's rules, so Mio wastes zero time firing up her own power and throwing up her territory to go head-to-head against his. She warns them she can't keep it standing for long, so she becks the other spirits to jump in and back her up, then hands each of them a bump in spirit power, so they can fight to protect the world where she first crossed paths with Shinji. Artemisia and Ellen move to shut them down, but the spirits blow right past them and go straight for Westcott. Through raw teamwork, power-ups, and combo attacks, they land hit after hit on Westcott and start pushing him back. Westcott then calls up a black flower, the exact same one Mio once used, and releases death nectar straight at them. But right before it can graze anyone, Nia rockets in, fully transformed in spirit form, with her abilities completely online, summoning Maria and a whole army of her clones. Maria tells Shido she'll be their airtight shield against the Nectar, so everyone else can lock in on Westcott. With that, the whole squad throws absolutely everything they've got at him, capping it all off with Toka hurling Shido directly at Westcott and delivering a long overdue punch to the face that sends him crashing straight into his own territory. For a split second, it feels like they've already closed it out, but then Westcott starts laughing and detonates one of his abilities right in Shido's face, sending him completely sideways. But Mio steps in to bail him out, and watching everything spiral into full chaos, she tells Shido to look after the girls, then says the only one with the power to actually cancel out Westcott is her, since she's the only thing that balances him. Shido tries to pull her back, but his hand phases clean through her, and right before she walks up to Westcott, she tells Shido that even though she loves him, her heart still belongs to Shinji, and she can't wait to finally see him again on the other side. Mio then goes dead up against Westcott, who is still completely lost in his obsession with power, and she tells him flat out that the power of spirits was never meant to be handed to a human. He cracks up laughing and unleashes his ability, which Mio meets head-on by unleashing hers. They both fire off their most earth-shattering attacks at each other simultaneously, triggering a massive eruption of mana and raw energy. Mio finds herself in the afterlife, whispering apologies to everyone she left behind, and feeling a quiet relief wash over her, knowing she actually pulled it off and kept them safe. But then Shido appears, right in front of her, out of nowhere. But the moment she looks closer, something in her soul just knows this is the man she has always loved, Shinji. So she throws herself into his arms after everything they've been through and refuses to let him go. Back in the living world, Westcott comes to, with Ellen hovering over him, desperately begging him to hold on. Right then, Elliot and Karen show up, and Ellen pleads with Elliot to do something to save Westcott. But one look at his old friend, and Elliot knows there's almost nothing left of his time. Westcott asks Elliot what brought him here, and Elliot tells him straight that he came to see off the friend he's known all this time. They all break down crying, as Westcott slowly drifts away from consciousness and fades into death. But in his very last moments, what he actually feels is something like happiness, seeing that people wept for him. Then Shido wakes up surrounded by all the girls, every single one of them wrecked with worry over him. He immediately asks Toka where Mio is, but one look at her face and he already has his answer. Then, from somewhere up in the sky, Mio's Saphira crystal drifts down alongside Raine's favorite doll and places itself into Shido's hands. The moment he holds it, he completely breaks down sobbing right alongside Kotori, hitting them both at once that they just lost someone irreplaceable who only ever wanted her own happily ever after. From that point forward, they all step away from their lives as spirits and into normal ones, building friendships and finding the happiness they were always chasing. Through all of it, Shido lets go of everything behind him and fixes his eyes on what's ahead, reaching out to hold the hand of the girl who was there when it all began, Toka. And together, they head out on a real date to kick off everything that comes next. Comment Spirit Banger if you watch this recap to the end, and if you enjoy anime recaps like this, subscribe to the channel and watch this next video.